if you want it right now.
Epicenter would take a look at his second place finish in the Kentucky Derby. Of course, that 80-1 upset with Rich Strike closing to get the win.
Got to be a very, very tough moment for Joel Rosario to feel he's about to win his second Kentucky Derby. Held off Zandon. Zandon wasn't able to get by him. Looked to be home free here. And, like, who is that horse on the inside? I think everybody had that collective thought. Who is that on the inside? And it was the 80-1 shot. Rich Strike beating him. Tough beat for Epicenter, who ran extremely well and arguably did run the best race of anybody in there.
A huge effort in the Kentucky Derby nearly brought Steve Asmussen that first Kentucky Derby win. He'll look to pick up another Preakness, though, a race he's won twice already. Epicenter, he's been remarkably consistent. Here he is galloping at Pimlico in preparation. Are you nervous, Andy, about what the Derby might have taken out of him with that big effort?
I wouldn't say nervous, but I think it's a factor. I think you have to consider the possibility that he may not run back that race. Now, listen, we've seen a lot of horses that won the Derby come back and run a much bigger race. Smarty Jones, Funny Side, and over the years, plenty of horses run the Derby, come back and run even better in the Preakness. So I don't, he hasn't run his debut wasn't very good, but he's run 6 straight terrific races. So I'm not overly concerned about it, but I think it has to be a bit of a concern in this race. And, is a horse like Early Voting, a new shooter in here, has he improved since he ran the Wood Memorial, and has he improved enough to beat Epicenter if he has?
Looks pretty fresh in his morning rounds. It does Epicenter. Great to see him on track there, and excited to see him in the starting gate installed as your 6-5 morning line favorite. Meanwhile, Secret Oath looking to become the 7th filly to beat the boys. This will be her second time taking on the boys, as she was 3rd in the Arkansas Derby. The Kentucky Oaks winner, however, is one that was just dominant in this effort.
She was way the best horse in this race. I mean, the only horse you could compare to say that may have run close to as well as she does was the 4th finisher, Echo Zulu.
Yes.
I mean, Nest got a great ride and perfect trip from Irad Ortiz. She just wasn't good enough in here. And bit of a premature move, a wide move by Luis Saez. He rode her like she was the best horse, and she was the best horse. This is a very, very different crew. I mean, handling horses like Nest and Echo Zulu, and then coming in and running against these horses, I think it's a world of difference. And my concern with her, and she obviously isn't impossible, she could win the race. I don't like the Arkansas Derby as a race.
Yes.
I do think she ran better than it looks in there, and she didn't run as well as the winner, but it was close. But the winner ran 18th in the Kentucky Derby, and the Arkansas Derby is not a very strong race. That's what worries me about her.
We'll see, as in 2022, she's been 3 for 3 against fillies. She'll be against the boys this weekend in the Preakness, as there she is, accompanied by D. Wayne Lucas, the coach aboard his pony Riff, who knows Pimlico quite well. And that is a sight for sore eyes, isn't it? Wayne Lucas out there on the pony, nothing like it, as Wayne Lucas looks for his 7th victory in the Preakness.
What's incredible, I think, more than the fact that he's won 6 Preaknesses, which is pretty incredible.
Right.
In fact, in that run, I think he won like 7 straight Triple Crown races with different horses.
Yeah.
He won Preaknesses from 1980 to 2013.
Amazing.
He's now looking to win his 7th in what would be 43 runnings of the race. That's pretty remarkable. His longevity,
amazing.
It's incredible when you think about it, really.
You say the word legend, and sometimes that kind of gets thrown around, but somebody like Wayne Lucas with the longevity, the success, and just the continued success over such a span of years.
Right. I mean, listen, racing, we all stick around probably longer than we should sometime, and Wayne has had some lean years like the rest of us, but one thing about Wayne is he's never gone, He's always sort of lurking around there, and, it's like, what is the Mark Twain comment, rumors of my demise, or greatly exaggerated, or
Yep.
something like that. It just seems like there have been times when Wayne's like, well, Wayne will never get another horse again, and then he will take charge. You can never really count him out.
And winning the Kentucky Oaks this year, a tremendous feat, as his filly will take on the boys this weekend in the Preakness. Well, a horse that has been waiting in the wings for this very moment, Early Voting. Maybe he is the new face who did not participate on Kentucky Derby weekend. That is really the one to watch. More on him as he preps for the Preakness after this.
Introducing a stallion, as top class as they come. In 22 career starts, he won or placed in 12 graded stakes, competing in 15 grade ones, earning over $1.7 million. His undisputed speed is evidenced by 7 100-plus buyer speed figures, a 3-time grade 1 winner, Raging
Who are you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets.
How does horse racing support New York's economy? It's responsible for 19,000 jobs and more than $3 billion in annual statewide economic impact. These good-paying jobs support working families across the state and sustain thousands of small businesses both on and off the track. Horse racing in New York means jobs and opportunities now and in the future. We are New York horse racing.
New for Belmont Spring, the $3 triple play pick 3. Choose the winners of the last 3 races at Belmont Park every Sunday to win big. Plus, play on Naira Bets for a free $10 triple play bet. Go to naira.com/triple play for details.
Cloud Computing has moved into second. Always Dreaming has dropped back through the field. They're coming into the final furlong. Classic Empire. Here's Cloud Computing going for the upset. Classic Empire digs in. Cloud Computing draws alongside. They come to the finish together. Noses apart. Cloud Computing has defeated Classic Empire and the Preakness.
Cloud Computing in the 2017 Preakness Stakes over Classic Empire. These two made it a thriller in the Preakness. Cloud Computing, though, victorious on the outside under Javier Castellano, Andy.
Cloud Computing is sort of amazing. Broke his maiden going 6 at Aqueduct in the win February, maybe. Came back on short rest and ran a tremendous race when he was second to Gotham, where he was involved in the pace that collapsed, and he still managed to fight and hold second. And that was the Gotham on the inner round 2 turns. Wood Memorial was a huge speed track. There I am.
There you are.
There I am. It was a huge speed track, and he just was completely compromised by horse inability to close. They skipped the Preakness Derby, waved for the Preakness, and it worked out just fine.
Will it work out again in 2022 as we see early voting second by a nose in the Wood Memorial with a huge effort, and a horse that I think mentally has improved and come along quite a ways as well. Winner of the Withers by open lengths, but this was a huge effort from him, Andy, as they've decided after this effort to wait for the Preakness for early voting.
Yeah, I mean, it took an absolutely perfect trip and a tremendous ride from Joel Rosario for Mo Donegal to beat him in this race. I guess it's a couple of questions. How strong do you think this race was? Some figure makers have it strong, others do not have it as strong. I think it was a good and solid effort in there, but he's going to have to improve to win. Now, he's probably the controlling speed in this race. It does feel possible that Fenwick, the long shot, could set inside of him. Chad Brown seems to be comfortable in believing that he could stalk if that's the situation. So he is sort of in a good tactical spot, but, and I like his chances, it's not like Epicenter is going to be compromised because Epicenter has speed himself. So at the end of the day, even with a bit of a tactical advantage, I don't think Epicenter will be compromised. He's going to have to run better than Epicenter.
Epicenter, the one to beat. He's coming out of that second place finish in the Kentucky Derby. Early voting, meanwhile, has been prepping for this Preakness Stakes. Richie, what have you noticed from early voting? He'll be making just his 4th career start in the Preakness leading up to this race.
Well, I tell you, Casey, I've been very impressed. I was, trackside when he worked. I loved the work. I loved the gallop out. I walked back to the barn alongside of him. He couldn't have blown out a match. I was as impressed with how he reacted to the work and how quick he recovered from that work as much as I was the work itself. I mean, he's just going easily outside a horse, pricking his ears, waiting on his rider's cues, which leads me to believe he doesn't need the lead. I mean, his circumstances have kind of dictated in his, short 3-race career that, he used his speed. But the fact that he possesses speed doesn't mean that he has to use it to go to the lead. And I think that he can stalk and pounce and watch the gallop out. He hits the wire, legs underneath him, rider with the long hold back to his withers. That's Jose Ortiz aboard. Shakes the reins at him, taps him with the crop, and he lengthened his stride and goes out a really good 8th here. I like this horse, and I think he's going to be a handful to beat on Saturday. This work really elevated him in my eyes. And then talking with his conditioner, Chad Brown, you could tell he's got a lot of confidence in this horse and the way he's coming up to the Preakness. So I think he's going to be a tough horse to handle on Saturday. And think about, you're talking about Wayne Lucas, 43 runnings of the Preakness. How about Chad Brown trained his first winner in November of 2007 in 15 years. Not only has he won a Preakness, look at the resume he's put together already. In 15 years is still in the adolescence for a trainer.
So true, Richie, and so much more, I'm sure, to accomplish as well as Chad looks for his second Preakness victory. Also with Klarovich Stables, Jose Ortiz, the regular rider of early voting, was aboard for that work. And you mentioned to me, was outworking a nice one, too, in Miles D.
Right, Miles D was down inside of him, and he obviously outworked him. Miles D's probably a horse more comfortable outside of horses. He's coming up the race really well. That's all you can hope for if he's your horse. He's still got to handle Epicenter, see how the filly runs as well. And I think simplification is far from impossible.
He had a good race in the Derby. He really did.
Got
an
a great
overachiever.
ride from Jose.
Absolutely.
Great ride.
Jose Ortiz will stick with early voting. That means John Velasquez takes the mount on simplification from the rail. More on the Preakness later. Meanwhile, we turn the page and get ready for race 2 at Belmont Park. A scheduled dirt race, 16,000 non-winners of 2 in life. Currently, Gaslight, Andy, is 2-1 on the board. We haven't seen this horse since May of 2021, so a year-plus layoff here.
It's just so hard to know what to do with a horse like this. I mean, in a certain way, you look at Acceptable Risk, who's in this race, and look at how poorly he ran off a similar type of layoff. I mean, this horse could have been okay, and he just sort of fell apart when they stretched him out in his third start. He got a mile, and now we haven't seen him in so long, and he's running for 16. Yeah, the good Gaslight's too good for these, but there's very little chance we're going to see the good Gaslight. Is the Gaslight we see going to be good enough to win anyway?
This is his maiden win, going a mile at Oaklawn Park back in March of 2021. As you mentioned, they tried him going a mile and a 16th. After that, he was 2-1 that day. Disappointed. We haven't seen him since. He has been gelded. But coming back for 16,000 after a horse that seemed to show a lot of promises. There's Katie Davis with the baby on track in here today, too. Love to see the families all out as well. Great day for it. Always a great day to bring the family out to Belmont Park. But Gaslight, meanwhile, Manny Franco will be aboard this one for Brad Cox, and that layoff, a big question.
Right, and Trevor McCarthy, of course, who married to Katie Davis, has the co-favorite right now in the number
Katie Davis McCarthy,
6.
I should say.
That's correct. Yeah, get that right, Acacia.
I know, I'm sorry. I still do it to myself, too. I can't get my own name right sometimes. She's awesome.
There you go.
Well, as Trevor McCarthy will be aboard the number 6, Wicked Mad, cheering on husband, Daddy, coming up in this next race, Wicked Mad. Trevor's mount. Trevor, we saw with his first Grade 1 win last weekend.
Yeah, that was such a huge win for him, the big upset in the Man of War. Good for him, and a very well-deserved win.
More to come,
Won't be his
I'm
last.
sure.
Will not be his
Absolutely,
last.
absolutely. Highland Chief in the Man of War as they step onto the sloppy track. Let's meet the field for race number 2, Motion to Strike, last out maiden winner.
Yeah, and was the controlling speed that day. Vita, next out winner, came back and ran a similar race. But with the presence of the 5 Acceptable Risk and the 7 Tamburo Sox, I have a tough time seeing this get loose.
Here's that horse we were talking about with the big layoff, Gaslight.
I picked him second. Not the kind of horse I'd ever bet, but I won't be shocked if he runs okay. Brad Cox kind of wins with these kind of drop downs sometimes.
Scratch the 3. Here's the 4, Laban and Mo.
Not sure where you make this horse. Did win his last dirt start, but did it against much, much weaker.
That was against fellow New York breds. 2 starts back. Here's the 5, Acceptable Risk.
Originally a Chad Brown Klarovich runner, was sold after the first start. Ran well first time, okay second time, then a long layoff, and disaster at even money.
Dropping in class now, too. Here's the 6, Wicked Mad.
Probably the logical alternative to horses like the 2 and 5, but this is another one claimed for $50,000 at Saratoga. Off for 8 months, comes back. Over his head, though, in those 2 starts. An appropriate drop down.
And the 7, Tamburo Sox. Second last time out.
Yeah, his speed was be stalking in the outside. He's had his chances against some softer spots, but not impossible. He does show up, but at 1 for 11, he's just had so many chances.
Well, we hope you're following along on everything with us. Equibase is going to make it easier to do so. Get all of the stats on the horses, trainers, and jockeys in today's races with free Equibase past performances. They've got you covered. Visit NYRA.com/TV schedule to download your free past performances on all of the races on today's show. 9 to 5 now on the number 2 Gaslight. There's a look at the 5 Acceptable Risk. It does drop off the claim for Linda Rice. What do you make of that move?
It's not a good sign. I mean, this horse, she claimed the horse, she took a shot. The horse hadn't run in 10 months, took a shot. The horse was absolutely atrocious. And now she's dropping down, looking to get out, looking to hopefully win, get claimed, finish second, get claimed, get some of your money back. But it's not a positive sign. And the bigger negative is how badly the horse ran last time, though.
And if you may not be familiar with trainers that play the claiming game, you don't know what the horse is going to run when he goes out there. You have to drop the slip ahead of time and hope that the horse runs well, maybe keeps the conditions. Maybe you're pointing for a certain race down the road that you think that this horse may be suitable to. And if it's a bad performance and you've claimed that horse, then it's up to you to take a step back and figure out what's going on behind the scenes.
No, absolutely right. You're taking a calculated gamble, and Linda's made some great claims in her day.
Yeah.
I mean, she claimed a horse that went on to win multiple Grade 1 races in Palace, so it's not like she hasn't made some good ones, but you're going to make some bad ones too, and this one, it appears to be a bad one. And the truth is, it's a bad claim, even if the horse wins here, because you claim a horse for 25, it runs poorly. You drop to 16, it's not a good claim. And she's looking to hopefully maybe he'll run better today and she can get out.
We'll see what happens with Acceptable Risk. A risk for sure, taking with that drop in class today. Meanwhile, Dylan Davis is aboard the number 4, LeBron M. Mo. Dylan Davis leading the Belmont Jockey standings, 15 over Manny Franco and Irad Ortiz, tied with 13. Dylan last weekend as well hit a milestone 1,000 career victories.
Yeah, he's been really riding extremely well and continues to ride well after winning that title well back at Aqueduct. And Manny Franco has also been riding extremely well. Now, keep in mind, Irad and a lot of the guys missed some days Derby weekend. They'll miss some this weekend as well. We'll see how things go over time. We'll see. It's a tremendous group of riders.
It really is. All the way down the line, you have the deepest jockey colony. Meanwhile, the number 1, Motion to Strike, 9 to 2 right now. Had a win on a wet track last time out. Has that speed, as you mentioned. Pace dynamics could potentially be different today. Do you feel like this one may have people looking at him and say, "Oh, I'm going to elevate his chances," given his record on a wet track?
Some people might. I'm not one of them, but he, to be fair, he has run the 2 best buyer figures he's ever run on wet tracks. What people may not know is the time on January 20th, the rail was gold that day, and the horse was down on the inside and had a great trip. Now, the winner had a good trip to beat him, but he did run him down. And last time out, he was 4 to 5. He did what he had to do to win the race. He was controlling speed. The bigger concern for me, and I don't think he's impossible, is that between the 5 and 7, he's supposed to take some pressure. I mean, Tamburo Sox, he's always forwardly placed in there. He's got a lot of speed, and Louis Cardenas, who rides him, has been getting some wind under his belt after he came back from the injury and the long layoff, and he's an aggressive rider, so I can't imagine this one won't be forward here. So he's probably going to take more pressure.
We'll see how the pace shakes out. Meanwhile, the 2 Gaslight cuts back in distance, and it's 9 to 5. Richie, it's been a long time since we've seen the horse. What do you make of him?
Yeah, it is. It's a long layoff, over a year now. And, I look at spacing of workouts more than I look at time of workouts. Now, you can go back to April 3rd, and then he worked again on April 10th, April 17th, April 24th, May 1st. That's every 7 days. And then there's a 14-day gap from that May 1st work to that May 14th work. Now, the May 1st work was very fast. It was 47-2. That's a quick half mile. That's better than 12 seconds to the 8th. But it always makes me, question. Horse on a big drop down that had an interruption in the training, particularly right on top of the race. Now, he's the class of the race, and maybe he's just going to win this on memory. But I think that's a cause for pause and something that I look at, something I incorporate into my handicapping. Maybe they worked him in the pitch dark one day and no one actually caught him. I mean, that's a possibility as well. But I don't like that there was 14 days between the last work to this work. And I'm going to look elsewhere. Where I landed was the 6, Wicked Mad. I do think there's pace in here because of the likes of the 7, Tamburo Sox, maybe Acceptable Risk. He didn't show it last time, but usually is, close to the pace. And I think the race could set up well for him. I like the way he warmed up. He looked like he got over the track well. And I think maybe he falls into the right setup. Tamburo Sox look very sharp. looked really good on the racetrack. And I'm glad that Andy brought up Louis Cardenas. Nice kid, works hard, was off a very long time with a tough injury. And it takes a rider a little while to kind of find their game again and to find business again. And he's starting to pick people's heads up, showing that he's finding his form, finding his timing. And he deserves it because he works hard and he went through a lot to get back to being a race rider. And that's something that I always appreciate, Acacia.
Absolutely, Richie. It's not easy, especially as we mentioned in this tough jockey colony. Louis Cardenas, who teamed up for both of his wins this meet with trainer Dave Donk, who he will ride for in this race here. Now, it was a voided claim last time out, Andy. When there is a voided claim, it could be also something administrative. It's not necessarily something physical. We don't have the full insight as to what it is, but that horse will have to pass a series of steps in order to come back into the entry box.
Yes, one day perhaps they will start telling us why claims are voided,
Right.
because I think it is important to give the fans, if you're going to give them information, you have to give them all the information. You can't give a half a story or it's not good information. I think that's a very unfortunate thing that we don't know. As you say, is it administrative or was there an issue? But he is coming back, and that race was just 6 weeks ago, so we'll have to assume he's okay. I think Louis won 2 races for Dave Donk on closing day at Aqueduct as well.
Absolutely.
Both long shots and turf races.
Yeah.
And they were his first wins back. Yeah, I like seeing him do well. He's a rider who showed up. You know, he was not particularly young when he started riding right away. He had a lot of experience working on the backstretch. I think he worked for George Weaver, I want to say. Does that sound right? And you could see right away when he was riding as a 10-pound or 7-pound, he was professional. He looked good.
Great to see him coming back and successful on the racetrack. They start to load into the starting gate for race number 2 at Belmont Park. Non-winners of 2 in life. Gaslight. Been a long time since we've seen him on the racetrack. We'll see if his return is a winning one. John and Brielle standing by with the call.
Waiting now for Wicked Mad and Tamburo Sox. Set for the start of race 2. And the rough. Motion to strike from the rail is out for the early lead with Gaslight racing in second, Tamburo Sox on the outside in third, followed by Wicked Mad and Acceptable Risk. Those two are together, and a break of 4 back to Laban and Mo, the trailer in 6th. Motion to Strike is the leader here by a length, with Gaslight in pursuit in second. It's 2.5 lengths to Tamburo Sox, who races in third. The opening quarter over the off-going in 22 1/5 seconds. Motion to Strike leads here by a half length. Gaslight on the outside is second by almost 3. Then Tamburo Sox in third. It's another 4 lengths. Back to Wicked Mad, who has advanced up into 4th. Then Acceptable Risk and Laban M. Mo. Top of the stretch, Motion to Strike and Gaslight. They are right together through a half and 45 2. It is Motion to Strike down at the rail. Gaslight out in the middle of the track as they pass the 8th pole. It is Motion to Strike and Gaslight. Gaslight on the outside. Motion to Strike down at the rail. It is Gaslight in front. And Gaslight comes off of a very long layoff and wins here at Belmont. Motion to Strike was second. Wicked Mad finished third.
Gaslight had to work for it a little bit. Manny Franco piloting this long layoff runner to the winner's circle in his first start back in 2022.
These 2 horses looked exhausted coming out of the stretch. It was tiring watching them. And, I mean, the one looked like he was sort of finished turning for home. He was under a ride the entire way from Javier. And Gaslight seemed like he was a bit gassed as well. The number 6, Wicked Mad, got that pace to close into, and while he ran by him after the wire, he couldn't get him before the wire. Long layoff or not, Gaslight on the big drop down gets it done. Probably claimed out of this race.
Drifting a bit in the stretch as well, but Manny Franco straightened him out, able to run down Motion to Strike, who was the pace setter. Distant third was the 6, Wicked Mad, getting to them a little bit late there, but it was 2-1-6-4 in race 2 at Belmont Park. A little bit of a chalkier early double so far. The favorites as winners. We'll see if that trend continues or if we get some prices a little bit later on.
We'll see what happens. We'll see. But gets it done off the left. You know, you claim a horse like this, it's a problem. because if the horse loses, do you want the horse? And if the horse wins, where are you going from here with him?
Yeah. What conditions
if he
do you
got
have
claimed.
left? We'll see where Gaslight turns up next. Meanwhile, we'll preview a wide-open Louisville Stakes, which highlights Saturday's card at Churchill Downs. There's some great racing all over the country. More on that and Shamrocket after this.
Idol perfectly timed. Idol gets up under Joel Rosario to win the big cap. It's known agenda for St. Tobias Stable.
Race Adler, a scintillating performance in the TBG Del Mar debutante.
And Clariere will win the cotillion.
Down to the wire. Who's going to win it? It's Mala by a neck.
Curling, the classic sire.
We're back on America's Day at the Races, brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Gaslight. It had been over a year since we had seen him on the racetrack. He returns and returns victorious. Piloted to victory by Manny Franco, $6.10 winner in race 2. Meanwhile, Manny Franco, he's standing by with Richie, waiting for that winning interview.
Thanks, Acacia, and all of Manny's considerable strength on display there. Manny, did you ever think you were getting by? Because it looked like the horse inside you was really fighting.
Yeah, I was a little worried in the 8-pole because I come all in, and the horse inside doesn't let him pass, and my horse, he giving me all, so was a little worried in the 8-pole, but we get it done.
Manny, you're so strong. Watching you finish is really fun. I love riders that finish strong. Do you work out? What's your regimen to keep yourself in such good shape?
Yeah, Rich, in my day off, I try to do some workouts. I had a bicycle in the house, so Tuesday and Wednesday I try to get on and do some exercise to keep him fit and keep my weight good.
And do you get on a lot of horses in the morning as well?
Sometimes, you know, I don't want to say every day, but sometimes I get like in 4 or 5, yeah.
Manny, one of the things that always stands out to me, you're just a natural athlete. If you weren't a jockey, would there be another sport you'd want to be a player in?
Yeah, baseball player.
What position?
Shortstop.
Shortstop, Manny Franco.
I love it, Richie. Thank you, Manny Franco, an athlete through and through, and a terrific guy who he was looking right into the camera there.
I'm telling you, he and Richie are a good team. He and Richie are a good team, no doubt about it. He's coming out of his shell. It's good to see.
I love getting a chance to interview Manny, and he's riding so well here in New York. A strong rides, aggressive rides, and really paying off.
Agreed.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, as you mentioned before the break, coming up this weekend at Churchill Downs, there's some stakes action to look forward to as we take a look at race 11 on Saturday, which is the Grade 3 Louisville, 1.5 miles on turf. Sham Rocket, 4-1 on the morning line for trainer Todd Pletcher, stretches back out. He's a horse, Andy. He never really does more than he absolutely has to on the racetrack.
And often a little bit less than he has
Yes.
to. Yeah, I'm not a fan of this horse. I know he won, last time out, maybe the 1.8 miles too short for him at Tampa, but he never lifted a hoof in there. And I know he's got some very good names in his PP, so I get it. But I think he's a horse who's got all the accoutrements to be overbet in his races because he shows those big races. He's trained by Todd Pletcher, but there are some interesting horses like Strong Tide. You mentioned Cellist to me. I think there's other interesting horses, and it feels to me like he's a little dicey off that last effort. I agree 1.8 miles is too short for him, but he also should have run a little bit that day.
Finished 4th at 60 cents to the dollar against Florida Breds last time too. He's back into graded stakes company, and I think that's the thing with him. Sometimes he wins. He's often maybe close right there, but whether it's Florida Breds, graded stakes races, an allowance race, it doesn't matter. He's always kind of runs the same kind of race.
I agree with that. I thought Camp Hope was interesting. You mentioned Cellist. Highest Honor stretches out for Chad Brown. See if he's a distance horse that sort of trying something new. Big, interesting race. See if you can find something interesting in there betting against Shamrock, in my opinion.
Meanwhile, we'll take a look at the JB Connolly, which is back in January, but we see another mystery and Strong Tide, both in that race. Another mystery actually dead heating with Fantasioso for the win that day. Strong Tide finishing second behind those two. This one was at 1.5 miles, clearly a distance that another mystery likes to go, as he was second behind the Ageless Wonder Channel Maker last time out.
I bet Fantasioso in here, and I never in a million years thought that I won. I was shocked to look at the photo.
I know.
My memory of that race, we covered it, and I think it was a Sunday, and Greg and I were there, and it was already, it had been pitch black for about 2 hours, and we were trying to get out of there, and a train was coming, and the photo took like.
Oh no!
Greg's a lot more patient than I, as you well know, and we were waiting for the photo. Literally took 10 minutes to come up, and it was just like amazing showing those races from down at Sam Houston that weekend.
Well, at least if you bet him, you got paid.
Yeah, that kind of made me feel a little less annoyed. But
For missing the
I get annoyed over everything, so whatever. It was fine.
I love it.
It was just funny. It was just that it was that Murphy's Law.
Exactly.
That, like, we'll be out of here as long as there isn't a long photo or an inquiry.
And
guess what? There was
exactly
no inquiry.
happened. That's what happens when you tempt the racing gods.
Right, exactly.
Race number 3 at Belmont back to today. Here's a look at the field for the third, the number 5, Big Al's Gal, currently the favorite. Apprentice Jose Gomez, meanwhile, aboard the 4, Miss Pepina. As we've been saying, it's the deepest jockey colony in the country here in New York, if not in the world. Try tackling that as an apprentice. This young man has been doing just that.
Following C, pouring it on here in the stretch. Impressive to win the Grade 2 Vosburg. Following C.
Smile Happy has kicked it into high gear, and Smile Happy with a powerful performance wins by 2.5.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
The Fasig-Tipton Midlattic 2-year-olds in training sale, showcasing more than 600 juveniles, all on a dirt racetrack. Recent Grade 1 winners include Beyond Brilliant, Gamine, Gut Stormy, and Switzerland. Graded stakes winners Informative and Morello, plus stakes winners from coast to coast. Among the nation's top juvenile sales by Grade 1 wins. Join us after the Preakness, May 23rd and 24th in Timonium, Maryland. Where will you be?
They're off in the United Nations. Fantastic is sent hard to take the lead. Fantastic has been there every step of the way. Fantastic shakes loose with a 1/4 mile to go. He's in front by 2 lengths, but it is Fantastic to take up coast to coast in the United Nations.
155 and in the back, 150,000. Jody, thank you.
Fantastic, standing at 3 chimneys.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day.
With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Run Happy was going to be the last horse I ever owned, and I was getting out of the business. I had so many disappointments and heartbreaks and lost so much money at it, and then came Run Happy. So I guess the lesson there is persistence, never give up.
His performance in the Breeders' Cup Sprint was one that people will talk about for years to come. I mean, it was another, yet again, freaky performance, set the track record. The way he did it was pretty incredible.
He won at Keeneland, he won at Saratoga.
Run Happy!
He won at Santa Anita, he won at several of the legendary places in horse racing.
Run Happy is simply super. He polishes off an outstanding campaign with a dominant victory in the Malibu.
What a great horse, what a great thrill it was to be around Run Happy and now to follow his stud career. We couldn't be prouder to have Run Happy and have him stand at Claiborne Farms. That is myself and my daughter's happy place. We love Claiborne Farms, and Run Happy loves being there.
We put him in stall number 1 for a reason. We have a lot of confidence in this horse. We think he has all the capabilities and characteristics that you kind of look for in a great stallion. You know, he had the speed, he had the form, he had the freaky talent, the athleticism, and he's really throwing it in his foals. And we're over the moon with what we've seen. We feel like we're in a great spot, and now it's up to the offspring to prove it.
And our program, as always, is brought to you by Run Happy, the brilliant Eclipse Award champion and record setter who raced medication-free. You're watching America's Day at the Races as we get ready for race number 3 coming up next. Here's a look at the field right now. Big Al's Gal is 2-1, Andy.
Yeah, I picked her on top. I just felt like she ran well in her last start. I like to switch to Trevor, though Heeman Harkey did nothing wrong. Quality Stones on the outside could wire the field. I think she's a black belt, run much better coming back on short rest. I thought they were the main 3, but I kind of preferred Big Al's Gal. Not a strong opinion.
Meanwhile, there's a look at the 4, Miss Pepina, who will be piloted by apprentice Jose Gomez. Making a name for yourself on the NYRA circuit is not an easy thing to do, let alone as an apprentice rider and getting the opportunities that you need to be successful. But jockey Jose Gomez has taken every single opportunity and run with it.
I'm very pleased to be joined by the leading apprentice jockey here this winter, Jose Gomez. Jose, I always find it fascinating when a young rider gets off to such a good start, and you've been riding so well. Give me a little bit of background. How did you get started? I know you started kind of going to the track with your mom, who was your groom, Anna Maria.
From a young kid, you know, I was always around horses. I went to actually Arlington. I started galloping there. I wasn't ready. I got fired. I went to Ocala, started breaking babies, and from there, you know, I just learned, and then from there, I went to Monmouth, you know, galloping for some people. Then I got introduced to Kelly. And from when I started working with Kelly, I just started going him from Monmouth to Palmettos, and to Palmettos back to Monmouth. And then in Monmouth, he put me on some horses. And, you know, like once a month, you know. And then when Monmouth ended, he said, just go to New York. I got an agent up there for you, and, you know, we'll keep going. And I said, okay.
And you're talking about trainer Kelly Breen.
Yeah, Kelly Breen.
And you won a race at Belmont for him.
Mm-hmm.
What was that like? Because Belmont is big time. I mean, New York is big time. To break your mate and win your first race at Belmont Park, what was that feeling?
It was unbelievable. I mean, the first time there, and I've known the horse I won on. I've been galloping him since like Monmouth and then Palmettos, and he came up here, and it was just great. There couldn't have been a better horse to win on.
Now, he got you an agent, a guy named Angel Cordero Jr., Hall of Famer. What's it like working with Angel and having him to give you advice or to guide you a little bit?
It's great. It's great, honestly, because if I have questions, I'm not sure about something, I ask him. And if he's the first one, he just does it because he's trying to teach me. You know, if I do something, he, tells me, like, try to do it this way, and just keep trying to help me, you know, and it's great. It's great, honestly. I learned a lot from him. Just watching his old replays, you know, from back when he was riding, and I just study a lot.
Good jockey colony here, a lot of top riders. Is there anybody that really you want to be like? Somebody that you pattern yourself after, or you know, guys that actually give you advice or help you?
Honestly, I don't want to be just like one guy. I want to have my own style, but I take a lot from all these guys, you know, from like Irad, Jose, Telegraph Leon, just everybody here, honestly. And I try to make my own thing, but take pieces, you know, from everybody. Just learn from everybody, you know. Look how they do this, how they do that. Just learn from everybody.
As a young man, he's got a twinkle in his eye, great smile, and loves what he's doing, living large, leading apprentice jockey Jose Gomez.
Apprentice jockey Jose Gomez sitting down with our Richard Migliore, a man who's been right in his shoes as a champion apprentice rider. And Jose, we've all been very impressed with the mark that he's made here in New York.
Yeah, you could tell right away he could ride. He's ridden extremely well. He's adaptable. He's smart. He's a thinking rider, and I think he has a really, really strong career ahead of him. Like what you see from him.
Taking note of how the track is playing, trends, and taking advantage of every opportunity. Richie, you, I know, have really been excited about following this young man and his journey, and thinking back to the success you had as an apprentice. It's not easy making your mark as a young rider, especially in a colony like this.
No, it's not, but the benefits of riding in a colony like this is you're going to learn. You're going to learn from the best, and you're going to learn how to prepare and how to approach things. And then, of course, having Angel Cordero Jr. in your corner, that's going to accelerate the learning process. What I've seen recently, though, is there's a moment for every apprentice where they really start to see a race. And you saw that happening towards the mid to end of Aqueduct for Jose, where you could see he was aware of where everybody was, where he was in a race, who to follow, little things like track bias, where, you know, where he should be and positioning himself. And when an apprentice starts to see a race like that and you're getting 5 pounds off, that's when it becomes an advantage. To have a rider with enough experience that they really see a race, and yet you're still getting that break in weights. And he'll have that break in weights through the entirety of this year, which sets him up really well for the Eclipse Awards. And I really hope they leave him here this summer, keep him under the tutelage of Angel, and keep him riding with the best riders, because that's how you continue to improve and get to the top level.
Richie, thank you. There is Jose Gomez getting ready for his mount aboard the number 4, Miss Pepina. We'll see and talk more about his chances on this 5-year-old mare by Bayern after this break. Stay with us for more on America's Day at the Races.
Whether it's Division I or Grade 1, top athletes have certain traits in common. Speed, strength, class, versatility, and most of all, willpower. Claiborne Farm Stallion, War of Will, was a Grade 1 winner on both dirt and turf. Now, his first foals are taking the field.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2, brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Race 3 coming up next, 6 furlongs on the main track, a scheduled dirt race as we still have a sloppy main track, but it looks like things are starting to dry out there.
Yeah, you know, we were talking how the clouds are burning off a little bit. This one's supposed to come out. It's supposed to warm up a bit. I think there's a very likely chance it'll be fast by tomorrow, and I got to think there's a good chance we're on the turf tomorrow.
We certainly hope so. But this one, as mentioned, a scheduled dirt race as we meet the field, starting with she's a black belt.
Yeah, we'll see. Did she just need the race last time? She dueled in a very quick pace. The race totally melted down. Comes back a week later and drops. We'll see how much better she runs today.
Second race off the layoff for trainer Mert Ken Cantermasi. Jose Lascano going to be in the saddle once again, slowly but surely making their way out of the tunnel. Here's the 2 Mebs Webb.
I always root for the Cantermasi horses.
Absolutely.
They're such good guys.
Really good
Mebs Webb just had so many chances with the 2 wins and the 9 thirds. Just feels like she's had chances, and this field's probably a little tough.
Dylan Davis up them out, leading rider, as the 2 is 10-1 right now. Here's the 3, Carly Hustle.
She drops down, but she's actually this is not a conditional claiming race, even though some could be in there, and she's only got the 2 wins for what it's worth.
A very, very good point. We'll talk more about the conditions after the post-ride, but here is apprentice jockey Jose Gomez's mount, Miss Pepina.
Takes a big drop for Gary Siaka. We'll see if she can do okay. Her last one was a 2 to 5 in a lower level. Now was a 3 lifetime race.
Here's the 5, Big Al's Gal, still the favorite.
Thought she was the horse to beat in here, sort of mildly. Liked her last time at a price. Antonio Arriaga, her trainer, always does well.
My Girl Lexi coming up next. Long time since she's seen the winner's circle.
Yeah, this horse was inside in a day you wanted to be inside, so I think the performance last time is actually not as good as it looks, and I don't even know if it's good enough to win here.
And the speed from the outside, Quality Stones.
You have to imagine Lee Cardenas has one job, is just get the front with this horse and hope it works out, and I don't think it's impossible.
Number 5, Big Al's Gal, meanwhile, she is 5-2. A couple horses 5-2 on the board right now, and a pretty wide open board. Big Al's Gal, though, second last time out by a neck when dropping down after facing significantly tougher New York Bred Allowance Company.
Yeah, you'll see her come out here. In fact, it was a long inquiry, and I had bet her this day. She didn't win, but thought she would come down. I remember thinking, oh, good. If she had won, I'd get disqualified. They left her up. It was a wet day. Thought Heeman Harkey actually rode her very well in here. Just didn't quite get it done. Guns blazing, I think may have been favored, ended up winning the race. I'm not knocking Heeman. Trevor's a better rider. It just is a fact. But he didn't do anything wrong last time, but Trevor's a stronger rider. I thought the last race she could do well. She has some back races that are good. She has handled wet tracks before, and I just think getting Trevor is probably make the difference. It's hard to have a particularly strong opinion in here.
Getting a big warm-up out there on the track as the favoritism has actually now shifted over to the 1. She's a black belt as she ran poorly last time, but you mentioned the pace dynamics that she had to face. That was also her first race of the season.
And that field was dramatically superior to the one she's running against today. And she's got back races that are good. And she's handled a wet track before. You do have to worry, though. She ran a week ago for $25,000 off a layoff, and now she's running for 10. The Cantermasis have very good numbers. 50% drops in the dirt. That's overall. 216, almost 30%. And, you know, these horses are paying almost $6, $7, okay? Right around like a horse like this.
Yeah.
And they've done it well in New York with it, too, because they do run horses out of town, but they're 6 for 26 in New York, 222 ROI. So this move has worked for them in the past. It's a little tough to trust her, but her last race is not as bad as it looks. And a lot of times a race like that could be a very good tightener for a race second off a layoff.
She's 2-1 right now as that race was just 6 days ago. Richie, what do you make of she's a black belt on that quick turnaround?
Well, she looks outstanding out of that race, Acacia. She's all dappled out. She's carrying great weight, and she looks like that effort, or maybe non-effort, really didn't take anything out of her. She takes a meaningful drop in class. Cantermasis do a really, really good job, and I was vacillating back and forth between picking her and or the 4-horse, Miss Pepina. And I wound up with Miss Pepina because I love the way she galloped off under apprentice Jose Gomez. I think she looks outstanding in the coat. Gary Siaka's got her looking great. And I like her getting a 5-pound break in weights because she's a smaller filly, and I think it becomes more meaningful with horses with a smaller physical stature. I'm just going to take a little bit of a stab with Miss Pepina. fully acknowledging that the one, she's a black belt, is going to be very tough to beat. Big Al's gal also got a nice warm-up under Trevor McCarthy. Makes a lot of sense as well. She's a filly with big old loppy ears. You know, her ears are huge. She almost looks like a little bit of a mule ears on her, but you know, she looked like she handled the surface really well. It's sealed very tight. There's still a lot of standing water on the racetrack, so it just speaks volumes to the amount of water or amount of rainfall that we had. But I'm going to go with Miss Pepina. Lighter frame filly, maybe skips over the top of the ground.
Richie, thank you as we get a closer look at those track conditions. And
I'm just in awe that Richie just used the word vacillate. Okay, I mean, for me, my day is complete. I got to tell you, the Mig is he's stepping his game up big time today.
There's a look at the starting gate as we'll be going 3/4 of a mile in this third race on that sloppy main track. See some horses kind of skipping over it as Richie was talking about things that you like to see. And certain parts of the racetrack too, Andy, will kind of hold a little bit more water. You will notice sometimes on certain days, maybe riders staying off the rail or whatever it may be.
Looking for tire tracks.
Exactly, things like that.
You know, you watch the second race. If you watch the second race in isolation, you'd say, well, there's a lot of water in the track. It's sloppy. It must be a big speed track. But then you watch the first race. Now, it was kind of an uncompetitive race where I would say that one horse ran and 4 of them just couldn't run at all in the slop. So you don't know. You know, before we sealed tracks, going back 25 years, going back longer than that, very much a lot of wet tracks would be big speed tracks. They'd run through the slop, and horses couldn't close. They couldn't run through kickback. They just couldn't pick up ground. Once we started sealing tracks, you see a lot of wet tracks that are very, very fair. And it's interesting to watch. It's, you know, I think a lot of people say, oh, it's wet today, speed's going to dominate. But that changed a lot and, for the better. Because at the end of the day, I mean, the real reason you want to see fair racetracks, you want to feel like any horse that's being led over there has its fair chance to win. Now, some of them just aren't nearly good enough to win, but that's not, you don't want the track to get you beaten. And that's why biases can be frustrating, I think, for connections.
Absolutely. Some horses maybe just don't have the running style that could potentially be conducive to a track with a bias or could really put them up against it as a result. There's a look at the horse who's currently your favorite. She's a black belt. Quick turnaround. She got some positive comments from Richie as far as how she's doing. There's a look at those tire tracks that Andy was alluding to. Sometimes you'll see them on the racetrack where it's just packed down a little bit more and allows sometimes the horses to kind of get over the track a little bit easier.
And it's a rider's job to try to find any edge they can on the racetrack. Absolutely. And if they find that, if they, you know, they test it out at some point earlier in the day, and maybe even, you know, a rider, and Rich can talk about this, you're riding a horse that's finishing 5th. It doesn't mean you don't want to look around the racetrack for later, right, Richie?
Oh, absolutely, Andy, and especially in the warm-up. You know, you want to gallop off, you're not going to keep one path, you're going to test them out. And certainly an advantage if you can find a tire track where the tires from the tractor pack the track down even tighter, and you could find that and hold that line and run over the top of it. These are the things that you learned riding with guys like Angel Cordero, George Velasquez, Eddie Maple. They would find those little edges. A lot of races are won by a length or less. Those edges come in handy.
Richie, thank you. There's a little bit of a better look. Of course, you're going to see a little bit more footprints, tire tracks, everything right behind the starting gate, not on the racetrack itself. But as Richie mentioned, a rider's job to find where the best parts of the racetrack may be. Favoritism on the number 1. She's a black belt on that quick turnaround for the Cantermassy barn. We'll see if second off the layoff will be a winning race for her. Field loading in for the 3rd at Belmont Park. Here's John and Brielle standing by.
And Quality Stones. They're all in. And they're off. Quality Stones quickly from the outside, clears the field, and is in front by a length and a half. She's a black belt, is down at the rail. And then it is Meb's Webb, along with Miss Pepina, Big Al's Gal. Far outside, it's My Girl Lexi. Those 5 sitting just behind Quality Stones. And then a break of a half dozen lengths back to Carly Hustle, who trails the field in 7th. The opening quarter in the slop in 22 3/5 seconds. It is Quality Stones with the lead here. She's a black belt, now advances on the inside of Quality Stones. She's a black belt, just a neck off of Quality Stones as they come for the quarter pole. Then it's Miss Pepina, who's racing in third. Big Al's Gal far outside, followed by Meb's Webb as they head for home now with Quality Stones, the one to catch. She's a black belt on the outside, runs in second. The half went in 46-1, a furlong to the finish. It is Quality Stones in front here by 3 lengths. She's a black belt, runs in second. Carly Hustle has come through now to take third, but no catching Quality Stones. A front-running winner. She's a black belt was second, and Carly Hustle finished third.
Number 7, Quality Stones set the pace. We just talked about jockey Louis Cardenas and how well he was doing, picking up business once again, and picks up another win here.
Well, you know, as we said when we were talking about the race, Louis has one job, and that's to get this filly the front. She didn't outbreak the field, but you saw the intention right away. He gunned her the front, he got to the front, and if she loses from there, it's not on Louis.
Yeah.
He did what he had to do, and she was able to control him here. It felt like she's a black belt. Might have kind of had her measured a little bit in that race, but she just couldn't get to her. Do I think speed is carrying a little bit? It seems like a possibility that being forward is pretty good in here. On the other hand, it's not like these were illogical horses.
Absolutely. Taking them every step of the way was the 7, Quality Stones. It looked like She's a Black Belt was going to come up and get the win, as we then saw Quality Stones alter course, re-brake, and continue on. Just got so comfortable in the front end as she gets to the winner's circle for the first time since October. Louis Cardenas picking up his 3rd win of the meet. This one for Ed DeLauro, as she found the right spot, got the right race flow, and the right ride.
Yeah, no, good job by Louis. You know, you only ask a rider to do what he needs to do to give the horse the best chance. Very often it doesn't matter because the horse isn't good enough. In this case, by putting her on the front end, he had her best chance. Don't fool around. Let her get clear. Don't make her be brave. Control the race, and that's just what he did.
7th win of this 5-year-old mare's career, as she took that drop in class and got to the winner's circle today. Prices in a bit. We'll also talk about some big names running at Pimlico, and not just in the Preakness. Happy Soul, Pizza Bianca, very talented runners who will be featured in the undercard coming up this weekend at Old Hilltop.
The breeding industry is governed by one principle: performance determines success.
And Constitution has won!
Now, he's earning his stripes by siring stars.
Independence Hall wins the Hagyard Bayette.
Law Professor just in front, and Law Professor.
American Revolution, fireworks in the stretch here in the Cigar Mile.
Constitution, a natural-born leader.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions, and offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than America'sBestRacing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. America'sBestRacing.net is a sport for you. Live it, love it, bet it.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. It's a muddy Thursday afternoon. Continues on that sloppy main track. That was no problem for Quality Stones in race number 3, as Louis Cardenas picks up his 3rd win of the meet, and in doing so, gets to be interviewed by Richie.
Yeah, and I'm very happy to be joined here by Louis. Louis, tough injury last year, Saratoga, out a very long time. And I'm seeing you really find your game. You look stronger, your legs look more solid. For people out there that don't know the process, talk us a little bit about how tough it was to get back and the journey.
Well, thank you very much, Richie. I appreciate it. First and foremost, I want to thank everybody in the backstretch for never forget about me long story short. It's a long story. So well, the beginning, coming from the injuries, it was a little tough, tougher than I expected, especially when while I was in recovery, I could never really do too much exercise until I actually got cleared by the doctor. And then, getting back to racing horses in the morning, it's really good, but it's not the same in the afternoon, other than that, keep on practicing, It is hard to find your game. I mean, your timing, your momentum, building back the strengths in your legs, and you're actually mentally more than the legs and physically. But yeah, I'm very happy to be back. I mean, it took some time to watch my replay. I watched the horses round, and yeah, I wanna believe me, I wanted to do this all my life, and it's gonna take something bigger than that to stop me right now.
Well, Louis, I see your enthusiasm, and a lot of riders don't have that enthusiasm after a bad injury. So you've proven how much you love this. What's that feeling like? You're in front, 8th pole, you still have a horse, Belmont Park, and the way you finished on her.
Yeah, it's very good, especially, like you say, it takes a little bit to get your timing back on, and especially having the horse underneath you. The horse gives you the confidence, and kind of you give the confidence back to the horse, and it's like a team back in the track, And when you ask them, you give them the little, and the ask to go, and they give it to you. It's a wonderful feeling. It's a beautiful, especially being here in Belmont, coming back here. It's amazing.
Congratulations, Louis. I'm very happy for you.
Thank you very much, Papa. I appreciate it.
Guys, this is what he said. You got a dance partner. Your horse is your dance partner. When you do it right, it's a lot of fun.
How could that interview not make you smile? Louis Cardenas talking through everything with Richie, the understanding from a rider who had been in positions like that. Richie had his fair share of injuries, and seeing the enthusiasm and the hunger from Louis Cardenas and coming back.
When Richie was riding, if I heard that there had been a jockey hurt, I figured it was about 70% it was Richie at any given time. The guy was the unluckiest rider ever, but he did have a share of injuries. But it was nice to see Louis back and the enthusiasm. A terrific guy and a good rider as well. It's a very, very tough colony. It's hard, and to win some races here is good for him, and he'll do fine going forward.
Congratulations to Louis Cardenas and picking up that win, the third of this Belmont Spring Meet. But coming up this weekend, of course, the Preakness Stakes on Saturday, but some terrific stakes to look forward to on Friday as well. Taking a look at the stakes schedule highlighted by that Grade 2 Black Eyed Susan for the 3-year-old fillies. But the Saturday stakes schedule is where we do have the middle jewel of the Triple Crown, Grade 1 Preakness, plenty of other stakes action to look forward to as well.
I have a question. The Sir Barton, which is an interesting race. It's 2 before the Preakness. Didn't they temporarily name it the Barbaro?
I don't think so.
I thought they changed the... I gotta look that up. You don't think? Well, you're there, so you probably would remember.
It's been the Sir Barton for the past several years.
Okay, it always the Sir Barton.
Yeah.
I thought they briefly changed it, but maybe I'm wrong.
I don't think so. I have to double check on that.
Yeah, I gotta look up.
If it was, then I really missed something while I was there.
I went down, whatever year Medaglia d'Oro was, that 01, 02, I think.
02, I think.
I was training on the floor at the time, and everybody said, give us a horse at the Preakness. I said, I have no idea the Preakness, but there's a horse running the card named Sarava, and he's running in the Sir Barton. I said, he can't lose. Bet him as a big favorite. He wanted to pay $8. So now he comes back, and Belmont Stakes is coming. Everybody says to me the day before, all of my friends on the floor, they said, well, that's Sarava in the Belmont tomorrow. I go, he's absolutely no chance. What kind of idiot would bet him? We got the money with him. Would he pay like $100-something in the Belmont, $80?
It was an incredible upset, 0-2 in the Preakness. But the Miss Preakness on Friday, a sprint, in fact, going 6 furlongs. Our Miss Preakness, Maggie Wolfen, Carbondale. We're missing her today, but we see some familiar names in there. Happy Soul, who we did see winning and breaking her maiden at Belmont for Wesley Ward. This is a filly who tried the Ashland last time out, 2 starts back when she was sprinting. Her last sprint race, she was victorious in the Dixie Belle at Belmont Park.
Yeah, I'm not sure what to do with her. I'm glad they cut her back. Obviously, she can't, she's a horse that wants to go much shorter, but how good is she really?
Yep.
Got an 81 buyer, and she's never run that big a figure. We'll see. I believe the morning line favorite, Under the Stars, did not ship. So she's not running.
Yes, you're correct on that. She's not running Under the Stars. She was 8-5 on the morning line. So I think that will make Happy Soul a pretty short price when they head out there. But it is interesting because there could be some other pace, especially from Sweet Solaire right to her outside.
Didn't she just win here about 10 minutes ago?
May 7th,
Yeah, she won here in the slot.
Yeah.
We'll see. I mean, Happy Soul's okay. She hasn't ever run a big number. We'll see if some others step it up, but without Under the Stars in there, it'll probably be a little bit easier for her.
Meanwhile, we'll see the return of the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies Turf winner, Pizza Bianca, who was second in her 2022 debut. She will go postward in the Hilltop for 3-year-old fillies and try to get the first win of her 3-year-old season.
If she doesn't win this race, I think they're out of their minds to go to Ascot to begin with, but they shouldn't go to Ascot because this field is made to order for her. I mean, I know she lost this race. She lost to a pretty good horse, a very promising Consumer Spending, who didn't run badly in the Breeders' Cup race behind her in there. She was able to make that last move. Pizza Bianca would make the earlier move. She's a very good filly. I'm not trying to knock her. I just think it's going to be too tough at Ascot for her, but she better beat this field because this field was made to order for her.
Pizza Bianca 4-5 on the morning line as she looks for her first win since that Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies Turf. As we welcome in Richie once again. Richie, I know that you were here on track for Pizza's last work with Jose Ortiz, her regular rider, aboard. What did you take away from that work here at Belmont?
Well, I thought it was a terrific work. And the first thing I take away from it is that her owner, Bobby Flay, was out to watch his filly work. And, Bobby not only became an accomplished owner, but he's got an incredible breeding program. I mean, he's just bred so many good horses at this point. And I go back with Bobby. I rode his first winner many years ago. Jimmy Toner trained Faraway Legend. Pizza Bianca, typical Christophe Clement work. Sitting behind horses. Jose Ortiz aboard here. Shut off, switches out to the clear. They're way out past the middle of the track. They had the cones, or the dogs, as we call them here on the racetrack, way out. And she just finishes nice in hand. She should move forward off the first effort. Horses don't have to win every time. Just show up and give you a good, honest effort. She's just a really good filly, and what a trip. I mean, anybody who hasn't seen that jockey cam footage of her winning the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies Turf, go back and watch it. You want to live vicariously through a video and what jockeys see and the ride that Jose Ortiz put on. Check that video out. But just a nice, steady maintenance move. Typical work that right on top of a race for a Christophe Clement trainee. And she looked fantastic in the flesh. I really like what I saw from her, guys, and she should be very, very tough. And you know what, Andy, I know it's a big ask, and a challenge like Royal Ascot, but that's what we're all in this game for. We all, dream and strive to or aspire to these big moments, and winning a race like the Breeders' Cup certainly would embolden me to give it a try.
Well, the problem that I have is, I hear stories of people going to Ascot and they run 5th and they're really happy. And they go over there and they're 15-1 and they'd be 3-1 here in comparable purse races. The other thing that, for me, we have an amazing program for 3-year-old turf horses at NYRA. We have 3 $700,000 races for 3-year-old fillies. We've got the Belmont Oaks here. We've got the Saratoga Oaks, at least they're slightly shorter, and races she could be an absolute small fraction of the prices. I understand it is a bigger deal to win at Ascot. I totally get it. But listen, an owner can do what they want with their horses. They pay their bills, and as long as they have the best interest start, which I'm sure Bobby Flay does, do what they want. I can also disagree. And I'm a racing analyst, and I think this obsession with going over to Ascot is something that I don't agree with, and especially because we have comparable races with comparable or higher purses here, and I don't know why somebody's going over there when they have races here where they'd be a fraction of the price.
I'm amazed you have an opinion on this.
I have a strong opinion on this. I have a strong opinion on this.
Yeah.
I think Ascot's done a tremendous job in hoodwinking people to go over there with horses that would be better served being here. Congratulations to them.
Very, very tough European turf horses that she would have to run up against, but Pizza Bianca potentially using the Hilltop as a prep to go over to Royal Ascot. Looking forward to all of those races at Pimlico coming up. Also looking forward to this 4th race here at Belmont. 6 furlongs will now be run on the main track. The race off the turf. There is Christophe Clement's Charge. Speaking of Pizza Bianca, he's represented by Gal in a Rush, making her first start of 2022 in this 4th race. More on her and the rest of the field after this.
Speightstown. Munning. Echo Town.
It's Echo Town for Joe Alamo, and Echo Town raced away.
And Echo Town is drawing away in the stretch. Echo Town wins the Allen Jerkin Stakes.
A sire line so prolific, it repeats itself. Echo Town.
So we started tours here about 30 plus years ago, and we really saw a need as more people started to come to visit to have a place for them to check in, restrooms, and a lot of people were also trying to buy merchandise. And so we decided to take this building that we had here on the farm and turn it into the visitor center. We have a lot of Secretariat stuff. We started with just a few items, but I mean, one of the main reasons people come here is to see his grave, and so that's what people want to buy and want to take home with them, because that's what they remember a lot about the tour. I really love the Secretariat stuffed animal. I think it just captures him well. It's great for Secretariat fans, but it also has our logo on it. We also added a shuttle tour a couple years ago. We were getting a lot of requests for people to see the rest of the farm. People always thought, what's over that mysterious hill? And so we bought an electric shuttle. We take them through the mares and foals division. The visitor center is open every day that we have tours from 9:30 to 12:30. I feel like we have a lot of families in the summer because they're doing their summer vacation and traveling, and then race fans April, October, November.
If you haven't had the chance to go and visit Claiborne Farm, if you find yourself in Kentucky, absolutely take the opportunity to do so. Of course, our program brought to you by Claiborne Farm, 100 years of doing the usual unusually well. That looks like a pretty fun tour.
Yeah, I've been there many times, and it's the first farm I went to when I went to Kentucky back in the 90s, early 90s, and I couldn't agree more. It's an amazingly great place to go to.
There's a field for the 4th race at Belmont, originally scheduled for the turf to be run at the main track, still at the 6 furlong distance. Gal in a Rush, making her first start of 2022, is currently the favorite. She did debut on dirt, Andy, but has shown that she turned out to be a better turf horse after that.
Yeah, I thought she came out of a very weak field in her first start in the dirt, and I don't particularly like her in here. I mean, I think Christophe leaves horse in the dirt, probably felt she needed to start anyway, so you get her going here, and once again, he helps us out by leaving horses in, and you can't knock him. She's a 6-5 favorite in here. Poppy Flowers, sort of not dissimilar. I think there's a great bet in this race, and that's the 5 Screaming By. You know, you look at her dirt races, and her last dirt race, she was 4 wide against a gold rail. She ran a Beyer figure 65, which makes her competitive in this race, if not the horse to beat. And earlier in her career, when she ran a dirt in debut, she actually ran on that very good Juddmonte horse, Taraz. She ran against her. I think she ran 8-1 in that debut.
Yeah.
So this is a horse that has some dirt credibility. I think Screaming By is a very interesting bet in this race.
Here's the field. The number 2, Poppy Flower, to start things off. First time for Belmont.
Yeah, she ran once the dirt for Wesley Ward. Now, she ran against Cavad, who did very well, but Cavad improved when he was claimed by Chris Hartman.
This is a filly who broke her maiden against the boys on the turf when with Wesley Ward. First time on the main track for the 3 Mac, the PhD.
Now, why this horse is favored, I guess, because people think the horse is the speed, and maybe that's good enough. But why would you take this horse at a shorter price than the horse I like, who's run well in the dirt?
And this is a horse who has run only twice, both times on the grass. Here's the number 4, Gal in a Rush, off the layoff.
We talked about her a little bit, and I won't be surprised. She has some talent. She's a good turf horse, but she'd be very tough in the turf in here. Gets Lasix the first time, but her first start in the dirt was not good.
She's 6-5 right now on the main track. As we'll get to the horse that Andy has interest in, the number 5, Screaming By. Plenty of pedigree for the main track as well on the bottom side.
Well, yeah, I mean, those Speightstowns, it's amazing. Now, this horse,
they do just about anything.
This horse is okay in the dirt, very quietly. In the last race is a much better race, and also running a horse like Miss Jimmy, who's sort of a remarkably consistent New York bred. I think Screaming By is supposed to be under 2-1 in this race, and in my opinion, I think she's the horse to beat.
Well, that's the field for the 4th race here. Pick 6 also starts off in this spot. You can play the Pick 6 or any type of wager you're interested in with Naira Bets. Join and play all of the action and get up to a $200 deposit match bonus. Sign up with promo code MATCH200 and earn up to a $200 deposit match right after your first deposit. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime, and join now at NairaBets.com to get your $200 deposit match. There is Gal in a Rush, West Point Thoroughbreds, first time off in 2022, so the first start of her 3-year-old season, and oftentimes you will see improvement from 2 to 3 as well. But you brought up a good point. It could also potentially be a race says, okay, let's leave her on the main track, maybe a stepping stone to bigger races down the line.
Yeah, no, if she wins here, I don't think you're going to see her running on the dirt again.
Right.
They're using it to start, and they're staying in the race. There seems to be some, I think, I know Mac the PhD is faster than Poppy Flower. I can't believe Louis Saez is coming out running from the inside with this horse. So she's going to go. So we'll see how that works out towards the front end. And I probably would prefer Poppy Flower of the 2 turf horses, the 2 over the 4. I think she's probably more likely because she has more speed. Gal in a Rush has absolutely no speed whatsoever. I know my horse doesn't have much speed, Screaming By, but what she does have is competent dirt races. And that's pretty important here because it's possible that, much like the first race today, the others just can't stand up on the dirt.
There's the 2, Poppy Flower. First time in the barn of Belmont. We haven't seen her since October when she tried the Futurity behind Slipstream. That day, she's the daughter of Claiborne Stallion Lee, getting a good warm-up from Louis Saez. She did run... It's tough with a filly like her because she ran well first time out behind Cavote, as you mentioned, behind the boys on the dirt. But that was a 2-year-old race in April. And typically these Wesley Ward 2-year-olds are just, at that point, they're often much further along than some of the other horses that they're facing. So I don't think that that race is necessarily a good gauge as to how she'll fare here.
No, I think that's a great point. It's a great point. Wesley has him cranked up.
Yeah.
And that's why he's had all that success at Ascot. And, just to segue that a little bit, the sprinters have done great over at Ascot.
Right.
And because the European sprinters aren't that strong on the turf the way they are here. Their horses going longer are very, very tough. Having said that, yeah, I think that's a great point. And, you know, you can see Kavod. And listen, if this horse was comparable to the Kavod that we saw running down at Oaklawn Park,
right,
she'd be 1-9 in this race. But that Kavod, you know, Kavod was claimed for 50 or 25. She was claimed.
Very good
she
claim.
really was, or he wasn't that good. He improved when Chris Hartman, who improves a lot of horses off the claim, got him. So I wouldn't use that as to compliment this horse. And I think your point is very well taken. These Wesley Ward horses win early because they're ready.
2-1 on Poppy Flower now, 3-2 on Galena Rush as we head down trackside and check in with Richie.
Are we still talking about Ascot? Anyway, the 2 Poppy Flower I think will show speed with Luis Saez, and I think the 3 Mac, the PhD, will also show speed. So I'm looking for one of the 2 outside horses. And just from a pedigree standpoint, we talk about, you know, Ghost Sapper, the sire of Galena Rush, 20% in off-going. Spitestown for the filly on the far outside. Excuse me, I just lost my place. You know, is 21% in off racetracks. So I'm going to go with the better price, 3-1 as opposed to 8-5 with a filly that has had more dirt experience, a couple other dirt races, and because Andy likes her. So I'm going with the 5.
Well, that's always a good reason, Richie. Thanks.
Might be time to vacillate.
Screaming by. 3 starts on the dirt so far. And while she hasn't necessarily hit the board, it is important, Andy, to look at those races that a horse has run on the main track. This is also a 5-year-old mare who's much more seasoned than potentially some of the other 2 turning 3 fillies.
Yeah, I'm alive in the pick 3 with the 5. So, she drops down. It doesn't matter. The pick 3 is huge. She's paying like $138 with a $6 and a $10 horse winning. That's for $1. Screaming By is the kind of horse I talked about. That I'm not saying she's going to win today. She may lose, but I feel as though betting horses like Screaming By over the long term on wet tracks, off the turf races, at 7-2 in a 4-horse field where it's very possible nobody else can stand up in the dirt, and I know she can stand up in the dirt. I know. In fact, I know she's better than she looks in the dirt. That race, 4 wide, gold rail that day, still got a 65 buyer. You know, not a super number, but relative to this field, I don't think the winner of this race is going to get much better than a 71 buyer and might get a 61 buyer. She's not supposed to be 7-2 if you really dig into her dirt races. If you just erased all of the turf races in here, and you only looked at the dirt races, the 1 race for the 2, the 1 race for the 4, the 3 for this horse, I think she would be favored.
Screaming By, first start off of the layoff as well. It's her first start of 2022. When you have a shorter field like this, we end up with just 4 horses in the group. Richie, you often talk about this type of race becoming more of a rider's race and being aware of where everybody else is.
Yeah, you can't get lost in a 4-horse field, and riders can key on other horses. They're not, you know, overwhelmed with too much going on. Now, the way I see the race, and now I always look at races how I would ride a race and who I think will get the trip that I would be looking for, and that's kind of how I go from there, who I'm going to wager on. So I handicap a little bit different. Like Andy's an amazing trip handicapper and dissects a race. I look at it first like, all right, who would I want to ride here? Well, I would want to ride the 5 Screaming By. And I believe the 2 Poppy Flower will go, the 3 Mac the PhD will go. I think they get hooked up. Galena Rush, I think I'm faster than her if I'm riding Screaming By. I'm going to key on her. If those 2 keep going and they run head and head and they run 1-2 around there and don't come back to me, so be it. But I think the horse to beat is right inside of me because of the way I think the race may shape up. I am going to key on Galena Rush and try to keep her in as compromising a position as possible. Make sure she gets as much kickback as possible. Maybe it discourages her. That's a jockey's job. You want to do everything you can within the boundaries of the rules to compromise your rivals. And that's how I would approach this race. Try to keep Galena Rush in as tough a spot as possible with my outside post.
Richie, thank you. Some terrific insight, as always, as to how one of the best to do it would ride this race. And you always say this too, Andy. When you had Richie on your horse, you knew he was going to give the horse the best opportunity. In fact, you just said to me, I wish I had Richie on Screaming By in this race.
Yeah, I don't mean as a knock on Eric
Of
Cancelo,
course.
ride him fine, but yeah, because I always felt with Richie, and we've been friends a long time, but we didn't talk a lot, and as Richie would attest, I'm not a tip guy, and occasionally we talk about races. We more talked about races afterwards, or I'd ask him questions about different things. But I always felt like if I had a thought that this horse could win if the rider has the right plan, I always felt like Richie had the right plan. When Richie had a horse in a 6-7 horse field that didn't look like a speed on paper, but you could make a case the horse was a speed, I knew there was a pretty good chance that Richie looked at that race and he said, I can wire this field. There's no other speed. It's just he was a very thoughtful rider, and there are a lot of thoughtful, very good riders. But thing about Richie is he looked at the races, and like he said just now, he's looking at the best chance. What can he do to give himself the best chance to win? I always felt he did. This horse at 4-1, in my opinion, is just crazy. Surprised she hasn't got up more the way I'm talking her up. I'm not saying she has to win the race. I just think she's a dramatic overlay here.
The longest shot on the board in a compact field as we see horses behind the starting gate reloading momentarily for the 4th race and the start of today's pick 6. You have, well, the theme of this race is layoffs as well. The only one with a recent race in 2022 is Mac the PhD, and that was sprinting on the turf.
And Fedbiz, while he was a good dirt runner, he's proven to have any success has been on the turf.
Much more on the turf,
and this horse, and I bet this horse last time, but this horse was very much with the flow of the racetrack. It was an inside speed. Inside was holding. Speed was holding. Did very well. So I don't have any confidence it's going to be a dirt horse. And like Richie was talking about, I have to think Luis Saez is going with the 2. Louis is not the kind of rider. Now, maybe she can't keep up, but I don't think it's clear the 3 is going to be clear of the 2 in this race.
We'll see how this pace does play out. We'll see if Screamin' By is happy to get back on the main track. Gal in a Rush, still your favorite as we get ready for this allowance. 4th race coming up next. Here's John and Brielle standing by.
They're in. And they're off. It's Mac the PhD who goes out for the early lead, Screaming By. Racing in 2nd, Poppy Flower advances at the rail into 3rd, and Gal in a Rush will be the early trailer in 4th. Mac the PhD leads by a length and a half, with Screaming By in 2nd by a length, and Poppy Flower next by 2. Gal in a Rush, the favorite, is last of 4 as the field goes around the far turn. The quarter went in 22 and 4/5 seconds. Mac the PhD leads now by 2. Screaming By is in 2nd. Poppy Flower has moved to the outside now, and it's a break of 4 lengths back to Gal in a Rush. It is Mac the PhD, challenged now by Screaming By. The 2 of them are heads apart, with Poppy Flower next in 3rd and Gal in a Rush. Half-mile went in 46 and 1. It is Screaming By on the outside of Mac the PhD. Mac the PhD and Screaming By. Gal in a Rush now moves into 3rd with a 16th to the finish. Mac the PhD on the inside and Screaming By on the outside. And the 2 of them fight it out to the finish. And it's going to be tight. Very tight. Too tight to call. Screaming By on the outside. Mac the PhD on the inside.
A tight photo finish in race number 4. Screaming By on the outside, Mac the PhD on the inside. The last few jumps, Andy, it was very tight on the wire. Oh,
I got a shot here.
I think you've got a shot. Here's a look at the slow-mo once again. All depends on whose nose is down
I
first.
lost.
It's tough to tell in the shadows there.
What an amazing bet the 5 was. 9-2 in this ridiculous spot. I think I lost the photo.
Mac the
I
PhD
lost the
set the
bob.
pace under Jose Ortiz. Eric Cancel trying every step of the way with Screaming By to get by. But what a tough customer Mac the PhD was here as well. But as you mentioned, a horse Screaming By who had the back races, the pedigree to handle the main track, sat the right trip under Eric Cancel. Very, very tight photo finish. You see even Jose Ortiz on Mac the PhD looking up to the infield board, trying to see if the photo has been posted.
I'll take a dead heat.
Tough to tell in the shadows, though, too. One more step, and the bob went to the 5, screaming by for sure. I just don't know in that very moment.
I think I lost the bob.
That was a tight photo finish. Eric Kinsell did everything right.
No, Eric rode the horse great. He got the horse in position. He got there. I had no complaints. This horse, you bet a horse like this at 9-2, you get rich at the racetrack. This was as good a bet as you could find at the racetrack. And that's the whole point about these off-the-turf races. You may have lost the bob, but, you know, that's just the way it goes. But this horse at 9-2 is just insane that this horse was 9-2 in this race. Insane. I think she should have been favored. I honestly do. I said it before, and I believe it now. Listen, the 3 ran. The 3 didn't have to run.
She ran very big.
She didn't have to run. She did not have to show up and win this race. She didn't have to show up at all.
A horse that is in good form right now. Clearly the 3, Mac, the PhD, who broke her maiden on the turf last time out after an eventful debut down at Gulfstream in February. She comes right back with a huge effort on the main track today under Jose Ortiz, setting the pace, trying to take them every step of the way. But Eric Kinsell and Screamin' By making it tight. The favorite Galena Rush was 3rd as she closed, coming from last in there. You'd imagine this is a race that was her first off the layoff. We'll see her back on the turf next time, I would think.
Yeah, they got the race they wanted off the layoff. Yep. I mean, I don't think they really expected to win. I guess the longer it takes, the better chance it is for a dead heat. And at this point, believe me, I thought I lost through my water. I'll be glad to take a dead heat. I think even if it's a dead heat and the horse ends up paying $560, I don't think it was a bad price, because I don't, you know, this is the kind of horse that.
Dead heat?
I'll take it. I'll take it.
How about that?
I'll take it. If I thought I won, I'd be annoyed.
Will you go pick your water up now?
I don't understand why you haven't gotten up and gotten it for me, Acacia. You know, I'm a little annoyed. Kyle's not. He didn't even flinch.
Kyle just rolled his eyes at you. Dead heat. The 3, Mac the PhD, and the 5, Screamin' By, could not be separated on the wire in race number 4. Bring you prices and reactions after this. Stay with us for more on America's Day at the Races.
The ultimate accolade for a racehorse is to be named Horse of the Year. To be enshrined to the Hall of Fame is to achieve immortality. As a stallion, genetic immortality is defined in 2 words: breed shaper, plain and simple. 2-time Horse of the Year and Hall of Fame inductee, Curlin, is just that. Breed shaper, Curlin, the classic sire.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets.
Spun to Run. In the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile, he defeated a loaded field that included multiple Grade 1 winners Omaha Beach and Improbable. His brilliant speed figures were among the fastest of any 3-year-old at a mile or more. And he hails from the legendary Danzig sire line. Multiple graded stakes winner, millionaire, Breeders' Cup champion, Spun to Run, standing at Gainesway.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, brought to you by Naira Bets, where you can bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Get started at NairaBets.com or download the app today. We have 2 winner circle photos here in the 4th race. Dead heat between the number 3, Mac the PhD, and the 5, Screamin' By. Could not be separated on the wire.
Yeah, no, it ended up being an entertaining race, and we got to have some fun about it. But I can't say enough with horses like the 5, again, is these off-the-turf days, you can find opportunities to make money. And betting that horse at 9-2, even frankly 5-6, wasn't bad after the dead heat. So I don't know. I think the off-turf days are very interesting. The 5 lost the Bob. If the 5 had won the Bob, I would have won the race, right?
Right.
I mean, because the 5
she had her head
before.
down one more stride, and she had her head down for sure.
Oh, she had her before the wire. The 5 was in front.
Right.
You said that to me right away. I thought I lost.
Yeah.
And you said you won, and then I realized the Bob wasn't great. Exciting race.
That
a lot more excitement than we
photo
expected.
finish shows you so tight on the wire. So you do see winners. The top 2, dead heating, Gallon of Rush checking in 3rd. We turn the page and get ready for the opener at Churchill Downs. Meanwhile, first post 5 Eastern, and it starts off in a good way. 2-year-olds sprinting on the turf as we take a look at the field. 3-5 right now on the number 3, Cadillac Candy, who ran well first time out for Rusty Arnold when sprinting on the turf at Keeneland. She does have that experience, whereas several of the others in here are first-time starters.
Yeah, and that was a funny race because that race did really fall apart. She got
Right.
an unbelievably great ride in there from for Tyler Gaffalione. And the thing you have to wonder about is who are the interesting firsters? Are there any?
Well, we'll learn a little bit more about them. Here is the number 1 Island Swagger, called by Oscar Performance.
Brian Lynch, who trained Oscar Performance. Looking forward to seeing this one run. Even though the workout wasn't fast at Churchill Sales, I thought the horse looked okay. Did you have an opinion?
I thought that this one looked like he wanted turf, which is what he'll get today. Here's the 2. He's more than ready.
You Bernardini Dam, but you've got more than ready. There isn't much pedigree to speak of the Dam side, but more than readies are dangerous.
Second Dam is actually multiple grade 1 winner Octave. Here's the 3 Cadillac Candy.
Yeah, and like we said, the experience helps, has that race under the belt. And the way the horse being bet, I wonder if they don't like the Wesley Ward outside.
Could be. Wesley Ward has 2 in here. Here's a first-time starter, Seismic Spirit.
Boy, 6-1 on this one. And there is European pedigree over there, but taking no money.
Purchased at the Goff's yearling sale for the U.S. equivalent of $115,000. Here's the 5 Reasons Legacy.
Yeah, there's just no pedigree I could find to speak of on the turf. I don't know if you found anything, Acacia.
I did not for turf, but M. Swish, grade 1 winner on turf and dirt. Here's the 6 Roman Giant.
Yeah, this one, see, here's the thing. This horse is interesting because this one was part of the pace that fell apart in that race and is 8-1. So for me, the 3 at 3-5 might be a more likely winner. But from a gambling perspective, I might be inclined to give this horse a chance.
Here's Star Striker, the other one for Wesley Ward, trying the turf for the first time. A little bit naughty out there.
I mean, the Dam was an okay turf horse, and the Deccan Dam was pretty good. I think it was an Aidan O'Brien horse, but this horse was 3-5 in the dirt first time and didn't pick up a hoof.
Yeah, didn't break well first time out either. So we welcome in Paul LaDuca here with us live at Churchill Downs. Paul, it's a good card coming up today at Churchill. What a fun way to kick things off with the 2-year-olds.
Yeah, it is a fun way to kick things off. And I thought this race was a little bit more wide open than just the 3 in here. And I think it has a lot to do with Tyler Gaffalione. 15 wins already at the meet, Acacia. 11 wins last week alone with 6 different trainers. He's riding all 8 races tonight, and he's going to be favored probably, I would say, 6 out of the 8 races. And maybe that's has to do with a lot of the action here. And I'm sort of with Andy as well. When you look at the 4 and the 7 in here, you look at the 7 Star Striker for Wesley Ward. This horse went off at 70 cents on the dollar first time out, and now you're getting 11-1. So they've given up on this horse first time out. And then the 4, a first time starter for Wesley, not getting much money. It looks like all the money's going to the 1. So did I think the 3 was the horse to beat in here? Yes, most definitely. But I'm using 1, 3, 4, 6, 7 because in the next race, the 5 looks like a complete standout for Mike Maker and Tyler Gaffalione.
Paul, thank you. That's Euler coming up in race number 2. Meanwhile, we have the 2-year-olds in the spotlight here. The number 3, Cadillac Candy, is 4-5, Andy, and you brought up an interesting point about the trip that horse got. Sometimes when races do fall apart as far as that pace is concerned, it can make a horse almost look a little bit better, a little bit more dressed up when they got the right kind of flow in their favor.
Exactly, and I'm not in any way knocking Cadillac Candy. I think she ran well in here, but she also got a sensational trip set up. And I don't know that she's going to get it here because they're all firsters. Some may have speed. You know the 6 has speed today. What if the 6 gets clear today and doesn't have to duel in a vicious pace that collapses? I think it's interesting. Now, we'll see how it plays out. This turf course has been a little goofy at times at Churchill Downs, and Cadillac Candy, maybe the closing style a little more befitting. But she's not slow, Cadillac Candy.
Right.
I don't want to, or he isn't, I'm sorry. He's not slow, but he had the benefit of the way the race set up. And I'll say something else about the 6. Steve Asmussen, you will see him run horse in the turf first time as 2-year-olds, and they don't run well. He'll go back and run in the dirt, and frequently they'll run much better. I think he had a winner last week doing it. The fact that this horse stays in the turf suggests to me that he kind of agrees. Now, whether we end up being right or wrong remains to be seen. But he probably agrees this horse is a little bit better in the turf than it looks.
This one actually had Roman Giant, speaking about the 6. That horse actually had a very strong OBS March 2-year-old sales work, went 10 flat, and didn't look like he was going that fast. And that's always a good sign when they don't look like they're going that fast and the time comes back quicker. Right. The Dam is the sister to Grade 3 winner Do Share. I always really liked that horse too when he was running. And a horse that showed speed first time out. I think an intriguing prospect on your point well taken about staying on the turf. The number 1 Island Swagger just walked by. There is the 4 Seismic Spirit, a horse by Bilardo, who's by Lope de Vega, who we've seen have progeny with a lot of success here in the United States as well. This one purchased over at Goff's by Stone Street Stables, not taking any money.
Well, I mean, Lope de Vega, newspaper record, put that horse on the map in a lot of ways. Obviously, he had other good runners as well.
I think here in the U.S. and the familiarity of the Stallion.
Absolutely. No, absolutely. I agree. It's just, I mean, it's interesting to see how many people, after the success you saw, particularly Karlovich having, when Peter Brandt went over there with Chad Brown, you see other people going to Europe and buying horses. They're not Derby horses, obviously. They may be Belmont Derby and Saratoga Derby horses, but they're not Kentucky Derby horses. But that doesn't mean they don't have value, and they're not good horses. And we've got a lot of turf race in this country now, and especially here at the New York Racing Association with 2 turf courses at both tracks, and we offer great opportunities. You can wear a top hat here, too, if you want. Just won't catch me in one.
Are you going to wear a top hat? There is Star Striker. This is a filly against the boys, which we've seen and we talked about with the likes of Poppy Flower in the last race here. Wesley doing a lot in running these 2-year-olds against the boys. Sometimes they are just a little further along. I haven't loved what I've seen from this filly out on the track, to be honest with you. She just seems distracted. She doesn't seem focused at all. And she was a very short price at Keeneland first time out, and she just didn't run.
And she's taking no
money here.
And you would think on her pedigree that, okay, maybe she's a turf horse. And maybe she will be. I mean, we're not saying she can't be. I don't know. It feels like Wesley Ward, when he's dead in the board, they're dead for a reason.
Wesley Ward, meanwhile, had a good weekend at Churchill Downs on Saturday for the Downs After Dark card. Twilight Gleaming returned to the winner's circle in the Momcell overnight. She was just able to hold on, as we saw a couple others taking late runs at her, but a gutsy effort under Tyler Gaffleon.
Yeah. She didn't have a particularly good break in this race, and I think obviously that hurt her a little bit. She's very talented. I mean, overall, is she going to Ascot?
I don't think so.
Because she could.
No.
She's not going to win over there. She has not. You know, she lost to
Slipstream.
Slipstream beat her. Right. First time out, he tried. Slipstream's going. I think the Sprinter's going is much different story, as we touched on last time. But Wesley's pretty keen eye with going there. And listen, Wesley Ward, his going to Ascot really changed things. It changed things for Ascot, and it changed things because it got them to say to people, you can win over here.
Oh, yeah.
Which is a big selling point. I get that. And what Wesley's done going over there has been remarkable. And because he has these precocious horses, he trains them for speed, more speed. And I think people over there have had to adjust a little bit to Wesley's game.
And you know that horses going over there are well prepared. They have that in mind, and he's had a tremendous amount of success with it. And it really takes a lot of guts to be able to send a horse over there when he did at the beginning, and has made it a habit from year to year. Wesley Ward represented by 2 in here, 2-year-olds who are cold on the board, as even money still on the number 3 Cadillac Candy. Paul brought up an interesting point, Andy, that he thought Tyler Gaffleon could be in large part some of the reason for that money. 15 wins at the Churchill Downs meet so far.
Oh, he's right. I mean, if you run a horse and you want to get a price, don't ride Tyler. If you want to get a horse and you know you're going to get a good ride Tyler.
Right.
But, it's like a double-edged sword, right? And most aren't betting. This horse is actually owned, you see Bregman Family Racing, and Alex Bregman, who plays for the Houston Astros, actually, his family owns this horse, but he owns it in a baseball connection with Paul as well, and he is a big racing fan.
I love that. Love to hear it. Cadillac Candy, second on debut, colt by Twirling Candy. The number 2, He's More Than Ready. This was a colt by More Than Ready. As mentioned, Octave in the family, but not much as far as dirt does go. I did think in the workout, for what it's worth, when he worked 10-1, that he moved a little bit more like a turf horse. Just thought that he might want a little bit more ground.
18-1 is not high-profile connections, but you see Octave. And Octave, who was a very nice filly for Todd Pletcher.
Yes, very.
And I'm thinking who owns the horse. I know who owns the horse. Starlight.
Starlight, yes.
Didn't Godolphin buy her for like $8 million? Crazy
She
amount
sold
of money
for
at the
a lot.
sales. Yeah.
Well, we'll see what her grandson can do at first asking. Cadillac Candy, though, the favorite second-time starter, 2-year-olds, an exciting way to kick off the card at Churchill Downs. This is the future here as we send it up to track announcer Travis Stone, standing by with the rest of the load and call.
Waiting for Roman Giant and Star Striker. They're in the gate. And they're off. And Seismic Spirit sent on for speed right off the mark, and quick is he. Building a 2-length lead. Star Striker on to grab second. Roman Giant comes away in third. Cadillac Candy is out in fourth, angling toward the outside. He's More Than Ready comes away in fifth. Island Swagger reserved at the inside sixth. Reason's Legacy, the trailer, 8 lengths off the lead. Around the far turn, they went that opening quarter in 22 and 2/5 seconds. Seismic Spirit confronted by Star Striker. Star Striker cranking up the pressure, and not far behind is Cadillac Candy. Roman Giant is tucked away down toward the rail. They're off the turn. Seismic Spirit comes off the turn in front. Star Striker still fights on. Cadillac Candy getting underway now. Third outside with 1 furlong to go. Seismic Spirit trying to get to that wire. Cadillac Candy runs up into second, trying to run down Seismic Spirit. Seismic Spirit, Cadillac Candy, these two to the wire. Photo! Nose is up and down. Did Cadillac Candy catch Seismic Spirit? It is too tight to tell. Farther back, Reason's Legacy or Roman Giant.
A tight photo finish once again. I don't think we're going to have a dead heat on this one, Andy. I mean, you never know around the racetrack. My first inclination was that the 3 Cadillac Candy got up on the outside, but a big effort from the first-time starter, Seismic Spirit, inside.
Top of the stretch, 2 dead on the board. Wesley Ward horse is going to might be 1-2. It actually felt like the 7 horse was going better, Star Striker, but this horse was resilient for Stone Street and really ran well, but it just felt like the 3. I mean, I know that the other horse was coming back a little.
Yeah.
I mean, without our slow-mo, but it does feel like the favorite got there.
Might have had that better momentum closing on the outside. Cadillac Candy and Tyler Gaffleone. It was Jimmy Graham and Seismic Spirit on the inside.
You didn't get to see him go to the wire, even on the bad egg. So we've got pretty much everything but what really happens to slow-mo at the wire. So we're a full-service operation around here. We're almost full. Just don't show you what you really need to see. Maybe this will be.
Well, we have to leave some things up to the imagination.
I worry about these angles, that they're not truly on the wire.
The number 4, Seismic Spirit, inside as it was. The number 3, Cadillac Candy, got the bob. The favorite, a winner, colt by Twirling Candy. Congratulations to the Bregman family. Love to see that as well. Tyler Gaffleone picking up win number 16 of the meet. As it is time for me to say farewell, at least for now. I'll be back reporting, but a lot of fun as always.
It was a great time.
Yeah.
We had some fun here. I know it's kind of off the turf races, but we saw some exciting stuff.
We had a good time.
Close photos. I'll see you later.
And a nice 2-year-old race as well. But plenty more action still to come as Greg Wolf comes up on the set to take you the rest of the way. Stay with us here on America's Day at the Races as we look at the strong duo for trainer Gustavo Rodriguez, well represented in race number 5 at Belmont Park. All that and more coming up next.
Start spreading the news. If you're looking to win in New York, then breed in New York. To War Dancer, the millionaire son of Warfront, and New York's #1 sire of 3-year-olds. Breed to a proven performer, the #1 second crop sire at the Saratoga meet with multiple winners at Belmont and Aqueduct. Earn double the New York Breeders' Awards and participate in the New York Stallion Series with $2 million in purses. War Dancer, proud to stand in New York. Visit wardancerstud.com.
Playing a trifecta. To win, you've got to pick the horses who finish first, second, and third. It's tough, but the payouts are incredible. For example, in the 2005 Kentucky Derby, a $2 trifecta paid more than $133,000. It's for $2. Now, they don't always pay that much, but they'll generally pay you a lot more than an exacta. Increase your chances of hitting a trifecta by boxing your horses. Remember, boxing means your horses can come in any order. So, if you like horses 3, 4, and 6, there are 6 possible combinations of those 3 horses finishing first, second, and third. You pay $1 for each combination, $6 total, and if any one of those combinations hits, you cash.
Welcome to continuing live coverage of America's Day at the Races on FS2, Valley Sports Southern California. Good to have you with us. Program brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Greg Wolf stepping in for Acacia Courtney. I'll be here through the rest of the evening. I get Andy Sterling for, about a half an hour, and then Anthony Stabile steps in.
You're like the luckiest guy in the world. You must feel you're sitting here like I'm the luckiest guy in the world.
Because I get to work with you?
Yeah.
I feel pretty lucky.
I feel very lucky to be with you, Greg. I want you to know it's mutual.
Late Pick 5, thank you, is coming up next here at Belmont. 5th race going to kick it off. 20,000 starter handicap, 7/8 of a mile. Easy to bless. Has been running some big numbers.
She's been in such amazing form. I mean, she ran huge against the boys last time. In her big win over the second choice, the 7 3-back, she didn't even get out of the gate, and she blew her away.
Yeah. And, of course, that rematch coming up. We'll get to the 7 in a moment. Customer Experience, Rob Falcone, has been beaten up by She's a Little Edgy last time out.
She got really good, and she's tailed off a little bit. She has good races to give her a chance, but her current form a little sketchy.
Blinkers off. Greatest love, Irad Ortiz Jr. writes.
She's kind of an interesting claim, Gustavo Rodriguez, who's had such good success on the claim. There's a tough spot, though.
You can't.
I can't.
Handle the truth.
I can't. I'll tell you what, 14-1. If this horse was 114-1, would you be surprised?
1 for 18 lifetime. And then here's the main threat, I guess, to the favorite, but was beat by that one pretty convincingly 2 back.
And her last win where she got an 85 buyer, which makes her competitive, and she's run big figures before, that was a very funny race, and she was able to sort of control in there. It's not impossible, and she's the second likeliest winner. I just think the 1 is a better horse.
I was doing my Colonel Jessup, by the way, from A Few Good Men.
I got that.
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
I got that. I think you're like the Jack Nicholson of this show, at least.
Jackie Davis will be aboard for James Ferraro here. Inside post for Easy to Bless. 6-5 favorite, and 3 starts back. Ran a huge number in the extra heat, dusted among others. She's a little edgy. The second choice today with that poor break, as you mentioned, out of the gate.
Yeah, amazing. I mean, she breaks like, and Jackie Davis is like, okay, I'm on the best horse. She knows she's the best horse. I'm not going to fool around. And this horse, I mean, broke a few lengths slow and ends up 5-6 lengths behind. Just sort of cruised up around everybody and wins by 10.
We're gonna show it later. I know we're near the caliber of this horse, but I just watched again Secretariat's Preakness and went from last to first.
Oh, the first turn?
Right out of the bat in about 1/8 of a mile.
The first turn.
Yeah.
Yeah, the first turn, the move by Secretariat in the first turn. If anybody at home has never seen...
We're going to show it to you later.
Okay, we'll show it later. It's probably one of the most incredible... It might be the most incredible big race move ever. Well, he was...
You had to be thinking, uh-oh, too soon. Not at all. So Easy to Bless, even money here. I guess we could call that a Secretariat-like move. And then that extra heat win. Let's go downstairs to Richard Migliore, get his thoughts.
Yeah, guys. I mean, I think Easy to Bless is just the best horse. I mean, she loves off-going. She gets off-going. You know, she has an inside post, so she might have to figure out a trip, especially with the 7 filly. Excuse me, I'm looking her up here. She's a little edgy. I was going to say it's a little edgy. She's a little edgy. Probably you'll outfoot her early, but she looks fantastic from a physical perspective. You get Jackie Davis, who right now is the second leading rider up at Finger Lakes and riding 2 or 3 days a week down here at Belmont Park, too. I mean, you know, talk about wanting it and a work ethic, and that apple doesn't fall far from the tree. She comes from that hard-riding Davis clan, and her dad, Robbie, tremendous rider here on this circuit. I think he and his wife, Marguerite, certainly instilled that work ethic in their children. So, you know, Jackie Davis, again, riding well, gets along with this filly. She was second last time to a gelding, an older horse. It's all relevant. She faced the boys and ran extremely well that day. She looks very formidable here. She's a little edgy from the outside, speed from the outside. She might project to get a good trip, and who knows if she can clear and throw some mud at her main rival. Maybe that changes things. But I just think the filly on the rail, Easy to Bless, is just a little too good.
And thank you, Mig. The public agrees here. She is 4-5. Here again, the one that faced her in that extra heat was 9 3/4 lengths behind her, but has come out of that race, run a much bigger number, and got a win for allowance optional 62 at Belmont going 7/8.
Yeah, that was a very strange race where the betting public seemed to understand the race a lot better than the past performances, where not only did she go off at a short per price than I think you would have expected, the second choice especially did. And it was actually the shortest exacta of any exact on the board. And there were 2 horses that were much bigger prices in the morning line. She was able to control. The pace was very moderate. There was a speed in the race that wasn't as forward as I think a lot of us thought she would be. And I think that's a race where I'm going to be very surprised if she repeats that performance.
Again, as you just saw on the screen there, you can play this Pick 5 with Naira Bets. Get signed up, started, download the app. Go to nairabets.com. 188,000 and growing in this Pick 5 pool, where at least a few tickets going to be singling that horse that just left our screen. Here's a look at customer experience. So Rob Falcone, Luis Saez, and a 7-time winner from 22 starts, but 0 for 5 here at Belmont.
Yeah, she got good. You know, you look at that period of time when she peaked to those 2 big buyer figures in 83 and 93, and then she sort of took a step back. Since she's been claimed, she's run not badly, but she did lose 1 race at 3-5, and that race that she lost at 3-5, 2 back on March 26th, she had the race won. She blew by Honey Money. Closed, went around her, she opened up, and she just stopped. I don't like what I saw from her in her last race. She just didn't do any running in that race. Now, she was compromised by the pace, but I don't see we're going to see much pace in this race either.
You had talked about the 4 Greatest Love being a little interesting in here. 8-1 right now. What'd you see with the 4?
I just thought, Gustavo Rodriguez has done very well off the claim. This is a horse that was wide last time on a day that the rail was very strong, so she could be sneaky. The problem is sneaky's not getting it here. Maybe if you don't like the 7, you bet a 1-4 and you take a shot, perhaps. I could see that happening, but I just think she's in too tough a spot. But if I had to bet here looking for a little bit of a price, I'd bet a 1-4 exacta.
So loading up. Pick 5 begins here on this Thursday card. 4-5 favorite. Easy to Bless. Rematch of the top 2 finishers from that extra heat back in late March at Aqueduct. It was a long way back to the second place finisher. She's a little edgy, the 7 outside here today. Let's go upstairs. John Embrial, the call.
And they're off. From the outside, she's a little edgy, and from the rail, it's Easy to Bless. Those 2 heads apart for the early lead. Customer Experience sitting just off of them in 3rd. Greatest Love's on the outside in 4th. Handle the Truth, the long shot. The trailer in 5th. Easy to Bless now goes on with it and has taken the lead from She's a Little Edgy. Easy to Bless in front here by a full length. She's a Little Edgy in 2nd by 2. Then Customer Experience and Greatest Love heads apart 3rd and 4th. Handle the Truth at the back. Opening quarter mile over the sloppy and sealed track in 22 and 3/5 seconds. Easy to Bless, the odds-on favorite, in front by a half length. She's a Little Edgy on the outside in 2nd. Then it's 2 lengths to Customer Experience at the rail. Alongside is Greatest Love. Now 5 lengths back to Handle the Truth. It's still Easy to Bless, and She's a Little Edgy. They are 1-2 coming for the quarter pole. The half was running 45 and 4. Easy to Bless, She's a Little Edgy. They head for home together with Customer Experience and the white blinkers in 3rd as they come down for the 8th pole. She's a Little Edgy. Easy to Bless continues to battle on. Easy to Bless. She's a Little Edgy. Easy to Bless gets clear by a half length. She's a Little Edgy on the outside. They come for the finish. Easy to Bless is the winner. She's a Little Edgy was 2nd. Customer Experience and Greatest Love.
Easy to Bless. She looked beat early on in this stretch, and she just digs in, didn't run the straightest path, but gets the win.
I was sure she was beat. I mean, it looked like a 7 had her measured completely. In fact, you were looking and thinking, is she even going to hold 2nd? And she just was too good. She just not let the 7, keep that lead, and she came back on and ran well. And happy to see her win. Always happy to see Jackie Davis get the winner's circle as well.
Well, when she got pressured early, immediately it didn't look good. And then it looked a lot worse right about here. It looked like she was done.
I agree. I thought she was beat. I really did. But she came back on. 7 ran well. No knock. The 7 ran very well in here. Maybe Easy to Bless didn't run her A race, but she still won the race.
1-7-3 finish. Now 9 wins from 20 career starts for this 4-year-old filly by Flat Out. Amsterdam 2 stables, James Ferraro and Jackie Davis, who's been aboard for each of the last 2 victories on this 4-year-old filly. Aboard again this afternoon. And starts off this pick 5 at 4-5.
She's in raging form for Jimmy. She really is. I mean, she's been terrific. And a nice win here.
We're going to take a timeout. We will head back to Churchill Downs when we return. $30,000 maiden claiming race that will begin the pick 4. And that right now is the one to beat. Oilers, son of Uncle Mo, odds-on favorite for the Mike Maker barn with guess who aboard? Tyler Gaffleone.
This proven son of Giants Causeway has sired 7 millionaires. With over 10% stakes performers, his recent top runners include Tarabi, placed in the Grade 1 Spinaway and Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies, Grade 2 winner Plum Ali, multi-millionaire Shivaji, plus these standout performers. Now his biggest book in the past decade will be 3-year-olds in 2022. A proven value sire, First Samurai, standing at Claiborne Farm.
How does horse racing support New York's economy? It's responsible for 19,000 jobs and more than $3 billion in annual statewide economic impact. These good-paying jobs support working families across the state and sustain thousands of small businesses both on and off the track. Horse racing in New York means jobs and opportunities now and in the future. We are New York horse racing.
They say breed the best of the best and hope for the best.
Macoma broke well on the outside. And
but you don't expect to get speed like this.
Is Macoma the one to catch? Macoma has a 5
Stay fabulous. Resorts World.
Back on America's Day at the races on FS2, regional networks out in Southern California. Program brought to you where you could play it all. Go to Naira Bets, get signed up, started, download that Naira Bets app. Bet the Preakness Saturday, Belmont Stakes, where we'll see Rich Strike, the Derby winner, back in action. Easy to Bless takes the 5th to start the pick 5 here today. Jackie Davis on board this filly in the form of her life. Let's head downstairs to Mig.
Yeah, and I'm here with a very happy Jackie Davis, Greg. And Jackie, I think you contributed a really good ride. You were down on the inside. You had to hold your position. But when you were hooked up in that stretch duel, you drifted out just enough to keep your filly engaged without going over the line. Talk to me a little bit about your tactics.
The 7 horse was obviously the other horse that had speed, but I broke so good that I just took advantage of it, and she's the kind of mare that you can't fight. So I just I give and took with her the whole way, and I tried to get the jump on him, and then he came and caught me, but like you said, I drifted out a bit just to engage her more, and then her heart came through, and then she pulled it off.
Well, that's what race riding's about. It's not about fouling somebody. It's not about going over the line. It's about doing what you need to do to keep your horse engaged, and you rode that balancing act perfect.
Oh, yeah. Well, I got lucky. I got to ride with you. And when I started, you and Ramon and Rosie Napravnik and a bunch of really good riders, and then I went to Suffolk. And Suffolk, they really taught me how to play the line, which I like to be safe, so I don't try to cross the line, but whatever it takes to win, right?
Well, right now you're keeping an incredible schedule, and you're second in the standings now at Finger Lakes, and you're riding almost every day a week. Give us a little insight into what your week is like.
Oh, well, this morning I flew in. I got here just before 8 o'clock, and I got really excited when I saw it was twilight racing, so I could get a nap in. And I'll ride this weekend. I ride 1 tomorrow, 4 Saturday, and then Sunday I ride, and I will be back to work Monday. I'll probably try to take Monday off, and then I start the week again, and it looks like I'll be back here next weekend.
How do you have all that energy?
I don't know. It's just, I guess, you know what? It's the adrenaline of riding. I've been riding 13 years, and I feel like it's my first year riding still, so my happy place is on a horse.
Congratulations. Great job.
Thank you. Thank you.
Guys, you can see, obviously, her happy place is on a horse, and particularly on a horse in the winner's circle.
You find that energy when you love what you're doing like Jackie Davis does, and we've been saying her name a lot. Really, especially at that Aqueduct meet, she's been riding tremendous, and the improvement's been showing.
And she's been winning races at Belmont as well, not just riding here in the winter. She's an excellent rider. She's a smart rider. She's not, is not the best rider in the room, but she's a good rider, and if Jackie's on the right horse, she can win the race for you. And the other thing is, she's not going to take any money at the windows. And we've done well betting some of Jackie's horses because she'll have horses where they had a higher profile rider, they'd be a lot shorter prices. And I think people just don't respect that she's as good as she is, and she's a very good rider.
Coming through the tunnel at Churchill Downs, race 2, pick 4 begins in this race. $30,000 maiden claiming sprint at 6 furlongs. And here's Go Virtual. His first race was very good. 5 wide around the turn. She was with Wesley Ward. He was then, been claimed since.
Yeah, claimed by a trainer that's actually having some pretty good success. I'm a little bit dubious. I thought the race kind of fell apart a little bit, but ran okay first time.
Ox Doc, first-time starter by Oxbow.
Taking a little bit of money. The trainer, first-time stars in dirt sprints, 1 for 17 over the last 5 years.
Dan was unraced, did produce 3 multiple winners. Keen Air cuts back in distance.
I love a turn back, but this horse is slow.
Dallas Stewart trains. Lowest level this one has run at yet. Euler, the 3-5 favorite, no doubt, partly because Tyler Gaffleone's aboard, but also dropping to the lowest level yet.
Right, also because he has one race after another that's just significantly faster than everybody else in this race.
21-1, first timer outside.
I've never heard of this trainer. Riders 8%, not taking any money, and no pedigree.
I'll say Grand Dam was a minor stakes winner at Bay Meadows who won 6 races, but I don't know if that swayed me.
No, I'm not swayed on this horse. This is not getting bet. I'm not betting against Euler. I know the horse is 3-5 here, but I don't see why I'm supposed to bet against this horse. This horse just seems to have found the right field, and Ironclad likely to win the early double. Both horses short prices.
Are we going to bring in Gary Stevens live to help us with this next segment? This is the son of Oxbow right here.
Oh. Figure out where you're going with that.
Oxbow, of course, had a big moment in a race we're going to see on Saturday in the Preakness. Gary put this horse on the front end for D. Wayne Lucas and never looked back.
Well, it was interesting. He ran second the Belmont Stakes in his next start. The Belmont, the Derby that Orb won was a total meltdown, and Orb took advantage of it. Oxbow was the only horse that was involved in the pace in the Derby that came back to run in the Preakness. Lo and behold, the horse that was involved in the Wicked pace came back and paid $30. I had him. And then Palace Mouse, who set the pace, he won the Belmont. I didn't have him, but Eric Donovan did.
Is early voting going to pull an Oxbow on Saturday?
Oh, well, we'll see. I mean, do you wonder a little bit if that 3-horse, that ridiculous no-hoper that they put in there, I almost can't even remember his name.
Fenwick?
Fenwick. I bet they're going to try to send that horse. Early voting's faster, but I feel with early voting, he may have to stalk. We'll see if he does. Early voting's faster than his horse. If he wants to lead, he can have it. I think he's going to run very well, but he's going to have to improve to beat Epicenter or hope Epicenter doesn't run his race.
Yeah, deserving favorite, no question, but coming back off 2 weeks rest, going 1.25 miles.
Yeah. Horses that run well in the Derby frequently come back and run even better in the Preakness. I mean, I think a lot of trainers miss out on that opportunity. I think it's really unfortunate the Derby winner's not running there. I feel like if you win, and I know the Connect said we're always planning to skip the Preakness after the Derby. They didn't expect to win the Derby. They can say whatever they want. The horse was a 1%er to win the race.
I will say that I'm with you.
I think
and we want to see it for horse
unwritten,
racing too.
Right. If you make a pact, if I win the Derby, if the horse is sound, you got to run the Preakness. It's not right.
You almost owe it to the sport a little
You do. I think you do. I really do.
I get that.
And if he's going to run the Belmont, then he's fine. You know.
They felt he'd done it before, come back on short rest, and it just wasn't the same horse. So that's why they had sort of taken that MO with Skip. That's a big race to skip. Wow.
Not great for the game.
Keen Air we're looking at. This is the cutback. It is the lowest level this horse has run at yet. But didn't do a lot of running. Granted, against a lot better the first couple of starts of his career.
Yeah, I love a turn back, and it is a new gelding for this race. But I don't know. Is there even going to be enough pace? But I guess the pace is insane in here, right? Because you've got 2 first-time stars, and you've got 3 horses with absolutely no speed. But isn't that going to be Tyler's wheelhouse, right? He's going to send Euler. Watch.
So we're looking again here at Go Virtual. It sounded like you didn't love his race.
No, I don't like the race. It was a terrible.
I mean, it was a 34-1 shot. It was who
terrible.
Wound up winning that race. He was 0 for 15 coming in.
Right.
I mean, he didn't have the easiest of trips in that race.
Well, he was very, very hard held by Joel early in there, just like taken back strongly. And he was 2 to 3 wide before Joel angled out into the stretch. I just think the horse comes out of a terrible race. And the trainer's doing very well, but Wesley Ward probably cranked up to win first time. I mean, he's obviously not impossible, but it's not my kind of horse. I mean, right now the 3 is the one taking the money, right? Maybe it's just a lot of people who are fans of ABBA. Dancing Queen is the dam.
Ah.
It's the Ned Evans second family, if you look at it. All those good horses, of course, Ned Evans, Quality Road, but so many great runners. But
Gabriel Saez will be aboard Oxdock, 3-1. But it's Euler odds on, and faced Mini Conju last time out. Mini Conju came back and won with an 81 buyer in a 50,000 starter allowance next out.
Improved 5 buyer points. Second horse, not much horse though, but still. Listen, this is not, you look at this horse and you go, this horse is 3 to 5? But then you start looking at the others and you think, okay, I get it. I'm not trying to beat this horse. And I think the absence of speed in this race is perfectly this horse's wheelhouse with Tyler. Unless the 3 is fast, and sometimes firsters are, especially ones that take a little money, but horses don't bet that much, the 5's going to be in front. So you've got the best horse possibly with a pace advantage. Good luck to being that. And
Even money favorite needed every inch of that 5 furlongs in the opener on the grass to get the win. We'll see what happens here with Euler. First dirt race of the evening under the Twin Spires, and there's a big favorite moving in those Paradise Farm Silks for Mike Maker. Tyler Gaffleone on the 5. Euler, the odds-on favorite. Let's go to Travis Stone.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Euler breaks out on top. Keen Air is there, and Oxstock is hustled hard, and here comes Oxstock on through to the front. So Oxstock, the early leader. Euler broke on top and is back into second. 2.5 back to go virtual, advancing inside into third. Keen Air shuffled back into fourth. The trailer is Silvestre. Down the backstretch run, Oxstock the leader. Euler prompting from the outside in second. They head for the far turn together. They whip to that opening quarter in 22 seconds flat. On the far turn, Oxstock, Euler getting closer now. Euler's just a half a length behind with 3 furlongs to go. Now it's 4 back to go virtual, who's coming under a ride while third. Keen Air is fourth, and Silvestre's at the back in fifth. Moving for the top of the stretch. Euler's looking for the lead. Oxstock trying to hold it, and these two turn for home together. Oxstock hugging the rail off the turn, but Euler puts the Black Binkers in front. And Keen Air's third and trying to close in now. 1 furlong to go. Euler now the leader. Oxstock back into second. Keen Air's on the wrong lead, but closing nonetheless. Euler's in deep water. Here comes Keen Air. Keen Air on the outside of Euler to the front. Keen Air runs down Euler. Oxstock third, go virtual fourth.
Keen Air turns back in distance, dropping to the lowest level he'd ever been at. Wins for Dallas Stewart with Brian Hernandez Jr.
Can't believe I didn't bet a turn back and a new gelding to boot. And I don't think they were moving that fast. 22 isn't that fast for 6 furlongs at Churchill. It's a disgraceful loss for Euler, isn't it?
Bad loss.
I mean, that is despicable loss for this horse. He's just supposed to beat these horses, but you just never know when Dallas Stewart's going to come along. Big horse, the 4, right?
Yeah, son of Keen Ice, producing more upsets.
Yeah.
5th time out, 4 prior starts had not hit the board. What's that?
Should do a lot for his breeding value winning this race.
And as expected, out of the gate, Euler was quick, as we thought.
First had some speed. This is some loss for Euler. I don't know what field he's going to get in that's going to handle the race more.
He did handle everybody else pretty easily.
You're a much kinder man than I am.
I still see a win with his name on it at some point.
With your money on it?
I didn't say that. My money wasn't here either. Keen Air, the upset win to start off the pick 4. That's going to do it for Andy Serling.
I'll see you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow late,
We're
right?
on tomorrow, you and I together, yeah.
All right, look forward to it. Anthony Stabile going to be with me the rest of the evening. We're up until 8:30, the entire card coming up from Churchill Downs. We're going to take a timeout. We'll be back. Late pick 4 at Belmont is next. Race that was meant for the grass. Now it's on the main track, and this was an MTO main track only runner, so got to pay attention to Dots Dollar, who is the 2-1 co-favorite right now for trainer Tom Morley. We'll have the post parade when we come back.
Following C, pouring it on here in the stretch. Impressive to win the Grade 2 Vosburg. Following C,
Smile Happy has kicked it into high gear, and Smile Happy with a powerful performance wins by 2.5.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Back at America's Day at the Races on FS2, Valley Sports Southern California. Good to have you with us. The late pick 4 next here at Belmont. We'll get to the post parade in just a moment. I'm joined on set by Anthony Stabile. Good to see you.
How are you, pal?
I'm doing well.
Ready for some late evening action from Churchill Downs in beautiful Belmont Park?
I love evening racing. We don't get to do it a lot,
So
but it's
do
a
I.
nice treat to kind of mix things up.
I love I love night racing. Night racing is fun for me because I grew up at the Meadowlands a lot with my dad as a kid, and mom. So I love the night racing.
Used to do Friday nights out at Hollywood Park all the time.
Sure.
Loved it. 6 race at Belmont. It was meant for the grass. We're off the turf, obviously, all day today. So now main track, 50,000 starter allowance. And this is Juggler, trained by Juan Vasquez.
Sure, he didn't mind this race coming off the turf. He ran in a Bayshore and an open race last couple of times out. Ran okay 2 starts back. Gets his LASIX back today.
Boom, boom, kaboom. Started his career 0 for 23. He's won 2 in a row.
Yes, against much cheaper $25,000 maidens, $30,000 2 life on the turf. Gets back to the main track today. 0 for 6 on wet tracks in his career.
Lindros coming off a maiden claiming win. That was on the turf at Laurel.
Yeah, Lindros. The Rangers took a tough beat last night, up 2.5 minutes to go. Rangers take a tough beat. This horse going to need to turn around his dirt form if he's not going to take a tough beat today as well.
Missed a wide open look, too.
Yeah, it was tough last night.
On the hill, main track only. Maiden win last start at Aqueduct against New York Breds.
This horse has turned it around, Greg, since getting LASIX off the November to February layoff for Jimmy Bond. Heeman Harkey did a good job getting this horse down the center last time. I think this horse will like a wet track and get a piece here at a price.
This is the horse we saw going to break. Dots Dollar. Javier Castellano will ride. Gates Hawaii win for 40 maiden claiming last start.
Speed of the Speed by Speightster, who's a Speightstown sire. I would imagine this horse is going to like a wet track. He has some gas early. He was first off the claim for Tom last time. I think this horse has a big chance to repeat today.
Cousin Andrew's been off since November of last year, but he has races that absolutely dust this field.
Layoff bugs me, and I'll say this. Not that his dirt races can't win this, Greg. I think he's a little bit better of a turf horse. But when races like this come off and you have that versatility to run on the main track, I think it's a good jumping off point for Linda Rice and his connections today. Jose Lezcano rides.
Even if he is better on the turf, his numbers on dirt blow this field.
Absolutely.
But we'll see. Layoff is a question. June 9th through the 11th, third leg of the Triple Crown, part of that Belmont Stakes week action. You can get your tickets now at BelmontStakes.com. It's going to be capped attendance at 50,000 on Belmont Stakes Day, that day of racing. One of the best days of racing anywhere in the world on Belmont Day.
There's a question about Cousin Andrew off the layoff. There's no question about the Belmont Stakes Racing Festival. That is a surefire winner each and every season.
Hope to see you here. We'll be here.
We will. We'll have you covered for dozens of hours that week between all of our coverage here, talking horses. Naira Betts has you covered. We got you covered for the Preakness this week. Lots of blogs up, some tickets up for the 2 days. Looking forward to the Preakness.
Well, the main track only, Dots Dollar. With more on him, let's go downstairs to Mig.
Yeah, I like Dots Dollar. I like lighter framed horses on tracks like this, and he's a lighter framed son of Speightster, should get over the ground well, has speed. Javier Castellano sticks, Tom Morley training. He's going to be my top selection. I do think he has to handle the horse outside him, the 11, Cousin Andrew, who's a bit of a heavier bodied horse, a horse that maybe won't bounce over the top of the ground as easily. But I really think the race goes to the outside with these two. And I like the theme about having things covered. Anthony, I got you covered.
Thanks, Rich.
Is that going to be a saying today?
Richie has me covered. I know that. Believe me. In more ways than one.
This horse here, so back to Cousin Andrew. 9-5, former Chad Brown Klarovich runner. I mean, he's got some big efforts. The only time he was on and off track, it was a muddy track. It was at Belmont. It was a distant second, but he was second to a horse named Creed, who had big potential at that time.
Yes. He beat Creed, King of Stings in later. King of Sting was one of Apollo Creed's nicknames in the Rocky series. My favorite was the Count of Monte Fisto, but we'll talk about that later. Yeah, I mean, the layoff is a concern. I do believe he's better on the turf, but like you said, he has figs on the dirt that certainly make him a player. And, yes, he has some experience over a wet track here at Belmont, even though it was a muddy track and it was going long. And he was a long way behind Creed, almost 8 lengths that day. I do think sprinting, he's more suited to sprinting. I do believe the sprint will help him. I just question, a lot of the Linda Rice runners lately have needed one off the layoff, much like her maidens, right? Her maidens second time out, far more potent than her debut runners. So, not that they're the same, but you can liken a 6-month layoff, and this is just about that, to to running fresh. And I'm sure he can win. He can absolutely win. But the fact that he's not favored is very interesting to me. I figured, like you, figured you see the big figs on the turf and the dirt and the versatility, that he would be favored. But I guess the public just can't help the big win for Dots Dollar last time.
It's funny because Andy was talking about this, and he brings it up a lot. But a horse he had bet earlier that
Screaming By?
Yeah, was way an overlay. But I think a lot of times people get these wet tracks, they get it wrong.
Andy Serling is the best off-the-turf handicapper that's ever been on this earth.
In your opinion?
In my opinion. I would die on that hill. He makes money, and he's 100% right. A lot of the times, the public mislabel favorites. Listen, until I learned some stuff from him, I used to fall into the trap with a lot of these turf horses, betting these turf horses off of dirt form, these turf horses off of turf form in these off-the-turf races. You can go searching, So the thing you'll hear a lot in these races is go find the dirt horse, right? It's funny, in this day and age, because we run so many turf races, you see a lot of dirt horses trying the turf.
So, the horse who's favored right now is 9-5, Dots Dollar. He just won for 40 maiden claiming. Cousin Andrew, even look back to, and I don't think he's pretty much the same horse. He's run the same numbers. His debut, he finished ahead of a horse named Mr. Phil, who's a stakes-winning sprinter now. That horse would have been favored in a stakes race the other week here in New York. He scratched there to run somewhere else.
He's going to run on. He's going to run in the Maryland Sprint this weekend down to Pimlico. He's going to be one of the favorites. Yeah, he would have probably been one of the choices with his buddy Chateau, and you figured only one of them would run. But yeah, he's kept some decent company. The problem is the layoff. And Linda ran this horse both times on the turf after claiming this horse for $30,000, and he ran really well on the turf. Last time he had a brutal trip. Brutal trip last time. Probably should have won last time. And, maybe they're betting him off the turf form. But like I said, he has some versatility. I think a horse like Juggler is interesting in here. Now, he's not interesting to me, as interesting at that price. I thought his dirt races were pretty good. When he had at the Lasix, he got beat by Mr. Larry. I think Mr. Larry freaked. And then he got his maiden out. He broke his maiden. He ran well enough in the optional claimer starter.
And Juggler's the one who we're looking at right now. People looking too much at, he's coming out of a grade 3. He was 6 in an 8-horse field. Before that, he started his career 0 for 7, won against State Bred Maiden Special. Finally, he won. 3rd against a 5-horse field, and then 6 of 8 in the Bayshore.
To my dirt horse in a turf race, off the turf race point, if I were to show you these PPs naked, wouldn't you be surprised this horse, based on his one turf race where he beat 3 horses home and got beat 8 lengths, wouldn't be a main track only?
Why would I be naked?
Not you naked, Greg. The PPs would be naked. If I just showed you these PPs.
You fell for it.
I did fall for it. Without, who's a main track only, you would think this horse would be entered main track only based on his one turf race. It's one of the worst races on his card.
No, I totally agree with you.
So, he's going to take money. The horse that I thought was a little interesting in here was the 7 on the hill. On the hill, ran first time out against Special Weight Company in November. He didn't run well as a 2-year-old. But he ran against G. Munnings, Bold Journey, Safflo's Mission came back to break his maiden the other day. So he ran against a decent field. And then Jimmy Bond dropped him in for a tag. He was the favorite off of the layoff. He got beat 5 3/4 lengths. Then he took advantage of a hot pace and stormed home. Maybe if Dots Dollar last time was the time at 12-1 and kind of comes back to the field, I think this is a horse on the hill who is interesting at 12-1. I picked him. I picked the race 10-7. I thought maybe he can come running at a price.
Back to the 10 for a moment. He's the solid 8-5 favorite now. It's just thinking he's
loose.
He's going to be gone on the front end, right?
He should be.
Yeah.
If I was Javier Castellano, I'd have him 2 or 3 in front.
There he is.
I wouldn't take any prisoners on the front end.
Tom Morley, Javier Castellano. He's on the board anyway. He's the one to beat. Here's Cousin Andrew, the 11. His comeback is a 5-year-old off the bench. Pick 4, Tom. Let's go upstairs to John Imbrial.
And they're off. Juggler from the rail. And from the outside, it's Dots Dollar. Dots Dollar now takes the lead. Juggler and On the Hill, they're right together, second and third. Then it's Cousin Andrew who's racing in fourth. And at the back of the pack are Lindros and Boom, Boom, Kaboom. Dots Dollar leads here by a length and a half. On the Hill runs in second. Cousin Andrew on the outside. Juggler is down at the rail. Boom, Boom, Kaboom is fifth, 3.5 lengths from the lead. And Lindros is the trailer. And the quarter was run in 22 and 4/5 seconds over the sloppy and sealed oval. And it is Dots Dollar who continues to lead here. On the Hill, second by a head. Cousin Andrew on the far outside in third. Juggler in behind the front runners in fourth. Then Boom, Boom, Kaboom, and Lindros. Half mile in 46 and 2. They still have Dots Dollar to catch. Dots Dollar gets clear now. Dots Dollar spurting away here to lead by almost 4. On the Hill in second. A 16th to the finish. And it is Dots Dollar with the lead. On the Hill giving chase. Dots Dollar. A front-running score under Javier Castellano. On the Hill was second, then Juggler and Cousin Andrew.
Dots Dollar got loose as expected and kept on going in here. First time on a wet track and now back-to-back wins. First time in against winners.
Another sharp claim for our friend Tom Worley, who's now a perfect 2 for 2 with this son of Spikester. You figured he'd like the wet track today with his pedigree. Greg Weiss, Spikester out of a distorted human mare. He did. I think Heeman Harkey deserves credit on the 7 On the Hill, who, a horse that came from well back in his last 2 starts, was right on top of the pace for most of the way, and he just got outrun to the wire by a horse who obviously was ready to roll again for the Morley barn. A geared down, if you will, length and 3/4 on the line.
You were on Talking Horses earlier this morning. What was the order you gave out in this race?
We gave out 10-7, 111.
What did it come back?
10-7, 111.
Wow. Superfecta given out by
Thank
the Big
you,
A.
sir.
Well done. 3-2 on Dots Dollar, 13-1 underneath, by the way. 4-1 on Juggler, and Cousin Andrew at 9-5 winds up fourth. Dots Dollar, yeah, nice claim indeed for Tom Morley. Back-to-back win since claiming this 3-year-old son of Spitzer for Flying Peace Stable. And that's how you like to be as a rider. Statuesque down the stretch, not having to do a lot. And Javier Castellano get to the front, kept on going.
I was just about to say that he was geared down a lot earlier than I thought he was. When we get that ISO, yeah, he was really geared down late. Good job by the team.
We're going to take a timeout. We'll talk Preakness when we return. The one to beat coming back out of that race, even with the new shooters. Steve Asmussen's Epicenter, winningest trainer in North American history, trying to get a Preakness win with his star 3-year-old. We'll preview it when we come back.
Audible let loose on the outside to take the lead. Audible by 3. Audible, no doubt about it. Audible on the inside, no confrontation at all. It's Audible to win the Holy Bull with style.
Audible on the outside races to the lead. Audible wins by 2.5.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets.
Irish Hill and Duchess View Stallions, proudly standing the ultra-fast, multiple stakes winning son of Uncle Mo, King for a Day, the only horse to defeat 2019 3-year-old champion Maximum Security.
Well, King for a Day was basically a clone of Uncle Mo. I mean, good speed, the ability to carry it over distance of ground, real professional horse and a really cool horse to train.
Sire maker extraordinaire Uncle Mo, represented in New York by King for a Day. Visit ihdvstallions.com to book your mare today.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back on America's Day of the Races. Pick 4 underway in New York with Dot Stoller, main track only runner for Tom Morley. Javier Castellano able to get out to the front as expected in here and go gate to wire for the second race in a row on this 3-year-old.
Yeah, 2 in a row now off the claim, 1 for the 40 on the maiden win, and now protected in the starter. We'll see what's next for Dot's Dollar.
Set up nicely for her, and she responded to her first try on an off track as well. This was her first try against winners.
It's one of these names, right, where you think it's a filly, but it's actually a colt or a gelding, because you hear Dot. I don't like those. As a little bit of a racetrack, have dabbled in racetrack announcing, it gets you a little confused.
Yep, we get nailed by that.
Confusing, not amusing, my friend.
Trying to think of the one. There's one racing that gets all of us constantly.
Karen's Cove is a colt.
We're out at Churchill, third race, 6 furlongs, an allowance optional claiming race. Pinky Toe we got to see at Oakland a couple of times during the meet. She is fast, and she held off a filly named Hypersport last time out, who had been second in the Purple Martin behind Pretty Birdie. Of course, we saw win on opening day at Saratoga last summer. Very good horse. She has ability. She's fast. She's probably going to be in front here. We start with the 2. Let's be clear for Brad Cox.
Cuts back from a couple of tries on the poly over at Turfway Park, including the Bourbonette Oaks. Sprinting may be her game. She's 1 for 1 with Lasix.
Here she is, Pinky Toe. She's 2 for 2.
Perfect 2 for 2. Plenty of speed. We'll see what Brian Hernandez Jr. does from the 2-hole in here. She's just 8-5 favorite currently.
3-year-old debut for Muted, who blew a field out last start. In her only defeat, she was beat by a stakes winner named Lightning Larry.
Yeah, and that stakes winner was a colt. Her 2 races with Philly, she won by 7 1/4 and 8 1/2.
Here's Chi-Town Lady, Wesley Ward runner coming out of the Grade 3 Beaumont, struggled in that race.
In fact, since she broke her maiden back at Keeneland last spring, it's been a steady diet of stakes races. She gets Lasix for her return.
And then Parlance outside, 2 starts back. She was on dirt. She won, and some of the numbers I look, she got the best number of anybody in this field in that race.
The other Asmussen, if you will, she's run her best races second start of her form cycle so far in her career. She has a win at Churchill Downs from 2 tries, and we'll see if her return to the main track. She was on the Tapeta up at Woodbine last out. Kind of a quick turnaround too, Greg, just 19 days later.
There's Pinky Toe, though. She's the 8-5 favorite. She is quick. She's in a pretty sharp barn, too, for Steve Asmussen. Can she remain perfect? Paul LaDuca.
Yeah, you know what, Greg? I think she's going to be really, really tough to beat in here. Now, the Oakland numbers have not translated completely over here to Churchill Downs. Maybe can add a little bit. And I was told from many trainers that have been training at Churchill Downs, especially from Steve and John Ortiz, that it seems like they need to give their horses a little bit of time coming off that Oakland track. So maybe Pinky Toe is a tiny bit vulnerable, have been running since May. I thought Muted was a very, very good chance in here for Rusty Arnold, who won the first race. First time in his barn, a filly by Into Mischief. I like Chi-Town Lady a little bit. If you read between the lines of Chi-Town Lady, this filly for Wesley Ward, she won first time out on the dirt, 20 cents on the dollar. We get it. 51 and changed. Under 52 flats pretty much smoking at Keeneland. Now they went on to the turf. If you look at the one race, the Myrtlewood, this horse got dead left and ran a pretty darn good race after being pinched after the start. I know the Beaumont was not good, but if you looked at Wesley's horses in the beginning of the meet that did not run that well, I think this horse has got a big shot. And I'm along here with Greg. Parlance on the outside is a ridiculous price. Of all the Asmussen runners, Greg's right. This horse has got 2 races where this horse has run superior numbers to the other horses. If Parlance clears this field, she might be very, very tough to catch, guys.
Paulie, thanks. Yes, we're talking about the 6 right now. Parlance, another Asmussen filly. 6-1 is just a big number. She's being forgotten in this race.
She is a bit. I think Paul said a lot of good things, and ultimately feel the same way about the 5, Chi-Town Lady. He didn't mention the price. She's the second longest shot on the board, and I'll tell you what, there almost has to be some hitting in here. Pinky Toe's fast, Muted's fast, and coming off the layoff. Usually when horses return from a layoff, they're a little fresher, especially the younger horses and especially the younger fillies. So as a 3-year-old filly, you'd imagine she's going to come back fresh. She gets Lasix for the first time. She gets Tyler Gaffalione, though she was ridden by one of the most aggressive riders in South Florida and the country in MSCL Jaramillo last time. And we'll see what Parlance does from the outside. I wonder if Steve Asmussen is going to send both of his runners in here. I would imagine that's not the case. And I would imagine if one of them tries to sit off, it'll be Parlance. I think the race kind of lines up 3-4 in some order. Pinky Toe and Muted, and then Chi-Town Lady to 5 and the 6 Parlance are right behind them. And don't forget, let's be clear, who could work out the trip from the rails. She's taking some money also.
So here's Pinky Toe. This was her second start, and she took some heat in this race. She didn't do it all by herself, running free. And this is, again, Hypersport. She's holding off, whose stakes place. She'd been second in the Purple Martin, a Pretty Birdie, right before this. She'll drop pretty easily.
She did. She held her off pretty easily. I thought she was getting a little tired late in the game, just a little bit. And, you know, she figures to face some pace pressure in here. You know, I don't even know if you can argue that Muted might be a speck faster, just a speck faster. And if we go to intent and we go to rider comparison, Tyler Gaffalione is far more aggressive than Brian Hernandez Jr. So I wonder if Gaffalione takes advantage of that perception of Brian being a little bit more patient rider. And again, I'm not so sure, Greg, that Muted isn't flat out faster than Pinky Toe. On paper, the three of them, Muted, Pinky Toe, and Parlance, are kind of in the same class as far as speed goes. But this is a filly who, you know, she'll duke it out with you early on, and then she leaves you in the dust. She did this in both of her races against fillies, and this was her last race back in November. I mean, she put that filly inside of her away, and she went about her business. And she hits the 8th pole, and she's widening on both of those fillies behind her. It's a long way back there. So I'd be curious. And you saw Lara's lady who lost the place photo that day. She held on pretty nicely. She just put her away. She's fast. She's fast. We'll see what Tyler does out of the gate. I wouldn't be surprised. Now she goes down to 7-5 favoritism.
We got to say goodbye to those watching on Bally Sports Southern California. We're going to be leaving you at the top of the hour. I hope to get this race in for you before then. You can continue watching over on FS2. You can also watch on Naira Bets in our YouTube page at New York Racing Association. But thanks for spending part of your Thursday afternoon with us. Again, on FS2, our coverage continues throughout the card up until 8:30. Set to go here for the third from Churchill Downs. Muted, the 4, the 3 Pinky Toe. They're going to be going at it early on, you would think. Let's go to Travis Stone for the call.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Parlance, good beginning from the far outside, and Pinky Toe is also there as they head up the chute, Muted between them. Let's Be Clear comes away in 4th, and Chi-Town Ladies at the back in 5th. Down the backstretch run, Pinky Toe comes on through to take the lead. It's Pinky Toe in front. Muted is prompting from 2nd. Right there, though. Parlance is reserved back while 3rd. Let's Be Clear advancing inside 4th, and now it's farther back to Chi-Town Lady, who's been out-sprinted so far. They fire off an opening quarter in 21 and 2/5 seconds. They're on the far turn. And it's Pinky Toe, the leader, with 3 furlongs to go. Muted is right there. Muted is cranking up the pressure, and these two knocking heads to the quarter pole. Parlance pops outside from third. Let's Be Clear fourth, and Chi-Town Ladies catching up too. Off the turn into the stretch. Muted comes away with a narrow lead. Parlance to the attack. Here comes Parlance coming after Muted. Parlance in front, but Muted's gonna fight on. Muted is not done. Parlance short lead. Pinky Toe and everybody else. 16th pole, and now Parlance is pulling away. Parlance clear by 4 down to the wire, and Chi-Town Ladies going to get second. Parlance was first, Chi-Town Ladies second, Muted was third, and Let's Be Clear was fourth.
Stablemate of Pinky Toe taking advantage of the 3 and 4 going at each other.
Yeah, figured to have a little bit of a speed duel here, and Parlance, Julian Leperoux did a good job getting this one to rate off the pace on McLean's music. Pounce on the leaders right around the 8th pole. And I shouldn't even say hold off, Greg. I don't know why Chi-Town Lady was as far back as she was. I know she was going to trail early, but I didn't think she'd be 15 off the lead. She made up a lot of ground to get the place one.
She had issues getting into the game.
Yeah, maybe that was part of it. She got away from there cleanly enough, but she was just, I mean, no pizzazz leaving out of the starting gate, but she made up some ground late in the game.
Parlance, she's now in her last 2 on dirt. Steve Asmus and Julian Leperoux, and Burton Jones, filly by McLean's music, the win. James Bond Barn looking for the first win of this Belmont meet. Going to send out somebody. 7-year-old son of Mine Shaft coming up in race 7 here as we kick off our late pick 3 on this Thursday card. We'll be back.
Harris Farms, proudly standing Smiling Tiger, a triple grade 1 winner, defeating Breeders' Cup champions Dancing in Silks and Amazombie, a leading California sire with over $9.7 million in progeny earnings, with 94 winners in 2021 and graded stakes superstars like Spice Perfection.
Spice Perfection wins the Grade 1 La Brea.
And Tiger Dad. Smiling Tiger, a leading California sire, standing at Harris Farms. It pays to be Cal bred.
We're back on America's Day at the Races, program brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. Race 7 next at Belmont, 6.5 furlongs, $16,000 claiming group. And we have a 4-5 favorite, Al Cools, on the outside. A 5-time winner, been moving to quite a few different barns. Each of the last 2 starts has been claimed. Second last time out at odds on part of an entry. Let's head downstairs. Back with us, Acacia Clement.
And I do think that Al Cools is a major player in here, but we'll talk about a couple of others who could have something to say about the race, starting with a horse that has speed, and that is Casalsa. Until they put the tack on him, he did just stand in the saddling stalls, which may seem like a bit of an odd thing for a horse that does have speed, but this is something that I have witnessed Peter Walter doing with a lot of his horses down at Gulfstream in particular, having them stand for a longer time in the saddling stall, keeping them a little bit more settled. Once they've gotten the tack on him, his horse has really perked up a lot. And now he's been training up here at Belmont since he shipped up. And he's done very well up here. My complaints with Casalsa typically were that I just wish that he'd carried a little bit more condition, that maybe he held a little bit more strength, particularly across his flank. He does come out of a condition claiming race, so he's stepping up to the next level in here today. But I like the way that he's been doing here in New York as he steps up to the next level of competition, and he does have that early speed. The For Somebody comes out of a race where it broke well, and then the horses inside broke out and knocked him out of any position early on. That said, I don't think he was necessarily going forward and that he was going to be part of the pace in any way, but he finished an okay fourth that day. He looks terrific coming in here today, too. He is dappled out from head to toe. He's very, very sharp, very forward here in the paddock. My one thing is that I do wish that we saw a little bit more punch from him. There was one point where he was in very good form, and maybe he's rounding back into that form. I think that's the question, and we'll see if he gets a better break in here today. Physically, I like what I see. Just hope that he can get out of the gate running and not leave himself with too much to do. Greg?
Acacia, thank you. 7 minutes away from this 7th here at Belmont, 4-5 favorite, Anthony. Outside post, Al Cools, Flavien Prat. What do you make of him today?
So, you said something at the end of that. I think we need to start addressing it. Flavien Prat. The Irad Ortiz Jr. money for a while was incessant. I think we're starting to see this now. I'm not telling you this horse shouldn't be the favorite, right? And there were 2 scratches out of here in the number 6, Maddie's Express, who was 8-1, and the 7 Demo Doctor, who was 5-1, who I thought both were major players in this race. Mm-hmm. So, with that said, this horse is 3-1 on the morning line. Let's say those 2 scratches knock him down to 2-1. It's probably more like 5-2. 4-5? You want 4-5 on this horse? I don't want 4-5 on this horse. He can win, but he hasn't won since September. When he won in September, he ran a big race. He had a couple of really nice horses. Okay? And you can argue that his race in July at Belmont, in the slop, over a seal track, those were his 2 best races. So maybe he loves Belmont Park. That could very well be the case. But I know one thing. He was claimed for $25,000. They kind of brought him up the ladder. He has steadily declined. I don't want him at that price.
It is the lowest level he has ever been at in his career. We'll get to him in a moment. Rob Atras, he sends out FF Rocket Kinder Carmouche aboard.
Yeah, we'll see how this horse does cutting back. His 2 sprint races on his card, 3 sprint races, aren't really that good, and maybe Rob's just trying something different with him today.
Casalsa, Acacia was talking about in her paddock reports, won for non-winners of 3 lifetime at Aqueduct.
Yeah, it comes out of a condition claiming race. His 2 races before that in South Florida were absolutely abysmal. And then he came up here and he found a race that he really hadn't come close to except once in his life. We'll see if he can repeat that effort. If he does, he has a little bit of a chance in here.
Rejected again. He has faced some monsters. He's had to go against Happy Medium, Baby Yoda, among others.
Aristocratic, even Scotchatori, American Gentleman, and Glory Road, Happy Farm. These are all horses that are better. I think he's very, very dangerous today.
Here's James Bond, somebody, 7-year-old son of Mine Shaft.
His form's kind of tailed off. He's been a little consistent in the mid-70 buyers, and I don't know if that gets it done in here.
Uno, he is 17-1. He had a big win for non-winners of 3 going a mile 2 back.
Yeah, he was claimed from Todd Fletcher that day. They ran him on the Rays. He's only won condition claimers in his life. He's a little bit of a tough horse to take.
He was supposed to win that race that we talked about. He was 2-5 that day. Here's the 8, Xavion. Trevor McCarthy rides.
Another one who's kind of fallen on harder times. He had a couple of wins. They were back in December and November of 2020 at Aqueduct and Parks, respectively.
And Al Cool's been off since February 18th. 5-year-old who's a 5-time winner.
Yeah, good luck first off the claim here. Source has been in some top barns. Chris Englehart, Linda Rice, he goes to an up-and-coming kid, and Robbie Falcone Jr. I don't like this horse claimed off Linda, dropping and doing a disappearing act for 3 months. He can win. I would not take him as prohibitive favorite, though.
4 minutes to post. In the 7th at Belmont, Al Cools remains your favorite. Don't forget triple play pick 3. Newest wager here in New York, low takeout. Pick 3 in the last 3 races at Belmont every Sunday. You can learn more at NyraBets.com, and you can opt in for that bonus as well.
Hit it last week. Ticket hit last week that we put up on the show and on NyraBets.com. Made some money. So there you go. See if we could do it again this week. We'll have the video up on Saturday.
You've been doing well, not just last week, for a few weeks now.
Since the new gig took over, the content producer over at Nyra Bets, humble brag here, we're up a few $1,000 on the tickets that have been put up. A couple of pick 6s, 4 cross-country pick 5s. So, yeah, hopefully we can keep the ball rolling. Big weekend coming. Hopefully we keep the ball rolling, my man.
This is Olga rejected again. He's 9-1 right now. Linda Rice, Jose Lizcano, 0 for 4 at Belmont. Dropping from 40 down to 16 today.
So I'm glad you brought up the point because I'm a big, horse for course guy. This horse is run against better here at Belmont Park. That race last time, even Glory Road, Happy Farm, Aristocratic, and I know the latter two, Happy Farm and Aristocratic, they were once, Happy Farm's a multiple stakes winner. Aristocratic knocked around the stakes competition out in Southern California. Now, he's just faced so much better in his last 2 starts, Greg, that I like him today. I can't believe. See, so I'm a little afraid of how dead on the board he is. That's a big price. We talked about the 2 scratches in here. Now, he was 6-1 on the morning line, and he has drifted up to 9-1. You would have thought with the scratches, he would be one that would have taken some of the sneaky money. People trying to be cute with Maddie's Marauder, Maddie's Express, rather, and Demo Doctor would have landed somewhere like him. He's the one that's being completely ignored on the top board right now. It scares me a little bit, but my bankroll kind of likes it because if I get the job done, I'm getting, the $4 or $5 on the win end than I thought I would.
Let's head down to Acacia for more. I'm rejected again.
Well, he won me over out on the racetrack, that's for sure. I saw him 2 back in his first race of the year, and he's a big, solid horse. And I really thought at that day that he just wasn't really 100% fit, that he really needed to race into fitness. And he looks like he's there. He's always one that carries his condition, but he had a beautiful warm-up, and Jose Lizcano was keeping him moving. He actually just picked him up into a little bit of a canter now as he would kind of settle down a little bit. But he looks like a horse that's doing well out there on the track. He looks well muscled, his coat looks terrific, as Linda's horses do. And I think it's also important to note that this is a horse that is a stockier type, and Linda's horses tend to carry a little bit more condition. So I like the big warm-up that Jose Lizcano is giving him. At one point he showed some speed, but he is a horse that hasn't seen the winner's circle in a long time. I actually don't love what we're seeing from him now because it kind of feels like he's trying to get him to work through something or keep him moving. I liked what I saw at the start, but hopefully this is not a bad sign that Jose keeps stopping and starting him out there on track from rejected again. But your favorite to the outside, the number 9, Al Cools, is I'll keep my eye on rejected again. He does come in off a bit of refreshing, and I doubt that this was a horse that they claimed in February and said he's a dirt horse, let's, put him on the shelf and run him back for 16 in May. So he has been freshened up since then. Maybe it's something that did him a world of good. He's a very big, tall kind of horse, though, and he does look very fit off the freshening for what it's worth. He was one that was very, very sharp in all the preliminaries, and Flavien Prat gave him a good warm-up, and he's settled a lot more now. I like to see my sprinters be a little bit more on the muscle and be a little bit sharper before the race. So for me, that was a good thing. It is a very short price and a horse that I thought was really just second best and ran fine last time out, nothing special. But I do think that Flavien Prat moving the board, and he seemed to warm this horse up well and get him to settle back into his hands nicely, Greg.
And thank you, Acacia, back to what you were talking about with Pratt. I mean, what an immediate impact he made on coming here to New York.
I think it's also worth noting that Flavien Prat has piloted Al Cools to a couple of wins on his card. One out in Southern California and one here at Belmont Park. So maybe Pratt getting back aboard knows him. Maybe the public's picked up on that he's won on him twice. And
can he be in front by himself?
He should be, unless Luis Saez. I really believe unless Luis Saez is on a dead send. See the rider off the number 5, Uno, Luis Rodriguez Castro.
Uno 22-1 is coming out of the race, so we're going to have a late scratch, which should not change things a whole lot in here. It wasn't expected to be part of the early pace.
No, 22-1. You know, it was funny, Andy and I were talking about this earlier today. Down to a field of 7, now 6 with Uno coming out. He was really the only horse in here that would be, I should say, a true shocker, right? I think you could make some kind of a case for the other 6, which is why, in part, 4 to 5 on Al Cools is a touch surprising to me.
He's got, you see the 5 Uno going back to the barn. We'll see him another day. But Al Cools, he has some races you go back to where they would just overwhelm this group. And you throw in the fact that he's probably the quickest in here. He could have the lead if he wants it. But is he that same horse that those races, I mean, you're going back 5, 6 races to see those that would put this field away.
I can't say it definitively, but, this game is about hype and opinion. My opinion is he is not. And while he can win, it's funny watching our feed here. I just put the exactas up. The 9-2 exacta, 4 to 5, 5 to 2, in what is now a 6-horse field, is paying $8. That seems like a lot, doesn't it? When you look at the board and the third choice is 6 to 1, that seems like it's a lot of money. So I wonder if this horse is backed as heavily in the exotics, the vertical exotics, the tries, the exact. Well, we know in the exactas he's really not as well backed. That exacta for 4 to 5, 5 to 2, paying $8. That's a pretty big number if you like the 2 chalks in here, isn't it? And by the way, that would be considered the 2-speed number on paper. It looks like this race is going to leave the gate. Al Cools, the number 9 in front of the 2, Casalsa. Now they have to run it on the racetrack or on the TV, as you like to say. But 2-speed numbers paying $8 after we just saw a 2-speed number.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think it's an awful lot of win pool money on
Everyone's going to have to come get the 9 and 2. They're going to be the 2 quickest in this race. 3, though, rejected again. We talked about just massive difference in terms of class who he's faced. Lowest level he has ever been at. And he's still priced to come down a little bit. He's 6 to 1. It's continued to come down from 9 to 1. Rejected again. Al Cools, your favorite from the outside. Let's go to John Imbrial.
And they're off. It is Casalsa who goes out for the early lead with Rejected again running in second. Al Cools on the extreme outside, next in third. Then it's the trio of Xavion, Somebody, FF Rocket down at the rail. Casalsa leads here by a half length. Rejected again is in between horses, and the favorite Al Cools is on the outside in third. A little more than a length to FF Rocket, who rides the rails. Next in fourth, the quarter went in 22 and 2. It's Casalsa and Rejected again. And the two of them are heads apart midway around the far turn. They've got 2 lengths now on Al Cools. FF Rocket down at the rail. And then it is Xavion. As the field comes for the top of the stretch, Casalsa and Rejected again. They are heads apart for the lead. The half up in 45 and 2/5 seconds. It is still Casalsa in the white blinkers. Rejected again on the outside. And then comes Al Cools, and down at the rail is FF Rocket with a 16th to the finish. It is Casalsa, and on the outside here's Al Cools. Casalsa, Al Cools, FF Rocket in third. They come on for the finish, and it's going to be tight, very tight. Al Cools or Casalsa.
5 to 2 or 4 to 5, not the way we expected to see Al Cools do it. Further back than he's been in a long time, but he may have got up.
Yeah, he got up. They got the quote-unquote two-speed number home from third and first. And, yeah, I mean, Al Cools, he grinded this one out. This was an absolute grind job. And you had mentioned it, right, Greg? He had some races in the back that would have clobbered this field. You kind of feel like his class just kicked in late here. And he said to himself, I'm not getting beat by Casalsa, a horse that's only one condition claiming races. I got to go get him. And he looks like he did.
A lot of times with his speed, you like to be drawn outside. This is not the typical race we've seen from him dropping back like we saw today.
This was an effort today. This was a little bit of a chore for him to get the job done. Credit Luis Saez with Casalsa and being the aggressor here. I think you kind of want to be forward today, and they just hung the numbers up 9-2-1-3. And this was just, you know, a little bit of a class edge, I think, for Al Cools, who kind of beat him on memory, as we like to say.
Al Cools' 6th win of his career. Did he get taken for $16,000? We'll try and find out for you when we come back. 9-2-1-3, odds-on favorite. Takes the 7th here at Belmont. Prices for you. We'll set the stage for race 8 and more from Churchill Downs when we come back.
He was just put together like a machine, and he had a great mind. Everything about him was what you'd want.
Tis the Law pops the cork in the champagne. Tis the Law is going to win the first leg of the Triple Crown.
I've never seen him get tired.
Respect the law. Tis the Law.
His structure is just perfect. His bone is perfect.
He's left the others behind. He's going to win the Run Happy Travers.
He's everything you would look for in a horse.
Union Rags, proving Lane's End's tried and true stallion making formula. A formula that leads to success for our partners and our stallions. He's a leader in his sire crop by graded stakes winners and grade 1 winners. He's a commercial standout with multiple $1 million sales and a 6-figure yearling average. And with 4 full books bred at 50 and 60,000, he has even more exciting progeny in the pipeline. Union Rags, a stallion that stands above the rest.
Hello, you've reached the offices of West Point Thoroughbreds. Please leave your name and your number, and we'll get back to you as soon as we can.
Okay, starting to move now. He's 4th. He's on the outside now. He's pressing it now. There's the 1, the 7, and the 6. He's on the lead. There's another horse on the inside of him. He's pulling away. He's going to win this race.
Back on America's Day at the Races on a wet track here in New York in Elmont, and Al Cools 4-5, just up in time. Only time he was in front was a fraction before the wire, and that's all you need to cash a ticket.
The nick of time, my friend, in the nick of time if you backed Al Cools this afternoon.
Flavien Prat sitting in 3rd right now and going to begin to make his move. This horse now 2 for 3 on an off track.
2 for 3 on an off track, and if you look at his card, Flavien Prat has now won 3 of the races on his card. Maybe a little bit of a nice marriage between this one and an old hard knocking claiming horse.
And give Casalsa credit. Didn't win this race, but about as good as you could do without getting the W. Nearly pulled off back-to-back wins, but in the end, it's Al Cools. 6th win of this 5-year-old's career, son of gemologist. And for the 3rd straight race, he is going to be going to a different barn.
Yeah, not surprising. Like that exact I held, by the way. Greg paid 7 even. Pretty good number for the 2 favorites when the 3rd choice is 7-1.
Back to Churchill, race 4. This starts their late pick 5. $50,000 maiden claiming race. 1-turn mile coming up. This race seemed completely wide open We'll go through the field now. This is McMansion dropping in for a tag for the first time in start number 3.
Stretches out if a pair of 6 furlong races to a flat 1-turn mile for a barn that's won for the year.
America's Pride, first-time starter. The Dam won her debut. It was on synthetic at Golden Gate.
Yeah, Dam was a Northern California filly. This one's by American Freedom. Solid, if not spectacular, work tab. Ricardo Santana Jr. and Lasix for the debut.
3-1 on Jewel of a Kid who was second in her dirt debut.
Yeah, tried turf and debut back in July. Made the good start off the layoff, cuts back from the mile on the 16, 2 turns to the 1-turn mile.
It was a little late switching leads in the stretch in that race, too. I thought the 3 was interesting. 3-1 as well on Gin and Sin.
This one surprises me. Dropping in, really didn't do much running in her last 2, and now cuts back to the 1-turn mile for a barn that's 0 for the year. She's your 3-1 favorite.
Bumper Girl, first-time starter by California Chrome, the Derby winner, getting money.
Catman Wayne Catalanos, one has a bullet gate work. Back on May 11th at Keeneland, gets Lasix and Florent Giroux. Half her morning line at 5-1.
Yellow Creek Road drops in for a tag for the first time.
First time Lasix off the August layoff. See if she can improve her form.
Tyler Gaffleone on Mama My Sharona for Mike Maker.
I think you missed an M in there. 2 terrible starts in the special weight ranks where she took a ton of money, 4-1, 7-1, drops in for the tag. She's your lukewarm 3rd choice at 7-2.
And lowest level yet for Sweet Beauty, Steve Asmussen. Claimed this one back in March at Oaklawn.
Yeah, taking off Brad Cox. Ran this horse back in 15 days, then 4 weeks. Drops again, stretches out to the 1-turn mile. So it says 2 route races on her card. They are not very good.
All right, so let's look at Jewel of a Kid, the 3, her dirt debut. You mentioned that turf start was her first, came back in July, then April of this year. Dirt debut, and she runs up against a filly named Emerald who just engulfed this field. I mean, this was an amazing performance from Emerald, but I thought Jewel of a Kid ran a decent race, and again, very late switching leads.
Yeah, and by the time we picked up the video, she had kind of made a little bit of a middle move and started to flatten. Short stretch of the mile on the 16th at Keeneland, that's the first finish line. She cuts back in distance. Her running style in her first 2 races, now I'm not going to go too much off that turf debut back in July of last year as a juvenile, but her running style would tend to believe, you would tend to believe that she's going to love the 1-turn mile, and she gets the biscuit. Adam Biscuitza, as the Thursday night twilight crowd is settled in at Churchill Downs.
Yeah, nice crowd always for Downs after dark. Too, back to Jewel of a Kid for a moment. She's the 5-2 favorite now. She hopped out of the gate slightly too, the beginning of that race, so that kind of compromised her from the outset. She ran good for this same 50 maiden claiming level. That was at Keeneland. So now we'll see if she can reproduce it here at Churchill. I wouldn't guess she's facing any that can put in the kind of move that Emerald did in that race.
One of the firsters can run. The 2 America's Pride of the 5 Bumper Girl at the same price at 5-1. I would imagine they wouldn't have to run that fast to beat this field. But if one of the runners wins it, I would imagine it's Jewel of a Kid.
Travis Stone with the call. This starts the late pick 5. Jewel of a Kid, the 3, who we showed you in that runner-up finish. The favorite on the board at 5-2.
The Kid, Gin and Sin, and Sweet Beauty. They're in the gate. And they're off. Gin and Sin breaks alertly, so to America's Pride. My Sharona is there. Yellow Creek Road's not far behind. Sweet Beauty on the far outside. That quarter-mile journey up the chute continues as they head for the main track. My Sharona on the outside is vying for that lead, and down toward the rail is Gin and Sin. Between them is Yellow Creek Road. They're joined on the outside by Sweet Beauty to make it 4 across the track early. America's Pride comes on in behind and is tugging at the bit, tough to control in behind, while 5th. 3 lengths back from there to Bumper Girl, then 6th. McMansion is 7th, and the trailer is Jewel of a Kid. The opening quarter, a contested 22 and 3/5 seconds, heading for the far turn run. Gin and Sin down inside, short lead. Yellow Creek Road 2 wide. My Sharona 3 wide. Sweet Beauty 4 wide. Saving ground every step of the way as America's Pride passing horses quickly up into 3rd now. McMansion is rallying as well. Julovic Kids following that one. And at the back is Bumper Girl. So round the far turn, Jininson the leader. Yellow Creek Road is there, but here comes America's Pride. Sauntering up 3 or 4 wide by the quarter pole as they turn into the stretch. Jininson off the turn. America's Pride coming on. McMansion's now third. Yellow Creek Road is fourth. There's 1 furlong to go. America's Pride and a pesky Jininson. Jininson is not backing down. America's Pride short lead. McMansion's now third. Final 16th. And America's Pride is slowly edging away. And it will be America's Pride, and Ricardo Santana work out a great trip to do it. Jininson, McMansion, and Julovic Kid.
America's Pride, first time out. Brad Cox, daughter of American Freedom. Dam won the debut we mentioned, and now her offspring does.
Money was right on Jininson, who almost pulled off the upset here. Money was wrong on America's Pride. Kind of went the other way off of the morning line of 3-1. This horse was actually the second choice, Greg, on the morning line. Went off around 5-1. Made a big middle move and put away a pesky Jininson late in the game. If you like the pink and black attack, if you're a Heart Foundation fan, the old tag team from the 80s and 90s in WWE, you got the money here.
5-1 indeed on America's Pride. Brad Cox, Gary Mary, West Silks in Ricardo Santana Jr. Epicenter, Derby favorite, runner-up. It's going to be the favorite again on Saturday in the middle jewel of the Triple Crown. We'll preview Epicenter's chances when we come back on America's Day at the Races.
Reach the starting gate. It's post time. Home front, the favorite comes forward. And they're into the stretch. Cold front put to the test. Old Cash on the outside trying to go with it, but Cold front kicks away. Cold front 2.5. Cold front does it again, firing the field in the Amsterdam.
We're back on America's Day at the Races, brought to you, of course, in part by Naira Bets, where you can play it all. Download the app, go to nairabets.com. Make your way down. We're going to take the whole trip?
Going all, wow.
Let's speed it up. That would be fun.
Can we go to Woe Hop down in Chinatown? I'm in for that.
I still haven't been there yet.
Come
great
on.
Things.
Oh, we got to take you downstairs, my man.
6 furlongs. This was meant to be on the grass. It's off. New York Breds, allowance optional claiming race, and this is Chasing Kara.
Big
right
player
now it's a
in
2-1 favorite, one of the main track onlys. Speed outside. Dylan Davis will ride. Let's go to Acacia.
And she does seem to be a major player in here. Very athletic, this filly by Broken Vow. And she does have the benefit of being one of 2 in here that were scheduled to run on the main track. That's really what they wanted for this filly by Broken Vow. She's remarkably consistent. She has early speed. She picks up Dylan Davis, who was one that really seemed to get to know her quite well when running against fellow New York bred competition on the main track. And she's run a variety of distances. I do think that sprinting is really the best distance for her, and she looks very, very fit coming in here as well. I like her. I think that she is the horse to beat. The number 12, Pretty Clever, to her inside, also a main track only, as she is heading out now from the saddling stalls, and we'll get into line. But she's grown a lot since I have last seen her. I could see why at one point they tried her running a little bit longer. Definitely a dirt horse, though she's run a couple of times on the grass. I think that this is the proper surface for her. She looks like she could handle more ground, but she also looks like she's quick and that she's really rounded out in her hindquarters. She carries a lot of substance, and she's coming off of a solid win on a wet track last time out for Jamie Begg, of course, the former assistant to Mark Cassie, who had this horse at the start. So obviously a horse that he would be familiar with, but like how she's really come into herself here, and she does seem like she's gotten a lot more focused as well. The number 4, Big Q, is the other kind of dirt horse in here. She's first off the claim for Gary Siaka, and she's actually never run on the turf. She's always been a dirt horse. Now, she's very, very sharp. She comes in off the win last time out. That was in a non-winners of 3 condition, and I know that she is facing some others in here who are more turf meant, and you do see that physically. I just wish that she was maybe carrying a little bit more muscle mass on her, that maybe she stacked up a little bit better with the likes of Pretty Clever and chasing Cara. Perhaps on her own, I'd be a little bit more forgiving of her, but I think in comparison with the main track only runners in here, she just maybe doesn't match up as much as far as that class is concerned. Greg?
Keisha, thank you. We'll get to the post parade coming up in just a couple of moments here for this 8th at Belmont. We've been talking a lot, teasing to break. Horse who's going to be your favorite in the Preakness Stakes. It is the runner-up from the Kentucky Derby, Epicenter. Was a 4-1 favorite in that Kentucky Derby for Steve Asmussen, Joel Rosario. What do you think of him on Saturday against this group?
Well, I think he'll be under even money. I think he goes to 4 to 5 in here, prohibitive.
Did you think this race was over right here?
Over. I was screaming my lungs out for the 3-10-10-3. That was an awful lot of money. And I said, who is that? And the answer was Rich Strike, who kind of upset the apple cart for a lot of people, including yours truly. And of all the horses in this Kentucky Derby, I don't think you can argue that Epicenter didn't run the toughest race. He attacked a quick early pace a lot sooner than any of his other rivals. He held off Zandon for 1/4 mile. And then, look, he just got beat. You know, he got beat by a freak upset. What are you going to do? Now, here's the question, Greg. He had 6 weeks between his last set of starts. Now he's got to come back in 2 weeks off what was easily the toughest race of his life.
Going longer than he's ever gone.
Going longer? No, he's going the same distance. He won going a mile and 3/16 in the Preakness. But, and here's the big but, he's got to do it in 2 weeks. And I don't need 380 on him. I needed 1020. I don't need 380 on him Saturday. And I do believe he's going to be 4 to 5. He can win. He's not getting my money on the win end.
I meant had gone longer than he ever had.
Oh, yes.
In the Derby.
Oh, correct. Yeah.
Here's a look at the 3-9-1 Dancing with Daffodils. I agree with you. It's going to be a tough race for him. If he does it, wow, what a horse.
Dancing with Daffodils does have a couple of wet track wins in her career. We'll see if she can get back to the winner's circle today.
Javier Castellano on the one Acacia was talking about, Big Q.
Yeah, taking some money in here. She does not like a wet track that much, but she does have some dirt races that make her a competitor in here.
Preakness Dinah seems to be a little bit better on turf.
Yeah, a little bit better on turf, a little bit faster on turf. The 8-year-old, I'm kind of surprised they left her in, but maybe the van was already on the way, sir.
And the contenders outside here. Here's Jill's a hot mess. Linda Rice, Jose Lezcano.
She runs on dirt for the first time since May 22nd of last year, so just about 362 days. She's a little bit better on the turf. Again, jumping off point for the turf this year.
Main track onlys. Here's the James Begg filly. Of course, he was a big part of that Belmont win with Sir Winston for Mark Cassie.
Yeah. Longtime assistant, takes this horse over from Mark for a third start. Ran into Snicket, then got the job done in the mud last time out.
And speed with Dylan Davis chasing Kara, main track only as well.
Mitch Freeman looking for his first win of the year. Dylan Davis going to pilot this one. Last time this filly got to the winner's circle, Dylan was aboard back in December at the Big A. Over a muddy track. She appreciates some moisture. In fact, she's a touch better, I think. I don't know, you're kind of splitting hairs a little bit. I do think she's a touch better on a wet track. She's outside, she has speed. She's definitely a contender.
So the outside three, all between 2-1 and 5-2. Get signed up. Match 200, that code for new members at Naira Bets, or go to nairabets.com. And bet any track, anywhere, anytime, including that middle jewel, the Triple Crown coming up on Saturday, including this race right here. Favorite right now, the horse we're going to show you, this 12, pretty clever, Kenner Carmouche.
I thought she was going to be really tough to beat today, Greg. I really did. You know, she comes off the good race in the muddy track last time out. Her race behind Snicket off of the November layoff to the March layoff, 2 starts back, was a good effort in her first start for Jamie Begg. She's got enough tactical speed to put herself in the game early. I think she'll get a little help on the front end in here. Kendrick will keep her forward. She likes the wet track. I think there's an awful lot to like. And to be quite honest, chasing Kara really does not win. She's 2 for 22 in her career. Jill's a hot mess. We talked about this. Her lone win on the dirt came against maiden 40s in one of the most watered-down maiden 40s I can remember. And she's just much better on the turf. Again, though, with the versatility she's shown on both surfaces. You keep her in here to get a race under her belt, knock some of the rust off. And maybe she'll be back in for the turf. Maybe she's got... Yes, ordinarily I would agree with you. But the fact that the surface switch happened sans a layoff, time off, it happened when she went to the turf. I don't believe that. I'm not saying you're wrong. I don't believe that. I thought Pretty Clever at the same or similar price to Jill's a hot mess and Chasing Kara was an absolute kick in the pants in here.
Let's head back down to Acacia.
I wanted to talk about the number 11, Jill's a hot mess, as she does look like a little bit of a hot mess out there. She got a little bit lathered up. She just seemed to be a little bit on edge, a little bit nervous. I very much agree with Anthony that off of a layoff and the race coming off the turf, that this is probably just a spot to get a race into her for fitness and help her to move forward off of this. Now, for her standards, she does look pretty fit coming back. I much prefer her on the turf. She has more of a turf hoof to her. She didn't really seem like she was completely clued in. Again, got a little bit warm. She's one that I'm going to be looking for next time out. Took Chasing Kara to the outside, but 5-2 on Jill's a hot mess. I think that her early speed may be garnering some attention, and she does go out for trainer Linda Rice. And Greg, Linda, winner of a 6-way shake to take All Cools in the 7th race.
How about that? A reclaim for Linda Rice. She just had her Al Cools in that last start, and then lost him to Rob Falcone, gets him right back.
Claims, so the $16,000 claimers just ran for a $42,000 purse. We have the last few years, we have a different purse structure here, so it's 55% to the winner. So quick math tells me 21, 20, so 23,000 and change. 16, pick up 19. So Falcone made a few shekels on that one. And now Linda going to dive back in to see if she can kind of do the same thing. You know, if you can run that horse back and find an off-the-turf race, and maybe you run him for 30 or 40 on the off-the-turf race, and that pot's probably in the 50s. There's money to be made here, and not just for gamblers, but the off-the-turf races, there's money to be made for the owners and trainers as well.
Well, Linda Rice with that 11 who just left our screen. Jose Lezcano will be aboard. Jill's a hot mess. 4-year-old debut for that filly coming up. As we look at the 12, the 8-5 favorite.
You know Mitch Levites is here today because there was a very quick flag shot just now. It's unbelievable. It's like they just sneak in unexpectedly and inexplicably. So, we'll see.
That NYRA flag proudly waving.
Proudly waving, yes. 3-2 now on Pretty Clever. You know, when we do the Saturday night shows, the Downs After Dark and the Meadowland shows, I like to joke around about the circles. This is the only circle I had on my card today. I thought Pretty Clever was as good as it gets today. I don't love the price, but I don't think there's an alternative. I guess you can try for Chasing Cara or Jill's a Hot Mess, but I don't think either one of them can get to Pretty Clever today.
7-5. Filly by Hard Spun. Kendra Carmouche will try and guide her to the winner's circle. She should be sitting off the pace. She has one on an off track as well. The 12 Pretty Clever. As we see the 3 about to load up. Dancing with Daffodils. One of the bigger prices on the board here, 10-1.
She always is. She always is, and for a horse that's always a big price, she's gotten the job done quite a few times. Back-to-back wins in May and June of last year. She was 17.5 to 1 and 22 to 1. ROI is positive on Dancing with Daffodils based on those 2 starts alone. Well, just about.
Meanwhile, that 4 just went in. Javier Castellano and Big Q. See if that one pressures Chasing Cara, the 13 in here. That's your favorite. There's Kendrick riding for James Begg on Pretty Clever. This, wow, 6-5 favorite.
She should be.
Here we go. Race 8. John Imbrial, the call.
Riders off the 11. Jill's a Hot Mess.
Rider off for the number 11 here. Jill's a Hot Mess. Benny Mondello has some of the funnest silks in all of horse racing. It's a royal flush on the back of his silks. You see Jose Lascano off. Now, one of our assistant starters gives him a leg back up. Just wanted to reset this filly. Take her out of there. She's a little anxious. Not surprising. First start since October. Now she's loaded back in. The voice of New York racing, John Imbrial, has the call.
And they're off. And it is Jill's a Hot Mess who breaks on top, but quickly joined by Chasing Cara and passed by Chasing Cara. Chasing Cara opens up 2.5 lengths on the field. Big Q is down at the rail. Then it's Jill's a Hot Mess who's running in third. Pretty Clever is next in fourth. At the back are Courageous Dinah and Dancing with Daffodils. Chasing Cara leads here by 2 lengths. Ran the quarter in 22-3. And then it is Jill's a Hot Mess and Pretty Clever. And down at the rail is Big Q. A break of 4 to Dancing with Daffodils. Courageous Dinah is the trailer. Chasing Cara is the one to catch as they hit the top of the stretch. It is Chasing Cara in front. And down at the rail is a Big Q. Then comes Pretty Clever as they come down for the 8th pole. Chasing Cara is the leader. Big Q is in second, and Pretty Clever is next in third, and Chasing Cara has opened up here in deep stretch. And it will be Chasing Cara and Dylan Davis. Chasing Cara much the best. Big Q was second, and Pretty Clever finished third.
Chasing Cara, she broke tremendously sharp under Dylan Davis. No pressure from the 4, who was the other speed in the race, and she just able to go gate to wire for the win pretty convincingly.
You know, Greg, I think a combination of just how sharp Chasing Cara broke today and the fact that Dylan Davis didn't do anything to get in her way. In fact, when he realized how sharp she was out of the gate, he encouraged her. I think that discouraged the other riders, namely Javier Castellano aboard Big Q, who really was the only one who could have done anything about keeping her company on the front end. It might not have mattered at all today. This filly won by a long, long way. Love the slop today as Mitch Friedman gets his first win of the year. Always good to see some of the old guard from the winter. And there you go. Mitch Levites showed us Old Glory before they went into the gate. And now here we go with Richard Greeley's Red, White, and Blues. showing on the silks of your winner, Chasing Carrot.
13, 4, 12, 3. Chasing Carrot 2-1. Second choice on the board with the win. We have a fifth coming up. End of the early pick 5 and start of the late pick 4 at Churchill. Still ahead. We'll be back. Stick with us. A lot more action coming up on this evening edition of America's Day at the Races.
A Grade 1 winner of nearly $2 million, Silver State hails from the sire line of legendary Claiborne Stallion Danzig. And his second dam is full sister to Kentucky Derby winner Monarchos. After winning the Oaklawn Handicap, Silver State defeated Knicks Go in the Grade 1 Metropolitan Handicap. On the board in 12 of 14 starts from ages 2 to 4, his career included a 6-race winning streak. Grade 1 winner Silver State, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Nairo Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Nairo Bets.
Perfectly timed. Idol gets up under Joel Rosario to win the big cap. It's known agenda for St. Elias Stable.
Race Adler, a scintillating performance in the TVG Del Mar debutante.
And Clariere will win the cotillion.
Down to the wire. Who's going to win it? It's Mala by a neck.
Curling, the classic sire.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
We're back on America's Day at the Races. Good to have you with us. Program brought to you in part by champion sprinter Run Happy, now standing at legendary stall number 1 at Claiborne Farm. 5th from Churchill, mile and 16th. $75,000 claiming race on the turf. And the entry at 6 to 5 because of the presence of Lord Zed, who went gate to wire on the turf at Keeneland last start for Mike Maker. There he is.
Right, Mike off to a good start, 5 for 15 coming into the week. Like you mentioned, gate to wire, score first off the claim last time.
And you get the entry made as well. Ricardo Santana Jr. on Wicked Genius, second time on the turf.
See if Lightning can strike twice. This is first off the claim. His one turf race was at Kentucky Downs, back as a 2-year-old last September.
Wesley Ward with a runner stretching out. He tried 5 furlongs on the turf in his turf debut at Gulfstream in February.
Not this time, out of a Street Boss mare, the pedigree here. Lone win came on the main track back at Keeneland last October.
Brits Witt, we'll see next. Blinkers coming off. Actually won the debut at Indiana on the grass.
Winless in 5 starts since. Blinkers come off. Joe Talamo back aboard. Source was 103 to 1 last time out. Take one of the zeros out of his price today.
Lucky Boss, the source was in the Grade 2 Bourbon back as a 2-year-old at Keeneland.
See if the best hops to drop, cuts back from a mile and 3/16 out of the other end to a 75 claimer.
Stockpiler, this horse had a couple of really good back-to-back efforts on turf at Fairgrounds.
Off the turf last time, gets back to the grass, in for a top claiming price of $75,000 for the son of More Than Ready.
King Tough was behind Stockpiler in one of those fairground turf efforts.
Didn't have a great post last time at Keeneland, post 11 going the mile. Getting a solid warm-up from Jimmy Graham. Gets a little post relief and a little class relief as well.
It was 90s country. Brad Cox, damn, never tried turf. Did win on synthetic, though.
Yeah, not a lot of turf pedigree here by being a son of Connect. Drops in for the tag for the first time. He's double his morning line of 5 to 1 at 9 to 1.
And Dr. Love, 2 sprints now stretching out and getting on grass. The Grand Dam actually crossed the wire first in the Demoiselle, but got DQ'd in that race.
See Cairo Prince on top. Trainer Dallas Stewart running this one for the first time. Former connections didn't have a chance to run this horse on the turf as he's made both of his starts at Oaklawn Park.
That's your field for a race that's going to kick off the late pick 4. Let's go to Paul LaDuca.
Yeah, this is a test of a late pick 4 here, Wolfie. I'm going to start this race 4 deep. I thought you had to use the entry in Lord Zed. I thought that Tyler Gaffalione gave this horse just called a great ride last time. After claiming from Brad Cox, not a lot of people will dip in for 50,000, claim a horse. They didn't make any changes. The blinkers stayed on. They just got a little bit more aggressive, and Tyler kept this horse in front by about a length, 2 lengths the whole way around, was never really pressured. I don't know if that's going to happen today with the presence of the Wesley Ward horse on the inside. I don't know if the Wesley Ward horse really wants to go this distance. So I went 1, 4, 6, and 7 to start. In the next race, I like a little bit more horses, 1, 3, 4, and 5 in the next. I thought Baby Quinn was very, very interesting. Ferociously is going to get bet. 2, 3, 4, and 8 in race number 7. And then in the last race, number 8, listen, I understand this horse is going to get bet, but look at the 8 Avisa in the last race. This horse split Secret Oath and Sandstone and lost to Juju's Map. Now, this horse is probably going to be 4 to 5 somewhere in that area, but a little birdie just came by the set and told me the Gregory Foley horse can run a little bit in the last. So maybe you want to throw your 5 in at 12 to 1, but the 8's going to be very tough in the last, guys.
Interesting. That's hope and dreams. And obviously, Avisa, who Paulie was talking about, going to take even more money with Swift Thinker, that big pedigree. Damn it, dropped obligatory. Winner of the Grade 1 Derby City Distaff. That race, that filly coming out of the race.
Yes. Sunny River going to represent Judmont in there, though.
Let's take a look at Lord Zed. That's why this entry is 4 to 5, because of this race right here.
I think everything Paul said's right, though. Just Say When from the rails almost has to go with Lord Zed in here. But yes, this is a solid effort, and it's the best turf race of this horse's best race period of this horse's 4-race career. You know, it's funny. Lord Nelson on the top here. You wonder, and this horse got the mile on the 16th last time. Quick opening quarter, and then was able to try to basically throw the anchor out a little bit. I wonder what happens if this horse has to keep going with some company on the front end. We'll see if Just Say When from the rail puts enough pressure on to keep this horse going. I'll tell you what, though, you got a good little insurance policy here with Wicked Genius, who he ran well enough in his debut on the turf. He won going long at Churchill on the dirt, so it's a nice little insurance policy to have on the entry.
Got to think that, too, from the rail for Wesley Ward stretching out. It's going to be quick out of the gate,
That's what I like.
Let's go to Travis Stone. Late pick 4 begins here from Churchill.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Bit of a slow start for King Tough. Wicked Genius breaks well. Just Say When is there. And Lord Zen's not far behind either as they come by us for the first time. Just Say When secures the top spot, opens up to lead by a length and a half. Lord Zed tucks in behind to be second. Brits Witt is very keyed up, hard to control, is tugging at the bit, comes through toward the inside into second as they hit that first turn. So it's Just Say When in front. Brits Witt continues to fight the rider and comes on through to engage. In fact, goes right on by. Brits Witt up to take the lead and is running off to lead by a length and a half and is now veering toward the outside. And with that, Just Say When comes back toward the rail. Brits Witt impossible to control early. And then it's Lord Zed ready behind racing third. Wicked Genius is fourth. A break of 5 back to Lucky Boss moving up into fifth. Dr. Love toward the inside in sixth. Stockpilers advancing from seventh. 90s Country is in eighth. And King Tough is at the back. 24-1 for that opening quarter mile. So down the back stretch they go. Brits Witt on the far outside. Short lead. Just Say When right there. Lord Zed comes on through between them. 3-ply battle onto the far turn. 2 lengths back to Wicked Genius racing in fourth. Dr. Love is fifth. Lucky Boss picks it up now. Lucky Boss moving up on the outside within 4 lengths of the lead. So round the far turn, Just Say When, short lead, 2 furlongs out. Brits Witt trying to keep pace. Lord Zed is there. Lucky Boss with a blitz on the far turn. Coming on 4 wide, a bit green though, as they come off the turn into the stretch. Just Say When set down for the drive. Brits Witt is there. Lord Zed, Lucky Boss, Wicked Genius trying to come up the rail. There's 1 furlong to go, stacked across the track. Just Say When, Brits Witt. Here comes Lucky Boss. Wicked Genius squeezing through down toward the rail. 50 yards to go. Wicked Genius, Lucky Boss, Just Say When. Here's the wire. Wicked Genius got it. Up the inside, nailing Just When. Lucky Boss was third, and Brits Witt was fourth.
Those who backed the entry, probably because of Lord Zed, saved here By the other half of the entry, getting back on grass for the first time since September of last year at Kentucky Downs.
The insurance policy comes through. This was a very, very, very nice ride from Ricardo Santana Jr., who left out of the gate aggressively with this horse, noticing there wasn't really a ton of pace outside of his stablemate and Just Say When. Left aggressively, was able to get a little ground-saving trip in here, and with the awkwardness caused by Britt's Wit rushing the inside, kind of scattering a little bit. Bet you the blinkers go back on Britt's Wit again. That's why they were on from the first place. This was a nice heady ride for Wicked Genius, who not going to look this way in the PPs because they're going to see 4 to 5 on the line. But this was a good ride by Mr. Santana today.
But again, that 4 to 5 was mainly because of the presence of the entry mate, Lord Zed. This horse on his own would have been, what, 8 to 1 or more?
Probably. Yeah, you're not happy if you liked Wicked. You're happy, but you're not happy if you liked Wicked Genius today.
Chasing Kara Gate to Wire under Dylan Davis with the win, third win of this filly's career. Let's head downstairs to Acacia.
Happy to be joined by winning rider Dylan Davis, who pilots at Chasing Kara to victory. Dylan, she broke so sharp today. Was it your plan to put her on the lead, or did she just kind of take you there?
It was my plan, but she did take me there very easily. She's a very particular filly to ride. You can't take a hold of her. If you do, she gets upset and she reacts. And so I just trying to be a passenger with her, and she broke sharply and just trying to ease her into the turn, nice big turn, and she relaxed for me. I asked her to the quarter pole to the 8th pole, and she responded great, and she just cruised onto the wire, and she came back like she didn't even run.
You know, you climbed aboard her for the first time in a few starts, but you really seem to suit her well. What is it, especially with kind of quirky fillies, and figuring out the things that they like and don't like on the racetrack?
Sure, Acacia. Well, I was lucky to get on her first couple starts as a baby, and I learned her how to ride her and her kind of her I guess you could say just her, I'm not sure, just the way she reacts. And I was able to know what she likes early on in her career. And after that, I just ride the way she wants to be ridden. And we got a sealed track today, and speed's been good all day today. So she had that to her advantage. She won on the sloppy track last time at Aqueduct. And it seems that this track suits her well.
Do you feel more confidence when you climb aboard a horse that you've ridden before because you know what they like?
Of course. You know how much horse you have under you, and then you know what surface and what you need them to do, and what you need to do for them.
Well on your way to 2,000, Dylan. Congratulations.
Oh, well away, but that's our next milestone, so it's great.
I love it. That's the goal, as always, at Greg. Dylan Davis continuing to ride in top form here in New York.
It was just last week, he had that 1,000th winner of his career. Great milestone. And a young man, as you take a look at the late pick 5 follow along, it's been a formful day, that has taken his game to the next level. And he's one of the top riders now in the circuit.
I don't disagree with anything you just said. And that's some hyperbole we hear a lot, right? Taking it to the next level. I think it is well deserved when it comes to Dylan Davis.
And he's got a big chance to take the late double on the card. He's going to be on North Carolina, who right now is your 2-to-1 favorite, cutting back in distance for Barclay Tagg. But a 5-year-old, start number 7, trying to get that first win of his career.
Yeah, and he hasn't run on the dirt for a bit. He actually made his dirt debut when coming off a long layoff over a year back in September, closing weekend up at Saratoga. Big group. Keep in mind, folks, when you're looking at your PPs, off the turf races at Gulfstream Park now go to that Tapeta surface. So you see him off the turf last time, you see that big fig. That's not on, I hate to use this term, conventional dirt. That's on the Tapeta surface.
Yeah. Only dirt race that he's run, though, Pipeline won that race, who came back and just ran a monster, I believe a 104 buyer for Chad Brown. Waxman was in there, went into Stakes Company. Cody's Wish
who
just
3 in a
ran
row
huge
after
for
that.
Mott.
Yep.
Back at Churchill, Wicked Genius saves the day for the entry in here. Ricardo Santana Jr. trying to save all the ground he can up the fence in the stretch for Mike Maker off the claim.
Yeah, Mike Maker off the claim. Those are things we say an awful lot, right? Mike Maker off the claim in the winner's circle. looking at the replay from earlier today.
This is not the race that we just saw.
That's okay.
We can get away from this one.
But yeah, here's the prices from 4 even. That should read 14 if you liked Wicked Genius by himself.
Or higher.
Or maybe. I thought he ran a sneaky good race at Kentucky Downs. I felt like, and look at the place price, by the way, $5.20 to place. $4, $5.20, $3.80. The old days, we'd say price is okay. Because if you read a place or a show price that was bigger than the place or win price, it would be confusing. Price is okay at Churchill Downs in race number 5.
Back to our nightcap here at Belmont. Scheduled for the grass. Main track now at 7/8, 40 maiden claiming race. As we get a look at the 5 here, King of Sting. Irad Ortiz Jr. will be aboard. Let's head down to Acacia.
I love the turn back on King of Sting today. I really think that cutting back to a shorter distance will suit this horse quite well. He's compact, he's shorter coupled in his build, and you might have seen on the walking ring too, he's framed himself up beautifully, and he's really touting himself. I've liked everything that I've seen from him. I can see a bit of a turf horse, that's for sure. I can understand the surface that he's been running on, and I think that we're still unsure as to what is really his best surface. He does cut back in distance, though, and I remember seeing him last time where he got a really big warm-up, thought that he was going to show some speed, and he had trouble at the break and really was kind of taken out of contention in that turf race. But I think we're going to see him be a little bit more forward, and physically, I love him going shorter in this spot. Everything that he's done here in the paddock would suggest that this is the right place for him. The number 12, North Carolina, meanwhile, I don't know if I love him going shorter. All my notes from him over the winter in his last couple of races down at Gulfstream were I like him getting the distance. I like him going further. And it actually seemed in both of those races, both going a mile and 3/8 on the turf and last time out, which was on a Tapeta race for the off-the-turf run, that he would be able to potentially wire the field by himself, and he wasn't able to seal the deal. Maybe that's a thought process in him going shorter. He looks terrific, as he always does. In fact, he's actually put on some conditioning since his last start in February, which I think that he needed to do. Coat is glistening. He's touting himself nicely. Just seems physically like he is a horse that is a little bit more proficient going those longer distances. Let's see if cutting him back to shorter helps him to sustain that speed. Greg?
Keisha, thanks. It just seems weird to see North Carolina go by wearing Michigan State colors of Allen Stable. 8 minutes to post.
You all right? You're a little shook by that, huh?
It threw me off.
Wow.
Let's start our post parade off with Everesting, who inherits the rail now with a scratch of the 1.
So there's a couple of dirt races, Greg, that make this horse a big player in here. I'm surprised I don't like him, but I'm surprised he's 10-1.
13-1 next door. Blinkers going on for Tom Morley, Mr. J. McKay.
A half-brother to stakes winner, turf sprinter, Miss J. McKay. Blinkers go on. Gets another main track try. Tom Morley looks for his second on the card.
King of Sting, Irad Ortiz Jr. for Joe Sharp.
Yeah, 1 third-place finish and 4 tries on the dirt. That was on a sloppy track at Oaklawn Park. We'll see how this horse handles the cut back to 7/8.
15-1 on a horse whose only start came in April of last year.
Gelding, Lasix, first time back. Son of Exaggerator gets a wet track. We'll see how he handles it off the layoff for Chad Summers.
He liked the Preakness off track, didn't he?
He sure
Beckenbauer,
did.
blinkers off.
Beckenbauer, blinkers off, never has hit the board once in 14 tries.
Here's North Carolina for Allen Stable. Dylan Davis trying to take the late double.
Yeah, so he's a son of Speightstown, which means any moisture in the track should help his cause. We'll see how a cutback in distance off the 3.5 months does.
Jump to a main track only, the 16 here. Kendrick Carmouche for Linda Rice, bold victory.
How many chances are you going to give this son of Flatter? He's 0 for 11, the late Flatter. It looks like he wants a little bit more ground. Maybe Linda's thinking cutting him back will help his cause.
And Kobe's Legacy, Luis Saez for Chris Englehart.
Yeah, I thought this horse was a touch interesting. Ran against Better at Aqueduct in December and January. Good skates, come back to win a couple of races. Son of Tourist. See what he can do. What kind of price is he? He's 12. He's probably too big of a price in here.
Nightcap from New York approaching the 5-minute mark to post. We will have it for you live when we come back to close out this Thursday card from New York. Of course, features still to come from Churchill Downs as well.
bring it on here in the stretch. Impressive to win the Grade 2 Vosburg. Following C, Smile Happy has kicked it into high gear. And Smile Happy with a powerful performance wins by 2.5.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Back on America's Day at the Races on FS2. Thanks for being with us on this Thursday afternoon. Gorgeous day here in Elmont, New York. We have the nightcap coming up next. You can play it with Naira Bets. Get signed up, started. That's the offer. $200 deposit match sign-up bonus. When you use that promo code for new members, match 200. And bet any track, anywhere, anytime. This finale, this horse right here remains your favorite. North Carolina, Dylan Davis, trying to take this late double, but as Anthony pointed out astutely, that last race, that was synthetic. That was a race taken off the turf, but it was not dirt. The only dirt start, we talked about it being a loaded group. I mean, it was one of the tougher maiden races all of last year, but still, horse didn't do a lot of running.
No, but he was down inside. It was his first start in 15 months. It was his first start on a main track. And I do think, Greg, you got to take his pedigree into account here. I know the bottom end of the pedigree is turf. It's a Monjou mare. But the Speightstown on the wet track, this horse has some speed. There's not a lot, and that is a 7/8 too. So you can kind of get away with it. You see the gray Everesting, and I was trying to see what's going on here. He's being tended to by his pony as well as one of our assistant starters. That might be A-Rod out there. And he is a scratch. Yeah, Johnny I just announced it. Late scratch on the 2. Everesting was taking some money at 8-1, so they'll move everybody in a stall, or maybe they'll just leave it alone. But getting back to North Carolina, you know, it's 7/8, so yes, it's a sprint, but there's not a ton of sprint speed in here. And we just heard Dylan Davis recap Chasing Cara's win, talking about how it's a speed-favoring track. You can rest assured, if Dylan has any say in this matter, this horse will be as forward as he can be today. Maybe Beckenbauer is the real speed in here, but I would imagine North Carolina's guns blazing on the front end.
8-5, there he is with Dylan. Let's head down to Acacia for more.
And I do think that that could be how this pace does shake out in here. Wanted to mention main track only runner for Linda Rice towards the outside with the number 16 Bold Victory, as this is a horse who does get to have the benefit of having had a start recently. As we've typically talked about, the horses for trainer Linda Rice tend to maybe need a race off of the bench. will strengthen up, get a little bit more fit after having that start. And I could see why this horse ran a mile last time out. He's a big burly type of individual. But Kendrick Carmouche gave him a really big warm-up out there in the track, as he typically does. And this is one that I know he was beaten at a short price last time out, but it was off of a big layoff. I think we're going to see a stronger performance from him today. Does he get the race flow in his favor today? That I don't know. But overall, I thought that he made a lovely impression, and he has taken a lot more money with some of the scratches that we have had in here. And if nothing else, he is a horse that we know wants to run on the main track. Greg?
Thank you, Acacia. So 2-1, Bold Victory. 12th time. We'll see if it's the charm today for this 5-year-old, getting to have had a lot of opportunities. Has had an opportunity at this level, but you got to say, this is probably, I mean, this horse was in a leg of the Canadian Triple Crown back as a 3-year-old and didn't run that bad. Finished 4th in that race against Mighty Heart.
The big North Carolina money just came in.
This has got to be
6-5.
Back to the 16th. It's got to be the easiest spot ever. I mean, 40 that was meant to be on the dirt, on the turf, I mean, taken off.
Easiest spot. I don't know if it's the easiest spot. I think if North Carolina comes with his A game, it's going to be tough to handle him today, my friend.
See what happens. He'll be the last in line. Not saying he's going to win, but in terms of races he's been in.
Yeah. I wonder about, he might want more ground instead of less ground.
Yeah, you're right about that.
That's my issue with him.
We'll find out. Nightcap from Belmont. John and Brielle, the call.
And the rough. It's Beckenbauer who shows first. Now Mr. J. McKay moves up to challenge. Mr. J. McKay and Beckenbauer over-exaggerate as a close-up third. North Carolina is next in 4th, followed by Kobe's Legacy. On the inside is King of Sting, and trailing the field is Bold Victory in 7th. Mr. J. McKay is the leader here by a length and a half. Beckenbauer runs in 2nd with over-exaggerate next in 3rd, and King of Sting down at the rail. North Carolina on the outside, the quarter 23-1. Bold Victory has moved up a spot. Kobe's Legacy is now the trailer. Mr. J. McKay continues to lead. The long shot in front here by more than 2 lengths. King of Sting is down at the rail. On the outside, North Carolina, along with Bold Victory. Now Beckenbauer drops back. It is Mr. J. McKay, North Carolina, Bold Victory on the far outside. And down at the rail is King of Sting, the half one in 46-4. As they turn into the stretch, here comes Bold Victory on the far outside now to take over. North Carolina moves into 2nd. It's King of Sting down at the rail. And Mr. J. McKay has dropped back to 4th as they move for the 16th pole. Bold Victory in front and clear. North Carolina runs 2nd, but no doubt about the winner here. It's Bold Victory and Kendrick Carmouche. North Carolina was 2nd. King of Sting finished 3rd, and Kobe's Legacy came on for 4th.
Linda Rice, Kendrick Carmouche, Alpha Phi Delta Racing, and a son of Flatter, 5-year-old, 12th career start, breaks his maiden.
I believe the lack of a real early pace in here, 23 and change, 46 and change, going to 7/8, kind of dragged this winner, kind of dragged Bold Victory into the race a little more. Kendrick kept this horse in closer proximity today and was able to find the right bunch. I think in hindsight, Greg, you may have been right as well. He found the easiest spot he ever had.
Yeah, had his way with this group. I mean, this is shot. I mean, this horse ran
never thought you'd see him
good.
Win. Yeah, never thought you'd see him win by 5 lengths. I can tell you that right now. Never thought I'd see this horse break his maiden by 5 lengths against any field. But he did that today.
16, 12, 5, and 13. Your top 4 in here, 2-1. Second choice here, Bold Victory. Breaks through.
A lot of big numbers, 16, 12, 13, all the, it's an off-the-turf race when you see numbers like that hitting the try and the super, right? And in this instance, just one of them was the main track only, and it was the winner who you got 2-1 on.
Never off the board in 3 prior off tracks, and now gets his first win on the off track, and does it pretty easily here to close out this Thursday card here in New York under Kendrick Carmouche. Again, a 5-year-old son of Flatter.
The late Flatter.
dominant here to close out this card. We got more coming up from Churchill, including their feature. Still ahead. We're up to race 6. It's approaching the 5-minute mark to post. 5.5 furlong sprint, non-winners at 2 lifetime claiming group, and here's Belfast Boy.
First start off the claim for Rick Hiles, who's just claimed 2 horses in the last couple of years. 0 for 6 at Churchill is this Son of Bayern.
Ferociously, he's going to go turf to dirt. He actually won his debut on dirt at Fairgrounds.
Yeah, in for the tag for the first time after running in the A other than optional last 2, once on turf, once on dirt down in the Bayou.
Blame George. You got a huge figure for that neck defeat last start at Oaklawn.
First off the claim from Mike Lauer, took the source from Carl Broberg. Couple of interesting efforts last time and 3 back. We'll see how he does for the new barn with Gaffalione aboard.
Baby Quinn just claimed off of Brad Cox. That was a win.
Got the job done, just missed by a head almost a year earlier in a special weight race. Dropped in for nearly the bottom at Churchill. See how he rebounds today.
Camp Mandu 10-1.
Yep. First start outside of Oaklawn Park since the debut at Churchill, which was not very good.
And Baytown Warrior 11-1 outside. Gets Lasix today.
Yes. Lasix returned to the dirt. Second start off the layoff. Would need a major form reversal, but I'll tell you what, 30-1 on the morning line. This horse is just 11-1. They say still the longest shot on the board, but just 11-1.
His win came at Charlestown.
Yes.
We're going to take a look at Baby Quinn. Now in the barn of Gennaro Garcia. He was with Brad Cox. He just missed against straight maidens back when he was a 2-year-old, his only start last year.
Yeah, this is him in the
second by a neck, and then the comeback, was maiden claiming, and he gets it done at even money.
Yeah, son of Cantheros out of a Stone Street mare, Princess Julia. This was a decent enough effort. Sat just off a wicked early 21-1, 44-3. Gets the job done at even money. Comment in the form was kept busy. Florent Giroux certainly did just that. He crawled home this afternoon. And now he's getting claimed from a guy who's as good as it gets in the biz, especially with the cheaper maidens. I don't know. I thought this was a pretty wide open race for a race to feature a 3-2 shot. I remember the original Ferociously, by the way. Millhouse, Shug McGahee was a half to Furiously. Furiously was a fast horse. Late 80s, early 90s for Shug. Fast horse, Millhouse, and those almost silks that resemble wow, why am I drawing a blank now? Mrs. Weber silks. Live Oak Plantation. There you go. But yeah, we'll see.
8-5 on Ferociously. Meanwhile, you're looking at Baby Quinn. Blame George. He's 5-2. Paulie, has the public forgot Tyler Gaffalione's aboard here?
Oh, I think a lot of people are looking at Carl Broberg, too. Obviously, if a lot of people don't know who Carl Broberg is, he's perennial one of the best trainers in the United States. I would call him a poor man's maybe Steve Asmussen, where he runs thousands and thousands of horses all over the place, and it's hard to move up horses off Carl. He's a darn good trainer. That's just the bottom line. So now you get a good trainer in Michael Lauer, who's very good as well. He's 33% off the claim, and this horse has shown the tendency to sort of break last and not break well and sort of recover and be able to run some decent races. 5 starts. You're going to take a look right now and losing to Schick's Way. A good second place finish. I actually like the horse that ran third that day, Belfast Boy, who was claimed out of the Michael Pewich barn. Rick Hiles had a very, very sneaky, good Keeneland meet. This horse has been training here at Churchill Downs. I think the one with Tiago Pereira aboard has got a big shot. They're all going to have to catch Ferociously. Blame George, to me, I thought, had that race won out of the Broberg barn. It was the best number that he had ever run. I think he might have a little bounce in him, guys. So I'm going to go with the one here, Belfast Boy.
Paulie, thanks. Belfast Boy 9-2 in what seems to be a wide open race here, although the public seeing it differently. They're all over this 3 Ferociously.
Yeah, I think what they're seeing with Ferociously, Greg, is it's Ferociously supposed to get the right trip. Just off of Baby Quinn. I think people look at Baby Quinn. The tote board, I don't think, is a terrible indication of this. They're not too thrilled with the trainer change off the claim from Brad Cox to Gennaro Garcia. Now, that's not to say Gennaro Garcia doesn't do a good job. He does. He's winning at 15% on the year. He's right around the average with first time off the claim. I mean, it's tough to claim from Brad Cox. He's running this horse on the raise a little bit as well.
But you're going from a back-to-back champion trainer to someone less well-known.
Yeah.
No question.
Yeah. But this horse ran well, and this horse is fast. So I think it puts Ferociously on the chase, for the lack of a better term. Ferociously should be able to work out a trip, though. Keep in mind, too, this is 5.5 furlongs. So you may want to give a slight nod to the speed in here. And if you think that's Baby Quinn, you're getting a square price. I had a tough time with this race. Again, didn't think anybody should be 8-5. If anybody should have been 8-5, it's the horse that they have favored in here. Because I think the 5.5, if this race was 6 furlongs, I would be in Paulie's corner. But I think the 5.5 for a horse like Belfast Boy, who is completely void of speed. I mean, he has no early speed. It's kind of hard to make up ground that late because, again, while there's some speed in here, there's not anyone in here that's ferociously, pun intended, fast. This Baby Quinn could be fast, but that was on a sloppy track last time, too. Keep that in mind. It's dry as a bone out there in Louisville tonight.
Yeah, Baby Quinn, the 5 here, he's 5-2, and it was an open maiden special, but those 2-year-old races in May, you're not necessarily facing any beast. If it's an open maiden special, you don't know what they're going to turn into. His 2 numbers he's run to this point, I mean, he needs to get significantly faster to even contend with this group.
No
Maybe
question.
he can. I'm not saying he can't, but he's got to prove that he can.
Truth be told here, the best resume is one Belfast Boy. But again, that 5/8. 5/8 is tough for a tough 5.5, I should say. It's tough for him, a pill to swallow with him with his lack of early speed.
Ferociously won his debut. He's going turf back to dirt today. Steve Asmussen, Brian Hernandez Jr. with the 3. Let's go to Travis Stone for the call.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Baytown Warrior breaks like a rocket from the far outside. Can Mandu is there, and Baby Quinn comes on too. 3 across the track early. And here comes Baby Quinn with Can Mandu to challenge Baytown Warrior. These 3 speed off together. Ferociously, 4 lengths back. Racing in 4th, Belfast Boy on the move from 5th, and it's 5. Maybe a bit more than that. Back to Blame George the trailer. Far turn run. Baytown Warrior goes on with it with Can Mandu. Baby Quinn was in tight and couldn't keep up. 3 furlongs out. Surround the far turn. Baytown Warrior's short lead. Ticked off a quarter in 22 seconds flat. But here comes Ferociously. 3 or 4 wide. Belfast Boy is right there too in tight. Can Mandu cuts the corner off the turn. Top of the stretch. Baytown Warrior short lead. Ferociously fights his way to the front. Baytown Warrior responds right back. Belfast Boy bearing down. Here's Belfast Boy over the top and to the front. Belfast Boy opening up down the stretch. Ferociously left behind. Blame George late on the scene, but too late to catch Belfast Boy. Belfast Boy wins by 3. Blame George might have got second there. Ferociously and Baytown Warrior.
Belfast Boy, nice call. Paul LaDuca, and here Tiago Pereira. Rick Hiles off the claim. Now 2 wins from 16 starts.
Tiago did a good job here, Greg, in keeping Belfast Boy closer than he has been. And in my opinion, that was absolutely the difference maker in here.
Well, the 5, the 6, the 8, they all threw down very early on in this race.
But with that duel, he still was never that 5, 6, 7, 8 lengths. He's accustomed to being off the pace, going the 5.5. Tiago recognized he needed to be closer. He was, and in large part got him the victory.
Blame George dead last early, the 4-horse in here, and made up a ton of ground late to get second. Just had too much work to do. Back at Belmont, bold victory. Kendra Carmouche, Linda Rice, Alpha Phi Delta Racing the win.
Yeah, fun group in the winner's circle here, and I don't think anybody could have imagined bold victory winning as impressively as he did. You figured he'd get out of the maiden ranks one day. I just never thought he'd win by a handful of lengths, but This was a nice effort. You see Kendrick just keeping his mind on his business as he splashes home here in the gloaming at beautiful Belmont Park.
12th timeout, gets the first win of his career, and returns $6.70 for the win. North Carolina King of Sting, their second and third. That 50-cent trifecta, a modest $6.95.
That's my page more often than not. I want to know what the pick 4 and the pick 5 paid.
Formful day, as the numbers reflect. 63.87 back in a pick 5 that had 2 odds-on winners, and the biggest price, the one we just saw, $6.70, was the second choice on the board.
3 favorites, 2 second choices. Chasing Cara was the second choice to Jamie Beggs, Philly, and Bold Victory, the second choice to North Carolina. Maybe it was the Silks. Maybe you guys were right.
We're going to take a timeout. When we come back, we'll talk more Preakness this weekend. Chad Brown, Klarovich, trying for a cloud computing redo. Skipping the Derby, just as they did with that Preakness winner. With early voting, they reap the benefits this Saturday with the Withers winner by Gunrunner. We'll have a preview next.
Start spreading the news. If you're looking to win in New York, then breed in New York. To War Dancer, the millionaire son of Warfront, and New York's #1 sire of 3-year-olds. Breed to a proven performer, the #1 second crop sire at the Saratoga meet with multiple winners at Belmont and Aqueduct. Earn double the New York Breeders' Awards and participate in the New York Stallion Series with $2 million in purses. War Dancer, proud to stand in New York. Visit wardancerstud.com.
If you're looking into racing partnerships, you should know they're not all the same. When you partner with Bond Racing Stables, you become a member of a growing family of racing enthusiasts, all guided by 3 generations of experience in thoroughbred breeding, training, and racing. Sharing the excitement at Saratoga and Belmont Park, where we've graced the winner's circle with winners like Giacosa, who was bred, born, and raised here at our Song Hill Farm. Get more than just a partnership. Become a member of the Bond Racing family. 3 generations of thoroughbred excellence.
The sun shines bright on Caraconte. His first crops of racing age are showing brilliance on the racetrack with a high percentage of stakes winners. His versatility is evidenced by winners on all surfaces across the globe. And his offspring are lighting up the sales ring. With his biggest and best quality of books in the pipeline, the sun shines bright on this value sire. Caraconte, standing at Gainesway.
Now more than ever, it's time to get with the program because New York Reds start with an advantage. New York Reds run for serious green at Belmont and Saratoga. New York bred maidens run for up to $75,000 and allowance horses for up to $85,000. And serious New York bred owners can collect awards of up to $20,000 per horse per race in open company. So get back with the program. Seriously.
Secretariat by 2 lengths. Jam driving second. There's a strong left-handed whip again by Pinkai. He goes to it time and time again. But Ronnie Turcotte has his whip put away. And Secretariat has him put away. He's beginning to draw away. It is Secretariat. He's coming to the wire. He wins it by 2.5, almost 3.
This was the early move made in this Preakness by Secretariat in 1973. In about 1/8 of a mile, he goes from last to first, takes the lead. Premature move? I don't think so. Final time, by the way, 1:54.2. They looked back at it, 2012, had a committee change officially that time to 1:53 flat, which gave him records in all 3 wins in the Triple Crown.
I don't think we'll ever see any of them top, my friend. And in a day and age where you see a lot of track records fall by the wayside because of the innovations in track maintenance and in the racetracks themselves, I do not believe we will ever see any of those records fall. Remarkable. That reminded me of the harness move, right? He breaks a little awkwardly, and Ronnie Turcotte puts him in the middle of the track. Big brush, quarter move brush to the lead, and it was all over.
What a horse. Tremendous machine indeed. And the best was yet to come. Think about that in the Belmont 1974 Hall of Fame inductee, 72 and 73 horse of the year.
Only time he was off the board was in his debut. You know when his debut was? You know when and where Secretariat's debut was?
What was it?
Secretariat's debut was on the 4th of July. This isn't going to make sense to a lot of people. At Aqueduct.
Interesting.
We used to run a little bit of a different schedule. Before we went up to Saratoga, we'd go back to Aqueduct before I was even born, but we'd go back to Aqueduct for a couple of weeks, and then we'd head up to the old spa, back when the spa was just 4 days. The August place today, now it's your summer place. But yeah, Benny Feliciano was aboard Secretariat in his debut. Ron Turcotte rode him the rest of the way until the race in Canada when Ron was suspended, and Eddie Maple got to ride him on the turf. He won the Man of War when the Man of War was here in the fall at the beautiful Belmont Park, and up in Canada for his final career race, Eddie Maple.
This year's edition of the Preakness, Chad Brown, Clarvich Stables, they're going to bring early voting to the party and get into the Triple Crown mix after passing on the Kentucky Derby. It would be, again, a dream come true for Seth Klarman, who grew up just a few blocks away from Pimlico. Of course, he already won this race with Cloud Computing, trying to take the same path here in a horse who ran too good to lose in the Wood. But what an effort from Mo Donegal to come get him.
Kind of a similar pattern, too, right? Did not win the Wood Memorial, but ran really well, did Cloud Computing. Did not win the Wood Memorial, but ran really well, did early voting. Obviously, this one has a lot more speed, and he is the speed of the speed. Catch me if you can on Saturday, like you said. Seth Klarman, Clarvich Stables, Chad Brown looking to win 2 Preaknesses since 2017 and this year. Tell you what, he ran really well this day. When Chad Brown, you know, this horse was kind of on the Kentucky Derby radar, but you felt like if you read between the lines with Chad, he was only going to run him if something happened or went amiss with Zandon. When Chad points a horse for a race, he is much like his mentor, the late, absolutely great Bobby Frankel. You know, the short list to me was Bobby Frankel, Rick Dutrow Jr., Bill Mott. When those 3 guys point a horse for a race, they circle a race on a calendar, they are deadly. Chad has kind of joined that group in a pretty quick amount of time and follows in his mentor's footsteps. When he points a horse for a race, he is even more dangerous than he ordinarily is. I think this horse is going to be a handful. You know, just about 47 and a half hours, my friend.
And no matter what happens, they made the right move. That
No
pace
question.
was way too hot in the Kentucky Derby. He would have been caught up in it. You saw what happened to the speed in that race. And second biggest upset in the history of the Kentucky Derby wound up happening with Rich Strike. So already they have made the right move. They got to feel real good about their chances coming in to this race. Of course, the filly who won the Kentucky Oaks, she will line up against the boys again. Of course, she was in the Arkansas Derby before that Kentucky Oaks victory. She is very, very good. This Oaks performance was huge. Where do you think she stacks up against this group on Saturday?
I'm curious to see, you know, you need to treat the fillies and the colts a little bit differently. When they're younger, they're kind of on the same plane. In fact, the fillies are a little bit more mature when they're younger. But now, I wonder if the 2 weeks affects her more than it does some of the colts in here. This was a big race. I'm going to tell you what I think gets lost in the shuffle here. Luis Saez's ride, I think, gets lost in the shuffle here. And for a filly who did not have the best trip or ride in the Arkansas Derby, she got a fantastic one where he never let her get too far away. He kind of crept up on the pace, turned her loose when the real running began, and was able to hold the closers at bay. She's good. I don't know how good she is. I don't know how much ground she wants. I didn't think she wanted the 1 1/8. I think the ride helped her get the 1 1/8. We'll see about the 1 3/16. But you know what? If there was a year to try the Preakness, I think this is it for a filly who, you know, she kind of held her own in that Arkansas Derby, Greg. I know the horses out of that Arkansas Derby didn't run too well in Kentucky, but I think she held her own.
I thought she ran huge in that race, and she had multiple excuses.
I think she deserves it. I'm not one that always says, I'll run the filly against the boys. I think under the circumstances with the field size and the constituents in the field, she absolutely deserves a chance on Saturday.
Well, whenever it happens, obviously, it's someone with her kind of talent, and she has tremendous talent. Obviously, the Oaks winner it adds a lot of intrigue to the race, and she's going to add that to this edition of this year's Preakness. So it's going to be fun. Saez will be back aboard. Always having Dwayne Lucas in the mix is always fun and adds more intrigue as well in a Triple Crown.
And she's not worse than third choice, and deservedly so. I think there's an outside chance that she can take enough money as the filly against the boys to be co-second choice. I think that would depend on how much money Epicenter takes. I think if I'm writing Epicenter's under even money, she'll probably be the third choice. I think if the money spreads a little bit, she'd be more likely to take some of that Epicenter money than early voting. I think if you like early voting like me, you like early voting, you don't really care too much about Secret Oath being in the race. You just care that there's not that much speed in the race, right? I think if Epicenter is, and I know you think he might be upwards of the 6-5 on the morning line, I think if that is the case, there's a chance she could be third choice. Sorry.
Whoever wins this race, waiting in the wings, of course, for that third and final leg of the Triple Crown, your Derby winner, Rich Strike, passing on the Preakness to opt instead to get a little more rest, a little more time. Connections feel he needs that, runs his best with more rest in between races. So he'll get the 5 weeks instead and show up in the Test of the Champion. In the Belmont Stakes, you can get your tickets. Be part of the action. Tickets on sale now at belmontstakes.com. Do not miss out. Attendance this year. It's going to be great to have a full crowd back on hand, but it's going to be capped at 50,000.
Yep. And we're going to have a full house here. It's going to be a great day. I know some of the top of the stretch parterres is still available. That's a fantastic place to take in all of the action for the Test of the Champion. Listen, it went from a fantastic race to a fantastic day of racing to now a fantastic 3 days of racing in the car. You know what? I even love Sunday. I love our Sunday. Jersey Girl on Sunday. It's nice. You're still basking in the glow of the Triple Crown being over. We start to look at the Saratoga. It's a real fun week if you can get out here. Get out to beautiful Belmont Park for the Belmont Stakes Racing Festival. And Sunday. A little bonus Sunday action for you.
Back at Churchill, Belfast boy Rick Hiles claims this one off of Mike Pewich and gets him right into the winner's circle. Tiago Pereira, one of Gary Stevens' riders, aboard for the victory.
Love that ride. That was a fantastic ride. Don't be surprised if Gary told him, hey, Jock, Church doesn't have any speed. Get him going a little earlier in here. Maybe take advantage of the speed. He actually took a late punch, too, from 4-1 to 3 to get almost all of 3-1 at 880.
Son of Bayern, owned by R. Townsend Sparks. 1-4-3 finish in race 6. Race 7 going to be on the turf. This race.
This is a war. Really looking forward to this race.
Maybe the best betting race on the entire card tonight. Mile and a 16th on the turf. An allowance optional claiming field. You have a Chad Brown filly making her second state start. She was close to an even money favorite in her state's debut and wound up running 5th in a field of 10, but going to be dangerous right back. I thought Sunny won really intriguing. She ran huge in a win at Keeneland last start.
And talking about fillies in the Preakness back in 2009, Rachel Alexandra the Great got the job done over Kentucky Derby winner Mind That Bird. Her full sister Gladys, the number 10 in here, she got some black type. 2 starts back, went 3rd in the Hillsborough. See if she can get back to the winner's circle here, dropping down into this allowance optional claim.
There she is. She is quick too. She wants to try and do it on the front end, although coming out of a 1.5-mile race last time out, shortening up. Post parade for you when we come back from the 7th at Churchill. Stay tuned.
Global Campaign by 2, and Global Campaign will win the Grade 1 Woodward.
It is Global Campaign holding on to the lead. Global Campaign won the Peter Pan.
everybody. Welcome to Claiborne Farm. Claiborne Farm has been around since 1910. The tour is a backstage look at how we operate as a large-scale breeding farm. These are parts of the farm that have always been off limits to the public. You know, you would only see these barns and these horses up close if you worked out here. So it's been really exciting to open that to the public, to show that end of the industry and just spread that knowledge. You know, you take a group out, they get to scratch on a mare and foal, they think it's super cool, and hopefully create a lifelong fan. So our stallions stand from anywhere from $5,000 to $100,000. That is a stand and nurse guarantee. So that fee is not paid until the next year after the mare has had her baby, the foal stands, and everything is good. We have conceived 22 Kentucky Derby winners, 19 Preakness winners, 22 Belmont winners, and 29 Breeders' Cup winners. In addition to that, 6 of the 13 Triple Crown winners have been conceived in our breeding shed. So I'm always excited to, you know, spread the knowledge that I've had, share this passion for the breeding industry that I've had basically my entire life, and just spread the wealth. Basically, all of our tours are sold out. That's just absolutely fantastic. Sometimes we'll try to sneak in 1 or 2 extra people onto the trolley. It's a yearling colt field. Actually, this field is home of 2013 Kentucky Derby winner Orb, as well as Breeders' Cup Classic winner Flame. The cemetery is extremely popular. It's on both types of tours that we offer, so the trolley tour and the walking tour. People travel from all over the world to see Secretariat's grave. So it's really exciting to see people's reaction to seeing that. Secretariat, the 1973 Triple Crown winner. I just want to thank everybody for coming on this tour. This is a tour that we've been really excited about. We're really excited to open up this side of the operation to the public. I think Claiborne is just absolutely iconic when it comes to horse racing. I don't think you can think of horse racing without thinking of Secretariat and Claiborne Farm.
We're back with you. Good to have you on this Thursday evening. Downs After dark, excuse me. And our program brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual unusually well. We have a real good one coming up next. Mile and a 16th on the turf, this allowance optional claiming field. The board tells you how good a race this is. The favorite, it just jumped from the 4 to the 10, 4-1 favorite. The one you were talking about as we went to break, Gladys, with that pedigree.
Yes, Rachel's little sis. See if she can get the job done on the lawn tonight.
We start off our post parade with Vespa Paulo Lobo trains.
Yeah, showed speed when getting her Lasix back off of a June layoff last time, going a mile and a 16th at Keeneland. She went fast early. We'll see if she does the same from the rail draw tonight.
Tyler Gaffleone, Flatter Me Silly for Neil Pessin.
Can use some speed up front. She has a nice big late kick. She's got the job done 3 starts back at the fairgrounds.
Here's Chad Brown, Peter Branch runner, Cafe Fleur.
Ricardo Santana Jr. has ridden just 4 horses for Chad Brown. They're 2 for 4 together, and we'll see if they can team up with this one. This horse was 6-5 in a ho-hum debut at Tampa back in January.
Blinkers on, Lashara for Brian Lynch.
I should say U.S. debut. Lashara goes to blinkers on. 3rd start off of a June layoff. We'll see if his rider switch back to Julian Leperoux helps the cause.
Urban Fairy Tale won a restricted small stake at Colonial late last year.
Yeah, 2nd off the layoff. This horse made a little bit of a move early, then tired throughout. See if 2nd off the bench helps at a big price.
Dallas Stewart, we've already seen him win on tonight's card with Forever Dreaming.
I thought this horse was interesting. Just missed at a big price, 20-1, went 4th at Keeneland. Got the job done over a yielding course 2 back at the fairgrounds.
Love this effort from Sonny One last time out with a French import jockey. He was a champion jump jockey as a 20-year-old.
Yeah, this horse has run well in a couple of turf starts. 1 at Keeneland, 1 at Kentucky Downs. Likes the Bluegrass Stakes. She'll try Churchill for the first time tonight.
Blinkers off, Jezebel's Kitten.
Yeah, her better races came without the blinkers. She's looking for her first win in an awfully long time, over 2 years.
Speedster Gladys cutting back in distance.
Again, full little sis to the great Rachel Alexandra. She has a turf win. It was in gate to wire fashion at Tampa back in February.
Victoria Oliver trains fair game, third off the bench.
Had a 2-race win streak snap behind Sunny One and others last time at Keeneland, third off the September layoff. Maybe this horse is ready at a big price.
And Long Pants required big win last time, but it was a race taken off the turf. Is 0 for 11 on the lawn.
Yeah, no shirts, no shorts, no shoes, no service. That's how it works, Greg. Long Pants required big effort in the slop last time. Big effort in the slop last time. Maybe she matured as a 5-year-old. Her turf races leave a little to be desired here, and she might want to touch more ground.
So let's show you Sunny One's effort, that win at Keeneland on the turf back on April 24th. And the same rider will be back aboard today, who we were looking it up. He had actually won the Sword Dancer at Saratoga back in 2015.
Yeah, aboard Flincher when he was trained by Andre Fabre. I completely forgot that Andre Fabre had that horse. Yeah, this is Sunny One. Nice off-the-pace move here at Keeneland. And you see a wide trip that Cheminot kind of just, he lost ground, but he never let this horse really lose too much ground, kept moving her forward. I think that's important. When you're losing ground, as long as you're moving forward and keeping the momentum going, I think you could overcome the ground loss sometimes. The problem with her is that was her best race by far in her career. And now she's catching a salt, as Acacia would say. This is a salty bunch of fillies and mares in here. A well-matched field, like you said. Tote board right now. There's Flatter Me Silly. We just saw Claiborne, of course, Flatter. The late Flatter. Her one win came at the fairgrounds. Her big late kick, and here is the race last time when she falls just a neck short at Keeneland. Far more suited to fairgrounds and probably better suited to Churchill than Keeneland. She's going to come absolutely flying for Neil Pessin. Tyler Gaffleone's going to climb aboard tonight. She had a Rat Ortiz Jr. last time, and you see her just grinding away. She kind of leaned in on the 8-horse there a little bit. I wonder if the stick's in his left hand, if he gets her straight and gets the job done that day. She gets a chance tonight. And again, if you like a horse in here, you're going to get paid to some decent extent.
Well, her running style, she's going to need some help. Tyler Gaffleone, as good as anyone to try and weave his way through traffic. Let's go to Paul for more.
Yeah, guys, I couldn't be more in agreement with you guys on the set. This is the most confusing race of the night. When I looked at the form last night, I said race number 7 is basically impossible, because when you look at the horse like Chad Brown and Cafe Fleur, this horse has got the worst numbers. Ran a terrible race first time in the United States, but that was almost off a 2-year layoff. So what do you do with the Chad Brown runner, the 4, Flatter Me Silly? Like Anthony says, is going to be rolling late. When you look at La Shera, another horse for Brian Lynch, putting on the blinkers. The one horse in here, Vespa, should show some speed, but is she better from off the pace for Paulo Lobo? This is a very confusing race. Now, Vincent Chaminade is a very, very good rider, and he gave Sunny One a great ride. And there's nothing against Julie Burke, but if you go back to that Kentucky Downs race, this filly ran a nice race as well. I don't know if Sunny One can repeat that. And again, when you look at Rachel Alexander's little sister here, Gladys, the 10, this horse has got the best numbers. Now, I know at a longer distance, and it's probably going to go to the front end. This is such a confusing race. I have 2, 3, 4, 8. The 2 was scratched. If I was going to throw some other horses in, I would throw in the 5, and I would give the 11 fair game. I was back and forth on the 11, and the reason why is when you look at the 11, that horse has shown speed before in the past. Rafael Bejarano got on last time. The horse got dead left, fell asleep in the gate. I don't think Rafi's going to fall asleep today. Maybe he'll be a little bit closer. So the 5 and 11 would be the other ones I would throw in. But, guys, if you have a case for anybody in this race, good luck.
Well, I'm hoping Sunny One can repeat what she did last time out. If she can, I think everyone else is running for second in here.
I have an interesting one in here that I like. I used in my late pick 4 ticket that I'm alive in. The 1 Vespa. 6-year-old making just her 6th start. 3 starts here in the States. 1 first time at Churchill from off the pace. Then they ran her against Minted Juliet Foxtrot. She had no chance in there. We don't see her for 11 months, 10 and a half months. She shows speed, and she shows blazing speed. 22:46, gets tired. Now she has Gladys to go. Joe Talamo could use Gladys as a target or even keep her more reserved from the rail draw. I think she'll be off the pace tonight. How far, I don't know. She's double digits on the board. I'm going to try to 1 Vespa.
We'll see if she tries to employ that speed again under Joe Talamo. She's inside. The other speed just stepped in the gate. That's Gladys, who we know wants to go to the front. 7th from Churchill. Mile and a 16th on the turf. Let's go to Travis Stone.
There in the gate. And they're off. Urban Fairy Tale breaks alertly mid-pack. Forever Dreaming is there. Fair Game from the outside races up, and from the extreme outside, Long Pants Required. Makes it 4 across the track as they race by us for the first time. Forever Dreaming comes on through to take a narrow lead. Fair Game's going to go with that one. Long Pants Required backs off, settles into 3rd, passed inside by Urban Fairy Tale, who's up into 3rd now. And Sunny One is right there, in tight, in behind horses, had to steady a few strides into that opening turn. So up top, it's Forever Dreaming, who opens up to lead by a length. No pressure yet. Fair Game is running along in 2nd. Long Pants Required is 3 wide while 3rd. Urban Fairy Tale tucked away 4th and toward the rail. Sunny One tries to settle down from 5th. Lashara in 6th. Gladys is 7th. Vespa cruising along 8th and toward the rail, 9 lengths off the lead. Followed by Jezebel's Kitten in 9th by another 2. Flatter Me Silly's back in 10th. And the only horse behind that one is Cafe Fleur, about 12 lengths off the lead. And they walked to that opening quarter in 24-1, a composed half in 50-1. The pace is not fast at all. They're onto the far turn, and it's Forever Dreaming the leader. Fair Game still 2nd. Long Pants Required 3 wide, right there 3rd. These 3 round the far turn together. Urban Fairy Tale has been saving ground throughout. Sunny One is right there, so too Gladys. Jezebel's Kitten's coming with a 4 wide sweep. Lashara's boxed in behind horses, has to cut the corner off the turn. Top of the stretch. Forever Dreaming set down for the drive and leads by 2. Here comes Jezebel's Kitten down the center. Gladys is also there. Sunny One nowhere to go. Long Pants Required. Urban Fairy Tale's coming up the rail. Flatter Me Silly is late on the scene. Another wild finish. Gladys comes away with the lead. Here comes Sunny One, clear late, but on the wire. Gladys got it. Gladys the winner, tight for 2nd. Jezebel's Kitten or Sunny One, then Flatter Me Silly or Urban Fairy Tale.
Brutal trip for Sunny One, who was crying out for room. May have got 2nd, but Gladys, not the way we would have expected this filly to win this race.
Interesting tactics from Kelsey Danner and Adam Beschizza here. Took this filly, who looked like she was going to be loose on the lead, well off the pace. And she winds up in the 4 or 5 path turning for home, has to really grind, hold off Jezebel's Kitten, who hasn't won in a month of Sundays, you feel like. No trip for Sunny One. I don't know where Flatter Me Silly and Cafe Fleur were in the early running. A wild, wild finish that gets the favorite home. Or one of the favorites home. I don't know what the final tote board looks like.
So Gladys the win. Make the argument Sunny One might have been best. That would,
yes, for sure.
Tough trip in this spot. Stymied for quite a while in the stretch. And we'll see if, in fact, did get 2nd. There's going to be a photo in here. But Gladys did get the job done as your 7-2 favorite. Adam Beschizza, Kelsey Danner. And just 2nd win on the turf for this filly. We'll make the order of finish official when we come back. They're still looking at that photo for 2nd and 3rd. We'll preview some weekend action coming up from Churchill. Marathon in the Louisville on the turf. And Shamrocket for Todd Pletcher and Donegal Racing. Already won at the distance. See if he'll be able to do it again. We'll have a preview coming up.
The ultimate accolade for a racehorse is to be named Horse of the Year. To be enshrined to the Hall of Fame is to achieve immortality. As a stallion, genetic immortality is defined in 2 words: breed shaper, plain and simple. 2-time Horse of the Year and Hall of Fame inductee, Curlin, is just that. Breed shaper, Curlin, the classic sire.
Blood Horse Plus, available through bloodhorse.com, provides exclusive, timely, and unmatched content to subscribers, including Fox Sports, Blood Horse branded weekly programs, a detailed stakes winners section, behind-the-scenes videos from Blood Horse staff, on-demand access to deeper horse statistics, and a $5 monthly credit to equineline.com. Upgrade to Blood Horse Plus today.
Maximum Security proves he's the real deal with a gate-to-wire win in the Florida Derby.
Champion 3-year-old.
Maximum Security has won the TVG.com Haskell Invitational.
11 triple-digit buyers.
Maximum Security, he smoked them in the Cigar Mile.
Grade 1 winning 4-year-old.
Maximum Security takes them all the way in the TVG Pacific Classic.
Secure your mare's future. Maximum Security.
The Fasig-Tipton Mid-Atlantic 2-year-olds in training sale, showcasing more than 600 juveniles, all on a dirt racetrack. Recent Grade 1 winners include Beyond Brilliant, Gamine, Got Stormy, and Switzerland. Graded stakes winners Informative and Morello, plus stakes winners from coast to coast. Among the nation's top juvenile sales by Grade 1 wins. Join us after the Preakness, May 23rd and 24th in Timonium, Maryland. Where will you be?
Back on America's Day at the Races on FS2. Program brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Gladys, 4-year-old filly by Medaglia d'Oro in a wide open contest on the lawn with new tactics today, getting the win.
Out of the mare, Lotta Kim, 9 even, as your co-favorite at 7-2. Getting the job done over Jezebel's Kitten, and a tough luck Sunny One. You were right. Watching this stretch run here, Sunny One alters course from the 3-path to the 5-path. That hole closes, and then Sunny One's going to be forced even further inside. There you go here, another alter course. Followed Gladys the whole way. She's kind of on Gladys's hip pocket the whole time. May have been best today, Greg.
Winds up missing out on second, though, as well with that trip.
Yeah,
Third here, Jezebel's Kitten 7-2 over 15-1. Jezebel's Kitten for Christopher Davis running a big race here.
Yeah.
10-9-8. That 50-cent trifecta over $80.
Yeah. I was reading today also that Umberto Rispoli going to head back to California.
We got a few riders making changes. Of course, Pratt coming here.
Rispoli was supposed to come here.
Yeah.
Switches back to Kentucky, and now he's going to go back out to SoCal. See our friend Frank Maramati.
8th at Churchill. We miss Frank. 6.5 furlongs to close out the card under the Twin Spires here. A maiden special weight. Big scratch. Very intrigued to see Swift Thinker when she does finally race. The Dam obviously produced obligatory. It's won over $1 million in her career. Paulie mentioned a first-timer for Greg Foley, the 5, Hope and Dreams, who apparently can run.
Got a whisper on her.
Yeah, but it is Avissa, the 8. That second last time out. Sandstone won that race, would come back and win the Rags to Riches by 10-plus lengths. Secret Oath was behind her that day. Juju's Map, she was second to. Juju's Map came back in her 3-year-old debut, and she ran lights out.
Tell you what, that was a Kentucky Derby weekend performance, and that was one of the more impressive races I thought we saw Derby weekend. I'm looking forward to Juju's Map going forward. She, of course, was second to Echo Zulu in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies last year. It was her first start. It was against Older. And, yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing what she does the rest of the year. But, yes, this maiden makes a lot of sense tonight.
Yes. This is going to be her 4th opportunity. She's never been off the board. We'll see how she comes back as a 3-year-old. It's always a question.
She comes back anywhere good as Juju's Map did.
They're
all
right?
running second money tonight.
Yeah.
Although second money for 120 dimes isn't terrible either. So you know.
We'll talk more about this field in a moment. Let's head back to Churchill, check in with Paul.
Thanks, guys. Sorry, having a little trouble. I'm with winning rider here, Adam Beschizza. No, Adam, you have been on this filly before. A lot of people don't realize she's Rachel Alexandra's little sister. She kind of looks like her, too.
Yeah, she's a smashing-looking filly, and she's definitely got the pedigree, and she's definitely got the talent. The engine's there. She's been getting a little bit headstrong lately. Kelsey said to me, I mean, if she breaks close, I mean, just leave her be. Hopefully, no speed locks onto you, but if she does happen to find herself behind horses, just try and keep her covered up, and she should rate. And that's what happened there. And she's got a ton of ability, but she's just getting a little bit more free with racing. But seems we might have had her figured out there anyway. So.
Yeah, when you look on paper, she'd been going, like you said, headstrong in longer races. But the one time you did ride her, She came from off the pace a little bit, so you know that she can come from off the pace.
Yes, like I said to Kelsey, I said, well, I don't know how to design. I just managed to be that far back at Keeneland, but yeah, she can race. She's gone a little bit, you know, her running style's yo-yoing a little bit, but it looks like we've got her back to where we need to be. But good job to Kelsey and Connections. You know, they're good supporters of mine and really appreciate them.
Well, great ride. And Kelsey Danner, very underrated trainer, isn't she?
Yeah, she's actually got plenty of horses this year, and she's definitely a trainer, you know, definitely going to be on the map this year anyway.
Well, with the Preakness coming up, Adam Beschizza wins on Rachel Alexander's little sister.
And congrats to that man right there, too. Just got married on Monday. So congratulations to Adam and his family.
Yeah. Jorah used to work here at Belmont in the racing office, and I think she still does some work for us there in Saratoga. So congratulations to Adam and Jory.
Nightcap coming up. Again, it looks like this race goes through Avissa. We'll talk more about it in a moment. We're going to preview some weekend action. This marathon turf event, 1.5 miles on the grass, going to close out their card on Saturday. Grade 3 Louisville and Shamrocket. And another mystery. 2 main contenders in this race. They've both won on the turf at 1.5 miles. Another mystery did it at Sam Houston and J.B. Connolly earlier this year.
Yeah, here he is in the Elkhorn, and he's getting the wide trip under Flavian Pratt. Going to get second to Channel Maker. By the way, there's no shame in running second to a former Eclipse Award-winning turf American in Channel Maker. This was his 6th start at the 1.5 mile distance. A good second, obviously behind the champ, and kept on grinding away here. Jared Loveberry is going to ride. It's interesting to see Javier Castellanos down there to ride a Journey to Freedom for the day, 5-1. Then, of course, you got good old Shamrocket by my boy Tonalist.
Bruce Poli will be aboard for Hall of Famer Todd Pletcher. Won here in New York. We saw him win at 1.5 miles on the grass. He was a short price against this group. 4-time winner on the turf.
Yeah, by Tonalist, like I said. Gets the job done last fall here at beautiful Belmont Park. He wasn't the favorite this day. He was the second choice this day. That's Tide of the Sea backing up along the inside. He went off favored while on the lead, and Shamrocket getting the job done. He won the Sunshine Classic on the dirt in his 2 starts later, so he's showing a little versatility. We'll see. The 1.5 miles, you know, I know he won going the 1.5 miles. Again, that day the favorite didn't really show up. We'll see Beacon Hill. He comes back in the dinner party on Saturday at Pimlico on the Preakness undercard. And this horse, I mean, Shamrocket he's made $500,000 the hard way. It's been on the grind, and he's obviously the 4-1 morning line favorite in that Louisville on Saturday. So that just goes to show you how deep and contentious that group of turf horses is. That's kind of that second tier of the 1.5 mile horses, right? They run in the Elkhorn, and yeah, we'll see what he does in the Louisville.
All right, we'll get that at the end of the card on Saturday from Churchill Downs. So we'll bring you live coverage of that, which is part of the cross-country Pick 5 on Saturday.
All turf cross-country Pick 5, I might add. 3 maiden races, an allowance race here at Belmont Park, and then that Louisville wraps it up on an all-turf Pick 5, cross-country Pick 5. We will have a ticket up for you over at Naira Bets. You can rest assured, my friend.
We're taking time out. We'll look ahead at some weekend action here in New York as well. When we come back, that nightcap's still coming up at Churchill this weekend at Belmont. The Seek again. We'll take a look at a couple of the main contenders in that race when we return, putting a Chad Brown Juddmonte runner.
Whether it's Division I or Grade 1, top athletes have certain traits in common. Speed, strength, class, versatility, and most of all, willpower. Claiborne Farm Stallion, War of Will, was a Grade 1 winner on both dirt and turf. Now, his first foals are taking the field.
And Seek again is just in behind the lead. Now running fourth and looking for a way through. Silvermax comes up empty. Syed comes away with the lead. Grand Arch. And Seek again gets stalled in behind Syed. Now he's got some room. Now he's got some room at the inside. They're coming down to the finish. Grand Arch on the outside. Seek again. Those two down to the line. And it is Seek again.
Grade 1 winner on the West Coast. Seek again came to Saratoga. And gets up under a brilliant ride from Joel Rosario to win the 4-star Dave.
Yeah, big bet button was hit this day, Greg. I started remembering the Seek again win almost immediately. What a good ride. I forgot I got a little Tom Durkin thrown in there, my idol, through the lane. What a good job by Joel Rosario, man. Cool as a cucumber. Hole kept closing. He just waited. And like you said, dual grade 1 winner, getting the job done. We'll have a race name. We're supposed to run it Saturday. We postponed it till Sunday.
133-1 for that final time.
I think we might, there's a really good chance we're going to see those silks in the winner's circle for the Seek again.
Mason for Chad Brown. Owned and bred by Juddmonte. As you take a look at Seek again's resume, pretty darn good. $942,000 in earnings, trained by Belmont. And those two big wins, Hollywood Derby, the grade 1. And then the 4-star Davids we showed you. So yeah, Mason, Chad Brown, Juddmonte, State's debut. Wow, was he good. He just missed by a nose against Sherrill Spite. Had the lead in the stretch. And a horse who came obviously highly regarded from Europe.
Yeah, and now he's in the Seek again, and it looks like he just has so much of a class edge on these runners. You know, a horse that won 3 times over in Europe, all on the turf. We've seen Chad Brown unveil runner after runner from Juddmonte. More often than that was fillies, Grand Jeté, Antono, a couple of fillies last year. Now Mason comes over, son of Kingsman, a gelded son of Kingsman, who almost got the job done in that grade 1 on tax day at Keeneland. And I mean, you look at that field, Wolfie's Dynaghost.
It's going to be a short price.
Wolfie's related to one of my favorites. Turf horses in the last 10 years. Sadler's Joy. He got Field Pass, Mandate. Here's Wolfie's Dynaghost. I'm going to see him down at Gulfstream Park in the Appleton. He had won on the all-weather prior to this.
Grade 3 Appleton, and just misses, runs second here by a half length. Just 1 for 6 on the turf. He had so much promise early in his career. He's run some big races. This would be a huge win if he was able to beat Mason. And
training Tommy Albatrani. He's trained the whole family. Little sis, Lunaire. Yeah. So he'll be interesting. But, man, I would imagine without David Aragona's morning line, I got to imagine Mason's going to be 2 to 5.
Very short price.
Very short
and
price.
Deservedly so. He was the favorite in that Maker's Mark Mile, and he just missed in that race. You're going to kind of think he's going to be even tighter for this spot, but he stands out over that group. That's coming up this weekend, Sunday, here at Belmont. We're going to take a time out. We have the nightcap still coming up at Churchill Downs. Texas Melody, a little interesting. I know everyone's talking about Avissa in here. There's a first-time starter taking some money. First time on dirt for Texas Melody. And was beat by a filly who's a grade 3 winner of the Beaumont as well in her debut. We'll be back.
And they're off. Following C. Pouring it on here in the stretch. Impressive to win the grade 2 Vosburg. Following C. Mile Happy has kicked it into high gear. And Mile Happy with a powerful performance wins by 2.5.
The Clutch champion Run Happy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
New for Belmont Spring, the $3 triple play pick 3. Choose the winners of the last 3 races at Belmont Park every Sunday to win big. Plus, play on Naira Bets for a free $10 triple play bet. Go to Naira.com/triple play for details.
How does horse racing support New York's economy? It's responsible for 19,000 jobs and more than $3 billion in annual statewide economic impact. These good-paying jobs support working families across the state and sustain thousands of small businesses both on and off the track. Horse racing in New York means jobs and opportunities now and in the future. We are New York Horse Racing.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Want to get your career in horse racing off to a fast start? Well, the University of Arizona's Racetrack Industry Program is your winning ticket. The Racetrack Industry Program has served as a springboard to some of the industry's most successful individuals, with a proven track record of job placement right out of college. If you want to earn a degree in the exciting horse racing industry, the Racetrack Industry Program can put you in the winner's circle.
We're back on America's Day of the Races on FS2, program brought to you in part by Hill and Dale at Alapa. We have the nightcap coming up under those twin spires at Churchill Downs. Maiden special weight, 6.5 furlong sprint. And they're coming out onto the track for the post parade as expected. Evissa, the 8, the favorite with the company she has kept and run very good. She's finished ahead of Philly, who's gone on to win your Kentucky Oaks. We're going to see in the Preakness on Saturday and Secret Oath. That was the last time we saw her. Get to her in a moment. We start with the remaining half of the entry. Sunny River outside post, debuting Daughter of Arrogate for Brad Cox.
Nice work, Tab. Brad Cox, Florent Giroux. This horse is actually slightly favored in the pick 4 over the 8.
Grandin was a Group 1 winner, by the way, sprinting on the turf, though, at Newmarket. Here's the 2 Comedy Act, 20-1.
Had 3 chances. Blinkers went on last time, showed more speed, and was able to finish 3rd.
This Daughter Practical Joke, she took money first time out.
Yep, 470-1, 9-2. We'll see if Adam Biscuitza could sweep the late double with the 3. Don't get a Bouva Raisin.
We saw Pinky Toe earlier. She got beat, but still she'd won the first 2 of her career. She's a pistol facer in the debut.
A little bit of a key maiden race. Didn't take much money that day. We'll see if second start can help at 27-1.
First timer, Paulie said, apparently can run, and this one is taking money.
Half the morning line. Solid work, Tab, for Greg Foley, who can get a first or over. Like to see this horse get to the winner's circle.
Catwing, start number 6 here for Tom Amos.
Yeah, 2 starts with Lasix. Got a couple of second-place finishes, 1 at Fairgrounds, 1 at Keeneland.
Nice appearance.
Going to need to get faster, but they always look good like Tom's horses usually do.
I'm intrigued by the 7. She showed speed in the debut. The dam dropped Yao Pon, Grade 1 4-go winner, and she herself was Grade 1 place in the Humana Distaff.
Probably the reason this one cost $1.2 million back in 2020. We'll see if she can improve off of her lackluster debut.
The favorite, Evissa, 3-year-old debut coming up. And here's the 9, Coco Colada.
We talked about Evissa and the form she's kept. She gets Lasix for a 3-year-old debut. Coco Colada, better than Pina Coladas. See if she can get out of the gate a little bit better than she did in her
9:30
debut.
racing. They're going to be down in Pina Coladas with a win here with this filly. Texas Melody, 17-1. Rafael Bejarano, and dirt debut off since March of last year.
Yeah, first start in 14 months for a barn that's making their first starter of the year.
So minutes of post, probably a little more than that coming up.
I hope Paulie's Steam gets the job done, because when I was putting my pick 4 ticket in, Paulie was talking about this horse. I threw her in. It's paying $398 with the 1. Okay? That's the other firster here, Sunny River, 7-2, right? It's paying $412, I think, with the 8. Now, they're 2-1 and 7-2, respectively, on the board. This firster's 5-1. It's $2,200.
Wow.
With the Steam. One time, Paulie.
Let's take a look at the 1 to beat. There she is on your screen, Evissa. Let's see her in action. Last time she ran, well, this is 2 back, actually, with Juju's Map, who obviously came back. She ran good in the Breeders' Cup. She came back as a 3-year-old even better. She was 5 lengths behind her, running 2nd in this effort at Ellis.
Yeah. Good effort this day at Ellis Park. You see the 3-5 favorite is romping on this afternoon. That's Juju's Map. And yeah, I mean, if she runs the race 2 back, this race we're watching right here, she is going to be extremely tough. If she makes natural improvement from 2 to 3, any of her races make her extremely tough.
Let's get more with Paul LaDuca.
Thanks, Gregor. Thanks, Anthony. Yeah, let's get the 5 horse from here. Hope and Dreams, the first-time starter. When you look at the 8 horse in here, Elvisa, and you look at Juju's map, and you look at Secret Oath, this horse has been second to Juju's map, actually split and beat Secret Oath, which is going to be probably your second choice on Saturday in the Preakness. And yet Brad Cox has got a first-time starter and is the lowest will plays, the 1A. Now, the 1 was in this race for Belmont, was scratched, but the 1A stays in. A filly by Arrowgate. Now, Arrowgate has not been good first time out, but this horse is the lowest horse in the will pays, and it worries me a lot considering Elvisa's running lines, that they're so strong, and I thought she was going to be a really strong competitor. She is the lowest pick 4, second lowest pick 4 to the 1A. And let's get the 5 home, like you said, Hopes and Dreams. Hopefully the steam that I got earlier will get us home some nice cannolis on the way home, Big A.
I just perked up. I'm starving. I've been up since about 5 to 6 today. And I'm on a little homemade strudel from Aunt Elfie, who's at the house tonight. Happy birthday to my cousin Paul.
That's what you're going home to?
No, we still got a lot of work to do, so I'm going to miss my cousin Paulie's birthday. Happy birthday, Paul, if you guys are watching at home. Yeah, I had a banana, but, I mean, Paulie Dukes just brought up cannolis. I don't know if Sapienza is open, but we're going to find out in about 20 minutes.
Well, there is the 5, that first-time starter, going sideways a little bit. Hope and Dreams, Raylu Gutierrez will ride, daughter of American Freedom, out of a Speightstown mare for Greg Foley. Has that one sneaky drill, three works back. Bullet drill, quickest of 76 works that morning. She went 47 flat. That was telltale that she could probably run.
Yeah, you know what? She has a nice work tab, the 1A. Sunny River has a nice work tab. And this is no offense to Greg Foley, but you expect that kind of work tab from a Brad Cox Juddmonte first-time starter.
That's interesting. I mean, there's more turf pedigree there, it seems like. The Grand Dam I mentioned was a Group 1 winner. Sprinting on the grass was multiple Group 1 places, long shop as well as she got older.
See if Governor Jones first are here. I'll tell you what, this horse is not. I like the way this horse looks on the paddock, but I'm a sucker for chestnuts. So,
well, they've given up quick on this 7. Who you said the price tag, 1.2 mil on the 7 Royal Flower. Who the dam dropped Yao as well. That Grade 1 4-go winner. She's going to be quick. She was quick first time out. We'll see if she can stay a little longer than she did in the debut. Avisa, the 8, though, the 1 to beat, finished ahead of Secret Oath, who's your Kentucky Oaks winner, probably going to be 3rd choice in the Preakness on Saturday. This is the 3-year-old debut coming up in our nightcap from Churchill. Let's go to Travis Stone.
And they're off. Royal Flower caught a flyer coming out of there, opens up a length right off the jump. Hope and Dreams comes on from second. Comedy Act comes through toward the rail as they head up the backstretch. And Royal Flower is in front by half a length. Comedy Act is right there second. Hope and Dreams between them backs off into third. Cat Wings comes away fourth. She's a Pistols racing fifth. Coco Colada on the move from sixth. Don't get above your raisin toward the inside seventh. Sunny River is wide in eighth, just outside of Ivissa. They're about 8 lengths off the lead. And at the back is Texas Melody. Onto the far turn. Royal Flower throws down a quarter in 22 seconds flat. Leads by 3 lengths with 3 furlongs to go. Comedy Act is on the chase in second. Hope and Dreams is third. Another 3 from there. Back to Catwings in fourth. Ivissa's under pressure. So too Sunny River. Don't get above your raisin down inside. Off the turn into the stretch. Royal Flower, the 1 to catch. Here comes Comedy Act. Comedy Act putting in a bid on Royal Flower. Head and head with 1 furlong to go. And Comedy Act's in front. Comedy Act has taken over. Royal Flower gives way. Catwings is up into third. Late in the scene, Ivissa and Sunny River, but nobody's catching a long shot winner. It's Comedy Act. Comedy Act by 3 in the end. Sunny River is up for second. Tight for third between Catwings and Ivissa. Farther back, either Hope and Dreams, Texas Melody, or Royal Flower.
Well, Royal Flower blitzed out of the gate as expected. She tires here in the stretch. She's still in the lead at this point, but here comes Comedy Act. Randy Morse and a daughter of Practical Joke with the upset win.
I was going to say, Comedy Act was no joke tonight. Set a good 2-hole to Royal Flower. The first with some steam, Hope and Dreams, mixed it up early. Then she went to the parking lot when they went for home. You see the speed tire again of Royal Flower. Comedy Act did not tire. Got the job done. Keep an eye on Sunny River. Sunny River did not have the cleanest of trips. The Brad Cox first-time starter. Paulie mentioned how the Arrogate Firsters have not been performing up to par so far, and we'll see if maybe a little racing experience helps her cause next time out.
Let's talk a little more Preakness coming up and some new faces that are going to show up on this Triple Crown Trail. One of them, Armagnac for Tim Yachtin, of course, had Taba, had Messier, Baffert horses that were moved to his barn. This is another Baffert that moves to the Tim Yachtin barn. Could this horse put heat early on early voting?
Let's play buy and sell. I'm selling Armagnac, who is 2 for 2 with Lasix and 0 for 3 without Lasix. He is also 0 for 2 with a couple of abysmal performances when he's tried the Triple Crown Trail prep races and graded stakes races. He got beat 12.5 lengths in the Santa Anita Derby, 27.25 lengths in the San Felipe. I think the biggest impact he could have on Preakness 147 is trying to keep early voting company early. That's a tough task, but if he's on a dead send and the barn thinks that's what it is, we'll see if Arad Ortiz Jr. goes after little brother Jose early on.
Equipment change for the first time in that race. He took blinkers off, and now he's undefeated with that equipment change. We'll see. He went gate to wire for the win. We'll see if he's as quick as early voting. That's probably going to be the throwdown between those two. This horse, we were talking about it off camera, is interesting. Creative Minister for Kenny McPeak, missed by a neck in his debut, and now he's put together back-to-back wins. First Try-and Stakes Company coming up on Saturday.
Buying, my friend. The other one, Sell, Mortimer, Sell. I want to buy this one up as much as I possibly can. This horse made up a ton of ground at Gulfstream sprinting in his debut. He came back with 2 very, very nice efforts going a mile on a 16th. One on a sloppy sealed track at Keeneland. That one's on Kentucky Derby Day, early in the card, race 4 to be exact. He's improved with leaps and bounds, both in experience, in eye test, Andy would scream at me at this point, and as well as the buyer speed figures. Look at him. Nice big looking son of Creative Cause who did well in his Preakness try a few years back. I think if somebody who's double digits on the morning line gets the job done on Saturday, it's Creative Minister.
Still, I'm intrigued by him a lot too. He still would need to make another big move forward, but he could. He comes in the most lightly raced runner in this race. He has all the ability to move forward. We know Kenny McPeak can get it done with big prices in the Triple Crown. Sarava, anybody?
Sure can.
We are back tomorrow, 12:30 Eastern time on FS2. We will see you then. It was Chasing Kira. Dylan Davis go to the front and never look back on that 4-year-old filly by Broken Vow. And that tremendous turf race so wide open at Churchill. Gladys with the victory with some new tactics sitting off the pace. We'll see you tomorrow, 12:30 Eastern start on FS2.